Welcome in, folks. This is the 425th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody joining in today, I really appreciate you so much for being here. We have so much to go over. If this is your first time tuning into the live stream, regardless of where you're tuning in from, you're in for a treat because this shit gets wild, folks. We talk to some of the craziest humans alive on a daily basis, and inevitably the goal here is to try to change the minds of Trump supporters, but we know how rare that occurs, right? But we try our best. And for the most part, we're changing the minds of the people tuning in. So that's what we do. We debate MAGA. Why? Because I think that Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, regardless if you're 818 or 80. We've never had a president worse than him, and he's just continually destroying our country with every single day that passes. And it just it's insane to me that people still support this maniac. Truly insane to me. What's the breaking news of today? We'll go over it quickly before we hop into that first debate with the first Trump supporter that's already loaded into the live stream. Donald Trump is attacking the Republicans for a change. And hear me out when I say this. He's attacking them quite violently. He posted this on Truth Social last night. Let's take a look at it together. It is an AI-generated image of Trump carrying a long gun, what looks to be either a shotgun, maybe? I think that looks like a pump-action shotgun, standing over a rhino. And of course, there's then text on screen that says, "No rhinos." But let me clarify. The name of that animal, rhino, it's spelled R-H-I-N-O. Now, on screen, it says R-I-N-O. So what is a rhino? That's essentially a fake Republican. That's what Donald Trump calls people like Thomas Massey, who are MAGA. Who are not MAGA but are still Republican and maybe vote with the Republicans 92% of the time, but then will vote against the Republicans when it's about starting a war of choice in the Middle East or protecting pedophiles. Well, he's a rhino, a Republican in name only, R-I-N-O. And now he's posting photos of him killing actual rhinos, saying no rhinos. I'd say that this is more inflammatory rhetoric and speech that we see from the president, seemingly calling violence to action against those that he disagrees with, regardless if it's him calling for the execution of the 6 sitting Democrats in Congress or now say no rhinos with a depiction of him killing a rhino. It only gets worse by the day, folks. And this is a big issue. Okay, because people shouldn't be scared for their lives just because they don't want the government to protect pedophiles. People shouldn't be losing their seats in Congress just because they think that war is a bad thing. And people definitely shouldn't be scared of losing their lives, because they tell Donald Trump that they don't like what he's doing. I think that we just see a lot of indoctrination from the right, not only against the left, but also to pit themselves against Republicans who understand that, maybe we shouldn't make a corrupt rapist who's best friends with Epstein killing our economy and defending pedophiles president. Now, we already have, like I said, our very first Trump supporter of the day connected to the stream. While I was going over the breaking news talking about Donald Trump's post about the quote-unquote rhinos, he actually pulled up a picture on stream. You got that right now if you're watching on any place that this live stream is being sent out. It just says rhino with a big old red mark through it. So it looks like maybe this is one of the MAGA cultists. We're going to go to pass the mic off to him. Sir, I'd really appreciate it if you could tell us how you could still support Trump regardless of his corruption, regardless of his rape case, regardless of his terrible character, his terrible economic policy that's destroyed this country and bankrupt our manufacturers, in spite of his war in the Middle East, in spite of his attack on our allies, in spite of his deteriorating mental health and lies. How could you still support this man?
Right. So as far as what you're talking about with him bankrupting our manufacturers, I think that's actually absurd because we're still going to export more this year than any year prior. We still make records every year for the last 10 years on what we export. That's completely absurd. As far as supporting him based upon his corruption, look at the Democratic Party's corruption and fraud and abuse of our system. We are finally taking back our country and doing what is right for our nation.
Okay. So in response to your first point, you're basically saying, Dean, you're lying. We do not have a lot of manufacturing bankruptcies because we're exporting now more than we ever have before. Well, even if that's true, which, of course I haven't verified, you haven't provided a source for it either. We don't know if it's true, but if it was true, this wouldn't mean that it's therefore false that manufacturers are going bankrupt. Because keep in mind that exports are just like one data point of the health and revenue. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my words here for American manufacturers, right? maybe we're exporting a lot, but they're not making as much money as they used to, or any money off of those exports because the cost of doing business has gone up. Maybe they're exporting a lot, but that only would apply to like the 1% of businesses, and then the other 99 are exporting less and they're going out of business. Regardless of what combination of factors here has led to the conclusion that we have a lot of manufacturing bankruptcies, we do have a lot of manufacturing bankruptcies, and I could prove that without a complex argument because that's a macroeconomic data point that our government tracks. Last year, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since the tail end of the Great Recession in 2010, and that's an indisputable fact. You can't just say, well, exports are up, therefore the Bureau of Labor Statistics is lying. So that's a joke. Then my second point about Trump's corruption, your response was, well, what about the Dems? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. They didn't address anything about Donald Trump's corruption, ranging from his creation of a new system of justice to giving full and complete presidential pardons to the terrorists who tried to coup our government, or creating a $1.8 billion slush fund to them, axing U.S. aid, pardoning fraudsters, or getting the federal government to never investigate him or his family again for tax fraud. Right? You just said the Democrats. So yeah, go ahead. Respond.
Yeah, I don't know why I always have to set guidelines and rules every time I debate you. I mean, obviously, I can't respond to all those before you end up cutting me off and muting me because there's just so much to go over. So every single response that I make, you're going to want to respond to that. So how do we do this? And we go point by point instead of you just going off on a crazy tangent and trying to debate you on 10 different things at once.
That's fine.
So
the first point was about bankruptcies.
$1.8 billion slush fund. How about that?
No, let's start with the bankruptcies because that was the first point in your order.
Okay, yeah. I mean, businesses go bankrupt all the time. Honestly, ever since C-19, we've seen a huge influx in bankruptcies in small businesses across the nation. I don't think this has anything directly to do with Trump. If you can prove that it has something directly to do with Trump, then we can start with that.
Yeah, sure. So you said, well, ever since C-19, we've seen an influx in bankruptcies. So yeah, we did in 2020, 2021. But then when our economy rebounded in 2022, things slowed. And in 2025, okay, way after the pandemic, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, more than any year, even during the pandemic, okay? And that's shocking. And you said, well, this doesn't have anything to do with Trump. Of course it has something to do with Trump because it wasn't just bankruptcies that were in the gutter. We also had the most layoffs since the pandemic, highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, ever decreasing levels of investment into your manufacturers, and the worst jobs report since 03 ignoring recessions. Why? Well, in part because of Donald Trump's tariffs. Donald Trump's tariffs really hurt our manufacturers, really hurt American companies, illegally taxed them $162 billion. And on top of that, they created an unsteady, unstable environment for investors. So then our companies started getting less and less and less investment, and they need investment to operate because they don't turn a profit for the first 5 to 10 years. So when they lost all of their money, that the Biden-Harris administration was promoting a great economy to then give them more money. That's why we saw the most investment into our manufacturers in recorded U.S. history under Biden. Well, then they all went out of business.
I can definitely agree with you that some of the tariffs have been negative. That's obvious. But the problem is that some of these tariffs also are extremely beneficial. And some of these tariffs, if orchestrated and perfected, can definitely be a net benefit for our community and for country as a whole. And if you can't see that, then I don't know what we're even talking about here. Are you saying that there is no net benefit at all with any tariffs, especially the ones that Trump has made?
It seems like you're conceding the point. So 3 minutes ago, you're arguing.
To an extent.
Well, I don't really think that these bankruptcies were caused by Trump. Prove that they were caused by Trump. Okay, I bring up his tariffs. So it seems like now you've shifted your argument to say, well, okay, Dean, his tariffs have caused all these bankruptcies, but they're going to benefit us what, in the long term?
Yes, long term, definitely. So, let's say Harbor Freight tool socket sets. Let's just talk about socket sets at Harbor Freight. Let's say they go up to $100 to $180 because of
let's
tariffs.
talk about the manufacturing bankruptcies because that was a point.
Let me finish my sentence, please. So, yeah, let's say socket sets at Harbor Freight go from $100 to $180 because of the tariffs. This opens up a new avenue, a new opportunity for our local manufacturers to actually create better socket sets, longer lasting and better quality, to actually come in and hit at like $160 or even $200. I would rather a better quality socket set than some Chinese shit that breaks in 3 months.
But those manufacturers are the ones going out of business because when we're talking about manufacturing bankruptcies in America, we're talking about U.S. manufacturers. So you're giving me an argument here that somehow tariffs are going to help our manufacturers. No, the thing that we're talking about is our manufacturers being hurt like hell.
We're still exporting more than ever. So where you're seeing this, I really have no idea. This
is being reported by Donald Trump's. One moment. This is being reported by Donald Trump's Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Do you realize that we're going to export more this year than any year prior?
I want to doubt it. Because maybe the fact that our manufacturers are going out of business, maybe the fact that the job market is crumbling, maybe the fact that Trump has taken away the purchasing power of the average American is now led to the conclusion that the domestic manufacturers that are still standing, okay, are now saying, well, the only people with enough money to buy our products because the average American is hurt so bad are overseas. Okay, so just saying that exports are up is A, not necessarily a good thing for the American economy, and B, in no way, shape, or form contests my claim that we've had the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010. And I will repeat something I've already said. This is not a conclusion that I am speculatively yielding through pseudoscience and hypotheses. No, this is an empirical fact. That is being reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Like just as the unemployment rate is reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, just as GDP growth is reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, manufacturing bankruptcies are reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because a bankruptcy is something that has to be formally declared to our government that they could track down to each individual one. Like we could literally count the level of manufacturing bankruptcies down to an exact number, right? Because of, well, the fact that they're formally reported. So your claim here that this is a false statistic is just incredibly misled and indicative of a lot of big emotions resolving within the mind of a cult member.
There are just as many job openings as there are unemployed people here in the United States of America. If you don't believe me, then pull up a stat. But this is absolutely 100% true.
How many jobs did we lose last year?
How many jobs did we lose last year? I can't give you an exact number. Obviously,
I can, 1.3 million. And how many jobs were created?
Dude, there's like 10 million job openings right now.
Sounds good. And how many jobs were created last year?
There's tons, dude. We're begging for welders. We're begging for electricians.
Can you answer my question? How many new jobs were there in 2025?
How many new jobs were there in 2025, Dean?
Well, I'm asking you the question, not myself.
You want me to tell you an exact number? I don't have a computer in front of me like you do.
Okay, you don't know, so I'll tell you. 170,000. And how many were created under Biden in 2024?
How many?
2.2 million.
That was because of the recovery from C-19. Do you know how many jobs were lost during C-19 during the Biden administration?
The job market recovered from the pandemic in 2022. We added 5 million jobs to the economy in 2022. That was the recovery from the pandemic.
There's 10 million job openings right now, Dean.
And still yet, it seems to be the case that for the first time in modern American history, at least this was true as of the end of 2025, that we had more unemployed Americans and we did open job opportunities. And those job opportunities just continue to go away. And the thing is we will always expect to have a shit ton of open job opportunities, even in a failing economy, because these job opportunities are maybe ones in which can't be worked by people because the local labor force isn't like skilled enough, or maybe somebody doesn't want to relocate their family for a job. Maybe a job opening in like your area for an unemployed person is like would require like certifications and qualifications that you don't have, or maybe you're overqualified for the job. There's always going to be some level of job opportunities in any economy, even a failing one. And you just saying that there's some level of open jobs today doesn't discount the fact that last year we had 1.3 million layoffs, doesn't discount the fact that we added less jobs to the economy in 1 year than the average month under Biden the year prior, doesn't discount the fact that GDP growth was down by percent, doesn't discount the fact that inflation is up to 3.8% today, the highest in years, doesn't discount any argument that I've made that the economy has suffered under Trump. And you've just simply resolved it down to say, no, there's so many job opportunities.
Immigrants into our country, and 7.5 million of which are working blue collar, low IQ jobs, low paid jobs that are taking jobs from millions of Americans. If we took out those 10 million illegal immigrants out of our country, then we would have another 10 million job openings for United States citizens. Then we would have 20 million open jobs for United States citizens that these 10 million or 9 million people that are unemployed right now would easily be able to take, because like you said, it might be the fact that they're not skilled. These
isn't that what Trump is doing?
Unskilled labor.
Wait. I'm so sorry. You're saying that, well, the economy is suffering so much under Trump and there's less and less jobs. Well, maybe if we did a mass deportation, then there'd be more jobs. Isn't that what Trump is doing? Isn't that what Donald Trump ran on doing? Wasn't that the agenda since day one? Maybe if like Biden was president right now and there weren't as many deportations, you could say, oh, I'm going to shake my fist in the air. The reason why the economy is doing so bad is because of the damn immigrants. We need to get them out at once. Okay, well, we had Trump run on that lie. He was elected on that lie, and then he acted on that lie. But guess what? There's only been less jobs, and the economy's only gotten worse since he started his deportation and ultimately deported the most undocumented immigrants that any president has in a year in modern American history, at 1.2 million last year in 2025, the same year that we had an incredibly terrible jobs report. The same year that we had an incredibly low GDP growth. The same year that we had incredibly high unemployment, incredibly high layoffs. The same year that we experienced so much inflation. So no, you can't just tell that lie again.
Like I said earlier, this is going to take time. This is better for the greater good of our nation in long term. The more job openings that we have, the more illegal immigrants.
Because wouldn't it create that job up? Well, for every. Well, I mean, why? I just let you. I know. I'm definitely interrupting you. I'll let you go. But why long term? When did that open job, quote unquote, be created the same day the undocumented immigrant is being deported?
Say that again.
Why long term? When did that, quote unquote, open job opportunity be created for an American citizen the same day the undocumented immigrant is deported? It's not like their employer has to sit on their hands for 5 years to finally turn around and say, we're going to find somebody to replace this undocumented immigrant. No. So there must be an issue with your economic theory. There must be an issue with the suggestion that mass deportation leads to more jobs for Americans.
I'm going to use one of the Democrat talking points right now. You guys always say, oh, Americans don't want to do these jobs. The reason why Americans didn't want to do these jobs, Dean, is because we were exploiting illegal immigrants for extremely low wages. Yes, no American citizen wants to do these jobs for that low of a cost. We've had these illegal immigrants in our country for over 20 years, some of them, a lot of them. They never even made steps in any progress on becoming a citizen. Now, listen, so because of that,
not according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics,
need to have a huge balance brought back into the job market when it comes in these low IQ blue collar trades, because nobody wants to go hop up on a roof for $17 an hour when they can get a job right now up at Walmart for $17. The average pay that people make at Walmart is $19.25. So I really don't understand where this is coming in. The problem is that we let these illegal immigrants in our country in the first place.
So you're saying here that we need to increase the pay for like those entry jobs.
So say that again?
So you're arguing here that we need to increase the pay for those entry jobs.
Yes, absolutely. And I know that's going to rise the housing market. But if you look at any other country, at least first world country, especially Canada, their housing market is almost double what we have.
The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reports that undocumented immigrants increase the pay of entry jobs by 1% to 2% annually.
That's not enough. That's not enough when you're competing with illegal immigrants.
Wait. But you deport them, then the pay for those entry jobs goes down.
You're okay with these people being exploited? No.
Respond to the point. You do a mass deportation. What happens to the wages for those entry-level jobs?
They will go up. And like I said, this is going to take time.
These two things can't be true at the same time. That's a lie. So it can't be simultaneously true that when there are undocumented immigrants entering into the workforce, that then the pay for entry-level jobs goes up by 2% annually. But then when they leave the workforce, it goes up by more than 2% annually. No, it'd go down because it's losing that positive impact of sending the wages up. By the way, I'll cite my study. Once again, this was conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research, and it's called Immigrants' Effects on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux. So I'd highly recommend that you and anybody else, you go and check it out. But ultimately, yes, the study says that undocumented immigrants in the workforce increase wages. Okay. And when you deport them, wages then go down because then you lose that increasing pressure. So you're wrong.
Do you support all the stats made by that group?
I support the studies demonstrated by this group that reliably prove conclusions.
No, all of the studies made from that group. Or just this one?
I'm saying that I would support any study made by any group that can prove it with use of sound methodology. And I believe that in the 64-page report, they certainly did. I'd highly recommend going and checking it out.
Let's get back to it. So my argument is simply that we should have never had these illegal immigrants bringing down the wages here in the United States in the first place.
But the study I just gave you proves that they bring up the wages.
Dude, you will not let me finish.
But your response hinged on a false claim in which I just gave you a source to refute.
I let you go time after time. I let you go on these crazy diabolical rants where I have to try to talk to you about 10 different talking points. We made this agreement when we first started this. We're going to go 1 point at a time. You just brought up 10. I tried to respond. You wouldn't even let me finish a sentence.
Yeah. I'll listen. I agree. I interrupted you. I'll let you speak. But you started your statement with a lie that I just gave a study to refute, that undocumented immigrants reduce wages.
My argument is that they should have never been brought into our country in the first place to bring down the wages. The reason why the Democrat Party is fighting so hard is not only I'm bringing up my original point because I cannot keep up with your 10 different points at once. So I understand that you have some crazy fucking shit going on. I think that everything that I read to you, you have going straight into a fucking AI, or everything that I fucking say to you, you have going straight into a fucking AI in the background. You're fucking just, there's no way, dude. You gonna let me fucking go, dude?
I'm not interrupting you. I'm just laughing.
Yeah, dude.
I'll unplug my mic.
You're a little fucking bastard, bro. Remember that time I fucking Venmo'd you and I called you a dirty commie bastard? This is why.
You were begging me to let you finish, and then I unplugged my mic. Then you start screaming about communism. Bro, just finish your point. Holy shit.
All right. The problem in the first place is that we allowed these illegal immigrants into our country in the first place. The Democratic Party wanted them not only to bring down the wages, to use them and exploit them for their wages, so that way they could run on this crazy, ridiculous ideology, use them to vote all across the country. Now you want to block the Save America Act because...
Oh my God. Well, I guess insult to run. Yeah, he just got banned by TikTok for saying that last thing he said about me. It got him banned for harassment and bullying. Listen, guys, the reason why I was laughing so hard at him and the reason why he was crashing out is because, like, we just got done talking about the study that proves undocumented immigrants have an upward pressure on wages. And then he, like, starts off his response by saying, well, they actually reduce wages. And then, like, I interrupted him and I brought up the study again. I, like, cited it to him a second time. And then he started again and he just repeated that. Honestly, TikTok, I'm mad at you. I'm really mad at TikTok for banning that guess. Because this was the next thing I was going to do. I was going to literally pull up the study on the screen. I was going to have him read the abstract out loud, specifically where it says that undocumented immigrants have had a positive impact on wages between 1.7 and 2.6% on wages. Like, oh my goodness. I was really hoping that he was going to read that. But, you know, he got banned, so that's unfortunate. I guess we're going to move on to the next guest. That's kind of how this debate goes. I just want to clarify that, you know, for everybody who's watching the stream for the first time, that's how these debates tend to go. The guest makes some bullshit point that I have studies to prove wrong, and then they just like crash out and leave. Or get banned for like bullying because TikTok is pretty strict about what you can and can't say. We'll be talking to him again. He comes in here all the time. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Tyler going once. Tyler going twice. Tyler, sold to the next guest. Guys, I'm going to clarify here real quick just because we have a significantly higher level of people in here than we did before that last convo started. We're specifically and only looking to debate Trump supporters. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would do your very best to follow the rules of the live stream and only join inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Thank you so much for minding the rules. I would also like to call out here that when the rules are on the screen, like right now, I authorize my moderators to skim through the accounts of every single person inside of the queue. And if you're not a Trump supporter, I authorize them to ban you, even if you never get up on the live. And same thing to all the people that join the live. If you join the live and you're not MAGA, you will also get banned. I hate to do that, guys, but it's just unfortunately what we have to do to prevent like swarms of trolls and whatnot. And I'm already looking at people inside of the queue that I know are like MAGA, like Brooke, for instance. You are a troll. I mean, you're Fish Girl. Brooke, if you don't leave the queue, you're gonna get that account banned, and then you'll have to come back on another account again to try to troll. You know, there's a bunch of people like that inside of the queue, so let's try to follow the rules to the best of one's ability, please and thank you. All right, folks. All right. Hey, let's go to get that next guest connected. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, so I like the Conservative Party because it represents conservation. And I would say maybe not necessarily everything that Trump has done, but a lot of it really, I feel like, takes things back into our local control. Because I think you can do quality control and auditing a lot better, and you can do accountability a lot better when your suppliers are local. And yeah, I really think aside from like religious aspects, conservative really should.
Okay. Claim is what? Trump pushing more manufacturing to America?
Yeah, well, really, I think the whole world should have a lot more local manufacturing, because the more local your suppliers are, the more you can hold them accountable for environmental and social standards.
Listen, so the claim is that Trump is pushing more manufacturers back to America, right?
Well, that's what he ran on, right?
Okay. Do you think that's what he's doing?
I mean, tariffs are supposed to be like a last resort thing, not the first steps. So maybe there were some mistakes he made, but I think that was the idea. That's
But
what
is
he
it?
wanted to do.
But is that
And
what he's doing? Yes or no? Because we don't care what Trump wants to do. We care what he's actually doing, right? Like if I want to reduce crime, but I'm like a really stupid guy, and then somehow my policy increases crime, you're not going to support me because I'm reducing crime. No, you're not going to support me because I
right.
said I wanted to reduce crime, but I ended up increasing it. So, is that what Trump's
Yeah,
doing? Is Donald
absolutely.
Trump sending more manufacturing to America?
This does take a long process. I don't know for sure if that's what's actually happening, but I do know that that kind of transition can take like a decade to actually be established. Like,
Because it could take
depending on the industry.
like eight years to build plants in America.
Right. I mean, and there's advanced ways
So,
to do it, and I definitely recognize
so
that
are there
intention does
are there
not
more
equal
companies breaking
impact.
ground on American soil to start building plants?
Well, they should be. I mean,
Okay, but are they?
this is the time to do it.
Yeah, but are
If
they?
you got to actually make that choice, like the president can't be the only one,
Hey,
enabling that. We
hey,
have to
please
actually
answer my
have the
question.
local companies.
Please answer my
What-
question. Are there more companies starting to break ground on American soil to build plants here? Yes or no?
As opposed to like before Trump came into office. I don't actually know that to answer that question, honestly.
Can you agree
I
that
would
that's
hope
what would be
so.
required to achieve like this
Yeah,
5 to 10 year
absolutely.
long term goal of more manufacturing in America? The only way we could do that is if now a year and a half into Donald Trump's tariff policy that companies were maybe just now starting to break ground on American soil.
Yeah, and to be fair, tariffs are not enough, and it really isn't the first best move to make.
Okay, so you said yes,
But
that would be required. So if that's not happening, then Trump's agenda of getting more manufacturing back to America isn't working. Okay, and it's not happening. Okay, we can prove that
we need
because
some help. I'll say
we've
that.
had less and less investment into American manufacturing to like start producing and building facilities. Every single financial quarter so far under Trump, every single quarter, it's gone down, 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 and it's that investment in which is required to start breaking ground on American soil. So your argument telling me that you support Trump because he's sending more manufacturing back to America is false. It's not true. It's not happening. The opposite is happening.
Right. I think there's some comorbidity issues going on too, like the whole COVID, the pandemic thing, and just like AI. There's a lot of things that kind of trouble the progress and the goals and stuff. Like there's a lot of concern about AI stuff, and so I think there's some other factors that might be influencing or negatively affecting the goal and the intention here. But absolutely, intention does not equate to impact. So I'll give you that.
Okay. So you can see the argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think the main point, I would still want to support the conservative party as
No, no,
opposed to
no,
the
no,
liberal
no.
party.
Trump. So you
It's
support
that,
Trump.
well, yeah, he's got balls. He's really like, I mean, that's one of the things I think a lot of people like about him too. He's like, he's really he's really going to take leadership, and he's not going to be super suggestible. If he knows what needs to be done, he can do the math. He's a businessman. He doesn't even need the salary. Like that part of him where he's not very suggestible, like, and he's changed his mind, so he's collaborative, right?
Wait.
He's
Wait, this,
notes.
this is the issue with it with his whole tariff thing. Okay, you just agreed that the tariffs aren't doing what he wanted them to do. The American people agree that the tariffs aren't doing what he wanted them to do. Congress can agree because even the Republican majority has rejected some of his tariffs on some countries. Can agree that his tariffs aren't doing what he wants them to do. But then he's still here imposing those tariffs, destroying our economy, bankrupting our manufacturers, and causing there to be less ground broken via less investment. So it's this quote unquote got balls
Yeah,
approach that is
it,
actually tanking our markets and sending our
it,
manufacturers overseas. So this is something
there's
bad about
definitely
Trump.
some.
This is bad that Donald Trump is overly confident in his plan, regardless of what the data says, regardless of what the economists say, regardless of what his party says, regardless of what America says. Okay, this is a really bad thing for us. So that's not a good thing insofar as why you should support Trump. It's a bad thing insofar as why you shouldn't support Trump.
To be fair, it definitely is not a one-man show. Like, as much as he wants it to be sometimes, like, it definitely takes a whole community to make some kind of shift like that happen across a global economy. Like, this is a community project, not something one guy can do.
I'm sorry, these words don't matter. None of these words matter. Because I asked you why you support Trump. You said more manufacturing in America. We went through the data. You conceded that argument. Then you came up with a secondary reason. He has balls, quote unquote. And we went through how that's also a bad reason, okay, to support Trump. Because that's actually been the driving factor of why he's so bad for the economy today. Okay, so do you concede that argument too? Because this lack of suggestibility because of his overconfidence in his own plan, okay, is something that's hurt us.
Well, let's just say if you're too suggestible, that could be a bad thing. But also, like, dictatorship is not a good thing because there's, like, okay, would you rather a dictator or a genie? You know what I mean?
I would
Like,
rather
the genie
prefer you to
thing-
answer my question because I never asked you. Well, I never said, okay, it's a good thing to be overly suggestible. No, I said it's a bad thing to be overly confident. Okay, and your argument was that you support Trump because he's overly confident. I described to you why that's a bad argument and how his overconfidence has hurt us. So is that an argument that you concede?
I see what you're saying, but that's not why I don't support him because he's overly confident. I support him because he is at least enough confident to where some other things could come into place and help that actually.
So to clarify,
make
you
progress.
don't think that Trump is overly confident?
For some things, he is, and that's the things I don't support him on.
Okay, so
For
what are
sure.
the
But,
things that he's not overly confident about? Where he's at like that perfect medium of just confident enough. What are those things?
taking feedback, I think,
On what? Sorry, that's a general thing. Specifically taking feedback on what? Because you just agreed that in some senses he really is overly confident. So in those senses, he's not willing to take feedback. So specifically about what is he willing to take feedback on?
I mean, he was going to start a war in the Middle East, right? He's going to blow them to smithereens or whatever. And then he got talked out of that. I mean, that was obviously going to be a dumb idea.
Who talked him out of that?
Well, I would imagine his administration, his comrades.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that that's actually what happened? Or is it possible that he threatened to blow them to smithereens, knowing he wouldn't because he'd get kicked out of office if he did? And he was just like really hoping that threat would get Iran to do what he wanted them to do, but it didn't, so then he backed down. Okay, well, like that's an explanation of why he went from saying we're going to genocide the country to now we're going to work on an agreement with the country that would not include him taking feedback from others. So can you prove that specifically feedback from his administration is what like led to him backing down?
I would hope that he's getting a lot of feedback and then he's collaborative, at least.
Yeah, but hoping something's true isn't proving something's true. So can you prove it? Could you give evidence for it?
Really dug into it that much.
Okay, so you can't provide evidence for it. So our argument is you support Trump because in some senses he's willing to take feedback on certain things like the war in Iran. And then when I ask you to prove that he's willing to take feedback on certain things like the war in Iran, you can't do it. So you support Trump because of something you can't prove.
Yeah, when you word it like that, I think the bigger reason I support Trump is not because it's Trump, but because it's the conservative party, and that conservation really should always come before liberties and freedoms. That's just, you can't have liberties or freedoms without conservation first. It doesn't
Conservation
work.
of?
Resources.
What resources?
Biological, social, financial, all of it.
Okay, well, like name one specific resource that Trump is conserving, quote unquote.
Well, this would be like local control over the markets.
Local control. Could you give me an example? Because that just kind of sounds like a word salad to me. So I'm going to ask you to like give a specific example of what you mean when you say, quote unquote, Donald Trump is conserving local control of the markets. Because, you know, to me and the average American, that just sounds like nonsense. Complete gibberish.
Well, it's less about Trump and more about the party. The conservative party is supposed to represent conservation.
No. It's certainly about Trump because that's the administration you support. So what I'm asking you is how is the Trump administration representing this conservative value? Because if they're not representing this conservative value, okay, well then you have no reason to support the admin, but yet you're up here supporting the admin. Okay, so give me an example of the Trump administration conserving this conservative value of quote unquote local control over the market. All right, just give an example. I just kind of feel like you're just saying buzzwords, dude. If you want me to be frank.
Okay, so there's a lot of like freebies and like empathy handed out to people who are not contributing back to the system.
Empathy.
So
Buzzword. What specifically? What action is the Trump administration engaging in to conserve local control of the market? Whatever the hell that means. Specific material example, please.
I don't have a good example.
So if
I
you
gotta be
can't
honest.
give an example of them doing it, then you don't know they're doing it. Because knowing that the Trump administration is doing this thing would necessitate that you know at least one example of the Trump administration doing this thing.
He's definitely got room for improvement, and I don't know if he's the best person to represent conservation. However, I do appreciate that he's had a strict like zero tolerance on a lot of these like freebies, because I don't think it's appropriate.
Your tolerance on freebies. So what? Could you go freebies?
Yeah, like let's say public welfare, for example. Like if you just give people public welfare and all this,
you're already wrong.
Have zero expectation for them to contribute back to the system.
So this isn't going to be an example. This is not going to be a good example, because you're saying here that Trump has zero tolerance for public welfare. Okay, well it's not true. He certainly has less tolerance than others, but not zero. Okay, he's not out here saying that we need to stop publicly funding the roads, publicly funding the police departments, publicly funding the hospitals, in some senses through Medicaid and Medicare. Like I want you to give me a specific example. What is like one material thing that Donald Trump is doing to welfare that you support? Can you give a specific example?
Just like funding that is
what
like
specific funding?
Plausible funding that's not accountable.
Once again, buzzword. Just name like what is one material action that Trump is engaging in that like represents this value of like zero tolerance for public welfare? Just like one specific action, please.
I guess I worded it wrong. I don't mean zero tolerance for public welfare. I mean zero tolerance for unaccountable just resource spending.
Okay. Well, that's not true, because he spent more than any other president in history. He personally accounts for 27% of this nation's debt, more than any other president in history. So that's not true.
Well, yeah, he's a president though. He's not like some random.
Yeah, we're talking about every other president. We're talking about every other president. Out of every president that's been, he's spent the most.
That's kind of that's what needs to happen for a revolution.
But you just said that he has zero tolerance for like all like abundant spending. Okay, well he's the most abundant spender ever.
Wasteful spending.
Okay, so you think that the places that he's spending money, it's not wasteful at all. Okay, so give me a material example of the Trump administration having zero tolerance for wasteful spending. Like what have they done to combat wasteful spending? You can't say Doge, because that costs more to run than they cut. Okay, you can't say his policy, because it's the most expensive policy ever. So what can you say? Like, give me an example of Trump being like zero tolerance for wasteful spending.
Maybe I'm just hooked on this whole idea that the Conservation Party is representing conservation, and that you really need that before any freedoms or liberties.
It seems like the Conservation Party is not representing conservation, because the Conservative Party is representing whom? Trump. Okay, that's their champion. That's their president. And you couldn't give me a specific example of like Trump doing any of these things. Like, all that you've like brought to the table are words, like legitimately just words.
All right, you could say that.
You're right.
But honestly, I do think it's a group effort. That's I think the biggest takeaway here is there's too much burden on individuals. Like I would prefer Elon Musk being president.
All right, man. I'm gonna move on to that. I'm gonna move on because you just have words, man. I'm just gonna move on to the next guest. When we tried to go into like the specifics of like literally any point that guy made, all of a sudden he was empty-handed. He was just shielding, an emptiness with rhetoric. Jamie, welcome into You Support Trump.
I'm sorry, I'm finished shooting. I gotta go.
I don't know what the hell that guy was saying. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do your very best to follow the rules of the live. By the way, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, ask a question, get a message across. You can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place, and the at's right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. If you use the at compared to the link in the bio, just make sure to quadruple check your spelling, because there's about 1 billion scamming accounts out there. We got the next guest, Baldy, connecting to the live stream. Once we get Baldy up in here, I'm going to take a moment and thank a handful of you guys for your very kind contributions to what we've been doing. Baldy, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Baldy, we got you connected to the live stream. Baldy.
Yo.
Yo, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right,
Do
Baldy.
you?
What's that?
Do you?
No, I have a brain. I'm going to take a moment here and just thank a couple people before I pass you that mic. Let's start over on Super Chat. Miss Icon, appreciate you for the $2 on Super Chat. Appreciate you. Ashlyn, thank you for the $5 who says, thanks for being so diabolical. Appreciate you. Caesar with the $2. Thank you so much for the love. Calling Trump evil, dead ass. And then Logger, appreciate you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much, Logger. Let's get 100 Logger W's. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Dale, for the $15, who says spending a few days in San Diego for vacay, but still making sure I catch your lives. Keep cooking these losers. Listen, man, have fun in Cali. Enjoy San Diego. Appreciate you for tuning in, and thank you for the $15 donation. You are awesome, Dale. Let's get 150 Dale W's. Kat, thank you for the $5. Mary, thank you for the $6. I appreciate you. Thank you. We're all good. We're doing all right, Mary. We're not near in a drought. Thank you so much for your consideration, though. Ashley, thank you for the $1. And then Felicia, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. And same thing to you, Samantha. Y'all both sent in $20 donos. Thank you both so very much. Genuinely, thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 200 Samantha W's and 200 Felicia W's. Felicia with the $20 says, take my money, Dean. Damn it, I will, because I'm grifting hard as hell today. And then Samantha with the $20 as on a private message that they're asking me not to share. Okay, so I will keep that to myself. Thank you so much for that message, and you should shoot me some more details about the project over on PayPal. Thank you, SJ, for the $10. Happy early birthday, SJ. Please make sure to swing by the stream tomorrow if you can, so I can wish you happy birthday on the day of, even if it's just for like 5 seconds. I'd love to, SJ. Thank you for the $10, 100 SJWs. Let's also get 100 Melissa W's for the $10. She says, my grandmom and I love watching you. Please say hi to her. Her name is Sunny. Sunny, hi. I hope that you have a great day with your daughter. Shout out to you and Melissa. Terry, thank you so much for the $10. He says, where do I go to register to vote? Terry, that's a good question for Google. Go on Google, type in where do I register to vote in, insert city and state here, and it will tell you exactly where to get it done. Super important, Terry. Thank you for that question. I hope that's a sufficient answer. And then over on Super Chat, Lord T, thank you for the $5. Once again, if you want to support me, to support the live stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and the at's right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure to quadruple check your spelling because of all the fake scamming accounts out there. We are all caught up, folks. Mr. Baldy. Brainless Baldy. That's a good one. Listen, if you start antagonizing me, if you turn out to be a dick, I'm going to call you Brainless Baldy, so you better watch out.
Don't be threatening me, Deanie boy.
I'm just telling you. That's going to be that. Listen, man, if you're able to keep it cool, I mean, that fun little nickname there is never going to see the light of day. I'm just telling you, man, I thought of a banger with Brainless Baldy, so... you better watch yourself.
Just because you got to throw two B's together don't make it super hot. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's pretty good. Brainless Baldy, I think that's hot as hell. Well, I mean, like, you're not hot. Brainless Baldy's ugly as fuck. That's something else that I'd say. Once you start getting an antagonist. Okay, I'm taking it way too far. You haven't even started your argument. I'm being a bully. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, there's a lot of things reason why I support Trump. A lot of the things that he campaigned on during, he's working on. Put America first, a lot of America first policies. The deportation, he's going through with that. Obviously, if that wasn't true, people wouldn't be bitching about ICE in their communities deporting illegal aliens in there. So we've got that one. He's reversed a lot of the Biden and Obama policies, a lot of the stuff that was put in place in there. He's working on restructuring the Obamacare. Hopefully that gets fixed soon. What else? There's just a lot of winning happening, I heard you talking about the tariffs earlier. Now the tariffs, you were saying, there's not he's not bringing manufacturing back to America, but obviously that's not going to be an immediate thing because you got to put the tariffs in place, put the incentives in place to bring companies back to America, open up markets in other countries, which he has accomplished. Move trade around from one country to another that's going to give us better deals. I mean, he's done a whole lot in a very short time it's just going to, your country's going to reap the rewards of everything that he's done, I think, starting next year. You can't, just because he said he was going to, you guys hyperfixate on, it's not happening, but there is an awful lot happening. During the limiting the amount of oil getting shipped out of the strait going to China and Russia from Iran, he's limiting that. So they're going to the Gulf, which they're pumping from the Gulf. Now we ramped up production on our end, so now we're benefiting monetarily from that. And also we're choking off Russia from gaining oil from the area. So there's multiple things happening because now that Venezuela is out of the picture, Cuba is now hurting. So every dictatorship on the planet is hurting because of all the policies and everything that Trump has done to stop the evil of all the countries in the world that are just. You got Cuba, you've got Venezuela, which Cuba's kind of already been hurting. But you got Venezuela, which has been pumping oil, sending it to Cuba, allowing China to buy. In the same thing with Iran, they're allowing China to buy oil with the Chinese currency to undercut America, not use the petrodollar. So, I mean, there's a lot going on, but I'll stop because I've already been talking a lot. So you go ahead.
No, I was letting you dig your grave for as long as you wanted to. That's fine.
But I mean, you can't say it's not happening because I just told you everything that is happening.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, all true, right? I'm going to ask you for clarification on a handful of those points. So your third point was to say that he reversed Biden and Obama policies. Yeah, what specific Biden and Obama policies did he reverse that you're a fan of?
A lot of the DEI crap that was put out there, a lot of that's been chopped off, cut up and thrown away because that's
okay, next.
all.
Just next. Next policy.
And cutting off a lot of the the trans surgeries in the military. I don't know if that's really, we can call that a policy, but
yeah,
that shouldn't be happening.
That's not a policy. He's also not cutting off trans surgeries in the military. He's just not letting trans people join the military, which is a new Trump thing, not reversing Biden and Obama policies.
So
what specific Biden and Obama policies is he reversing, please? Just stay on track here and answer the question.
Specifically to get
a topic that has nothing to do with the question that I asked you. Okay, listen. So what other Biden and Obama policies is Trump reversing?
The Iran one.
Iran?
By Iran. Iran.
Iran's a country, not a Biden or Obama policy. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, Obama would like to throw money at Iran, I mean,
he's talking about the JCPOA?
That was part of it, but the JCPOA was
what was like the policy outside of the JCPOA that he's reversing?
JCPOA was corrupt because they weren't allowing the inspectors to go in to actually inspect.
Oh, okay. I'm not asking you about the JCPOA. I'm just asking you to clarify which policies of the Biden Harris or Obama administration is he reversing that you're a fan of? Okay, so we got DI and JCPOA. What's next? Or is that all?
Sure, go ahead.
Is that all? Is that all? Like those are the only two policies that you reverse that you're a fan of?
Yeah, that's what I'm a fan of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna start off with point number one. What DEI policies?
The DEI policies, the DEI allowing people to fast track through the thing, just DEI on its head. It's just
sorry, but that's not a policy. Like, what specific DEI policies? I mean, that'd be like a bill through Congress, an executive order. Which ones?
DEI as a whole.
Allowing DEI is saying DEI, dude. Listen, that's a slogan, not a policy. So what policies?
You don't know what diversity, equity, and inclusion is?
I don't know what policies you're referencing. You said that he's reversing the Obama and Biden policies. Which policies?
I call them policies. So
okay, yeah, which ones?
You refute what I'm saying. I don't
I need clarifications on which policies first. Which policies? A policy, once again, is a bill passed through Congress or an EO signed into effect. So are you saying that, like, he repealed particular, like, Biden EOs? He repealed, like, particular policy that was influenced to get passed through Congress? Obama EOs? A policy that Obama influenced to get passed through Congress? Like, what specific policies?
Ones that allow people to fast track through the system because of their skin color.
Perfect. Which policies? Yeah, which policies did that?
You tell me which policies.
Well, you're the one making the argument that they exist in the first place. So no, you tell me.
You're going to tell me they don't exist?
I'm going to tell you that we don't have any evidence that we exist because you can't fucking name them.
You're going to tell me DEI is not a thing.
I'm going to tell you that you can't name the policy. So of course it sounds like it certainly isn't a thing.
Okay, so according to you, DEI doesn't exist. All right, so that's fine.
According to the evidence that you've been able to suggest to me on live stream, it doesn't exist. Because I'm asking you to, like, name which policies did this thing, and you're like, well, I can't.
You're going to tell me that DEI has not been a thing.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that fast tracking like people to jobs because of their race doesn't seem like it has been a thing because it doesn't seem like any policies have made it a thing. Like, I'm just asking you to clarify which policies made it a thing.
The policies that have allowed people to fast track through the system because of their
which
skin
would be
color.
which would be what policies?
DEI.
DI is not a policy. DI is a fucking acronym. Diversity acronym. An acronym is not a policy. I'm gonna repeat this for the fourth time. A policy. No. Stop it. I'm gonna repeat this. I'm gonna repeat this for a fourth time. A policy would be a bill passed through Congress or an executive effect signed into order. Okay, not an acronym.
So you're telling me because DEI did not go through Congress that it's not legal, it's not constitutional?
I'm telling you that in order for something to be legal or constitutional or influenced by law, there has to be a law to cause it to be the case. So, especially if you're telling me, right, that you're specifically referencing Biden and Obama policies, because remember, this is all consequential of the point that this was the Biden policy, this was the Obama policy, and I just want to know what policy it was.
Okay, so by your logic, you're telling me that DEI, because it didn't pass through Congress, that it's unconstitutional, which means Biden and Obama just threw unconstitutional things out into our military, into our legal systems, and into everything.
Then show me that. Where do they do that? Because the way that, like, for instance, no, they do it through like an executive order. So, like, say that like the Biden-Harris administration wanted to influence something in like the DoD. Okay, well, what would they do? They sign an executive order into order saying that, well, like, the law in the books allows this to be the case. We're now going to force you guys to do this thing where we just like fast track black and brown people because of the color of their skin. Okay. So, like, what executive order was that? What memorandum was that? Okay, what action was that? What promise was that? Okay, what statement was that? What directive was that? I'm just looking for like any tangible, material, like policy here that like Donald Trump was reversing, because you said it was policy that he's reversing. So show me that policy.
I don't have a policy number or a policy.
Then how do you know that they were doing this?
You're telling me they weren't? So
you keep on trying to wait. Stop. You keep on telling me. Okay, every time, anytime I ask you for any evidence that this was something they're doing, you just turn the question. Well, stop. Anytime I ask you for evidence that this was something that they're doing, you just turn the question around on me. Are you going to tell me it's something that they weren't doing? Listen, no, we're investigating you. We're investigating your view. We're not investigating me. No. Stop talking. Stop fucking talking. I'm going to have you shut the fuck up. You're about to go on mute. Okay, now you're on mute. Perfect. So when I ask you the question, just to provide evidence that this occurred, okay, you turn it around on me. You say, are you going to say it wasn't? Listen, we're not investigating me. We're not inquiring about what my beliefs are. We're not going into the nuance of my positions, okay? Because keep in mind, we're still on that stage of like fleshing out your position. So I know what I'm supposed to be rebuttaling here. So when I'm asking you the question, what is the evidence that they are doing this? I'm just literally asking you for the motivating reasons why you believe this is true. Okay? You made a claim that it's true. The Obama and Biden administration were like getting people to get hired because of the color of their skin. So what's the evidence that this is something they were doing? What like internal motivating reasons do you have inside of your brain, okay, to prove that this was something that they were causing to be the case? Answer the question.
All right. Executive Order 14035 13583 and the EEOC. Let's see if Data Ray just helped me out here.
Okay, so you said EO number 14035?
Yeah.
Okay, what's EO number 14035?
I don't know. I'm going off of hopefully
Jesus
a
fucking Christ. Jesus
Look
Christ.
it up and you tell me if I'm wrong.
What a lunatic. Listen,
don't be scared.
Baldy, you could come back after the restart. We got to hit a restart on the stream because I just got a massive fucking hit on the stream for apparently directing people off platform. I fucking get that restriction all the time. It's because I thank people who donate to me on Venmo and PayPal. If you're curious about why TikTok does that, everybody, it's because they want you to donate to me through like their in-app gifts that they take 66% of. But when you like support me on Venmo or PayPal or Super Chat, well, I mean, YouTube takes 66%. Okay, I get 100% of it. So when I'm like, hey, if you want to support me, you can find a link in the bio. Well, in TikTok, they hate me for that. So unfortunately, we got to restart the stream to get around that restriction. Baldy, you are welcome to come back as soon as we hit that restart. I'd love to have you back, man, to continue our dialogue. We just unfortunately have to hit this restart. C Parker and the Q Parker I'll also bring up right back up when we come right back. Now, folks, if you're on YouTube, this will not affect you. If you're watching on TikTok, this will affect you. So you should really come back, you guys, because we're going to be doing these debates for another 3 hours. It's going to be super cool. It's going to be super fun. You're going to learn a lot. Okay. It's going to be super cool. Please come back. Usually when we do a restart, only around 50% of the people come back. I want to try to get up to like 80 to 100. So let me tell you how to come back. Okay. So right now, hit that follow button, top left-hand corner. It'll look like a little red X right there, red cross. Okay. And it will then show my new live that will be restarted in less than 10 seconds. They're super quick on your following page on your TikTok app. Now, to come back even faster, once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended. It'll show you my PFP. Click on my profile picture. You'll be on my account page. Count to 10, refresh, click into the new live. If after, when you count to 10 and refresh, it doesn't show that I'm live again, because there's not that like red orb around the PFP, wait another 5 seconds, refresh again, then you'll be able to click right back into it. Okay? I will see you all less than 10 seconds. Super duper easy. BRB. Holy fuck. I hate TikTok. It is so annoying. So fucking annoying. So annoying. Oh my days. Oh my days. Super fucking annoying. Oh my days. All right, folks. Well, we're already back up in action, so that's sweet. Welcome back in, everybody. Yo! Make sure that we start off this restart by double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live with a couple of friends. Seriously, for everybody who's tuning back in, make sure you are sharing the live. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Make sure that you are sharing the live, guys. Spam that comment section. Spam those likes. Let's try to get up 2 million likes here. Welcome in Justice. Welcome in Kat. Welcome in everybody. Welcome in X-Ray. How we doing, Leah? What's going on, Charlie and Grace? Welcome in Orion. Welcome in Saul, Phineas, Memory. Welcome in Joe, Liliana, Gaming, Lib. Welcome in Charlie, Witch, Cody. Welcome in everybody. Welcome in everybody. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. We're going to get Parker up in that live stream. We're waiting on Baldy to come back. I don't think he is. I think that dude was getting fucking grilled to hell and back, and I don't think that we're going to see him again. Parker, welcome in. What do you think, man? Do you think that we're going to see Baldy again?
Nope, he's gone. He's running away like we've never seen them run away before, actually.
Yeah, like, you know, like, look, I wanted him to come back so we could finish that dialogue, but, like, if I was him, admittedly, I probably wouldn't come back. Because he was getting fucking grilled. He was getting charred. He was in a hot seat for sure. Unfortunately, he's probably gone now. Christopher, are you a troll or are you actually a 42-year-old man with an argument insofar as why you're MAGA?
No, Dean. I am not a troll. I am here with an argument for you.
Okay, and you're a Trump supporter?
I am, indeed.
All right, man. Give me one moment to thank a couple people. We got to be vague and elusive with our terms here so we don't get another restriction on the VENMO. Thank you so much, Sadie, for the $50. We got to say buck. Donation. Thank you so much for that love and support, Sadie. Sadie, that is a huge donation. I'm so very grateful. $50 goes a very long way in the small town that I live in. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you for showing some massive love to me and what we do here. Please, guys, let's get 500 Sadie W's down below in that comment section who says just a little something to tell you how much I appreciate your intelligence and hard works. Thank you so much, Sadie. You're awesome. Genuinely, thank you so much for that love and support. Same thing to you, Matthew. Thank you for the $20 as well, who says no TikTok tariff on this. So true, Matthew. Good to see you today, my friend. Thank you for the $20. And Kamal, thank you so much for the $36 dono. Thank you, Kamal. Let's get 360 Kamal W's. That is KOMAL. Kamal with the $36 says, turn 36 today. Watching your stream says it's giving me a sense of hope again for the future. Happy birthday, Kamal. Seriously. Happy fucking birthday, dude. That is so exciting. I hope you have a great day. I hope that you live it up, quite frankly. And thank you so much for thinking of me. I appreciate you for that $36 dono. Genuinely, it helps me and supports our live stream so very much. Same thing to you, Anna. Thank you for the $15. Who says, do you think that RFK actually plans on banning antidepressants? I don't know. I don't think that'll happen, but I appreciate you for the $15. And then Olivia, I appreciate you for the $5 who says you were roasting these Republicans. Thank you. You are awesome. Over on PayPal, thank you, Amanda, for the $10 who says, do you ever write your own music? I sure do. Thank you so much for that love and support, Amanda. Terry, thank you for the $10. Wait, I already did thank you earlier, and I did respond to that earlier. Then over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Gravid. I'm going to call you G for the $50. Thank you so much, Gravid. Let's get 500 GWs in that comment section. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kindness. You are awesome. Thank you. Gravid with the 50 says, imagine learning about propaganda in middle school and voting for a propagandist tangerine. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. If Joseph Goebbels came up to them and shook their hand, they'd say, wow, you're a really convincing good guy, right? They fall for the propaganda. Thank you for the $50, Grava, genuinely. That is so very kind of you. Same thing to Omega Star. Thank you so much for the $20, who says, like, we're doing so much better with the unqualified white people in charge. Oh my God, everything is worse off, Omega. Thank you so much for the $20. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you. As well as thank you, Sin Muse, for the $5. Who says, hope your day's been good. Thank you so much, Sin. It's been all right. It's been all good. And then one last one over on the VENMO. Thank you so much for the $10, quite frankly, who says, the last guy's DEI, desperately explaining inaccuracies, quite frankly. And then Brandon, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you, Brandon. You are awesome. All right, Christopher and Baldy. Baldy, you kind of came in right behind Christopher, so we're going to give Christopher the mic, but you could kind of be his backup. Backup Baldy, double B. Take it away, Christopher. Why do you support Trump?
All right, Baldy, get my back. Dean, I've got two arguments I'd like to give you. First one being,
thank you.
Donald Trump telegraphs the move he's going to make. 6 months ago, he told me America was going to invest into microchip production. I put my money into the big microchip producers, NVIDIA and TSM and all of them. They took my $10,000 investment, and as of a week ago, I'm at six figures in my retirement account. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that.
So the value
Trump
of the
let
NVIDIA
me know
stock
it was
is
going to happen, and that was U.S. investment.
6 months.
It is
Sorry,
not, it's
10x.
not 10x. Yeah, that's diabolical to say that NVIDIA stock is 10x.
Well, with playing options, it has 10x.
Okay, second thing that I'd like to call out here.
Options are $10,000, and you think the average American should be doing that?
Well, is the question about this why the average American should support Trump, or is it why do I support Trump?
So do you only support Trump based upon you personally being positively impacted?
Yeah, correct. It's selfish, and I won't deny that. I'm not trying to get a moral victory here.
Wait, so you don't care about the impact on other Americans, just simply on yourself?
Well, the other Americans had the option to put their money in and also do the same.
None of them don't have the money in the first place.
You know what? If everybody did it, we would have all made even more.
Listen, not if they don't have the money in the first place. The average American lives paycheck to paycheck. Only around 8% of Americans
I live paycheck
are
to
heavily
paycheck.
invested.
I work at a fast food restaurant.
But you told me that you invested $10,000.
Yeah, I did.
You just have $10,000 to throw around in options, dude? What the fuck? You just throw your entire savings into fucking
I'm
options?
40-something years old. I've been saving for a while. I had $10,000 at 40. Dean, I bet you have a lot more than 10,000. You're only 21.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Dude, that's what I'm saying. You threw your entire fucking savings into an options that Donald Trump told you to invest in.
I didn't throw it all into options. I'm not an idiot. I invested wisely. I invested safely, and I listened to what Donald Trump said America was going to spend its money on.
Okay.
Why are y'all busting this man's balls on how he invests his money? That's crazy.
Okay, listen, Christopher. The first thing that'll say is
hey, thank you, other guy.
Is the Trump administration is not responsible for investment into microchip production. The Biden-Harris administration is responsible into investment into microchip production. They passed the Chips and Science Bill, which was a $220 billion 10-year investment into American chip producers, which as of today has created over 500,000 jobs and transpired $500 billion worth of private investment. Not to mention the other reason why we see companies like NVIDIA experiencing a little bit of a boom, and that was mostly last year. In the last 6 months, their stock has only gone up by around 15%, is because of AI. So yeah, making investments into making investments into NVIDIA in like the last year or two. Okay, definitely paid off. There's been a lot of benefits reaped off of that. That's not because of Trump. And Donald Trump definitely isn't the only person who's been signaling this. Everybody with a clue has been signaling this. So this is ultimately an irrelevant reason why you'd support him as president. Like him saying that NVIDIA was going to go up or whatever is like literally what you could have just read on
I wasn't talking about him and NVIDIA. He said specifically America was going to invest in Intel.
Okay, well, that's another point. So you now are saying you made money off Intel, not off of NVIDIA.
Oh,
now,
both, but
okay. Christopher,
by the way,
Trump, because the CHIPS Act, yes, CHIPS Act was a good thing. I've got no argument against that. I'm not going to say Biden was
listen,
bad
man,
for the CHIPS Act.
I appreciate you for coming up here.
Trump
I'm sorry, Christopher. I'm just not gonna do this.
Going to spend
Bro,
America's money.
None of this is like unique or interesting or cool or like interests me in the slightest. Okay, like I already said. Okay, Nvidia, Intel, all of these companies have been exploding over the course of the last couple of years, either because of Biden's Chips and Science Act or like the AI revolution. These companies have been creating a bubble in the market. They've been reaping massive returns. This isn't like some like divine revelation shared with the American people by Trump. Like anybody and everybody who knows a damn thing about the market has been saying this for like the last 2.5 years straight. Like legitimately, you could go on like the r/investing subreddits and you would have like seen them saying go invest in Nvidia, go invest in Intel, or like a year and a half ago. Like none of this is unique to Trump. None of this says that Trump is a good president. He not only is he not the guy that's saying it in the first place or like actually causing the investment, but he's just simply like parroting what the news says. The news has been saying this
starting a
about
war
investment for
in the Middle
forever.
East. I'm sorry, am I on mute?
No, you're not on mute. I was just simply explaining to you like none of this is interesting.
Starting the war in the Middle East increase the demand for chips?
I don't see how that happens.
What? I don't see how that's true. But Christopher, I was also going to say, like, you're making
because every single drone has a chip in it.
Do you think that we're fighting this war with drones?
Are we not?
I don't think that we see. Listen, hey, I don't think that we see
the way they're fighting it in Israel and Palestine.
Okay, listen. Hey, I don't think that we see like an abundance of drones in Iran. It's like really immoral to like support war to make money.
You're right. I'm not making an
Christopher,
argument
you meant to
of
say
morality.
Russia-Ukraine. Christopher, you meant to say Russia-Ukraine. You're talking about drones, right?
Correct, and I did
Yeah,
mean
you're
to
talking
say
about how
Russia-Ukraine, but I'd assume it also happening in the other.
Yeah, you're basically saying that you support Trump because he starts a war and that's good for business. Go ahead, Parker.
Well,
yeah, Christopher, the point that I wanted to add on top of what you're saying is that you were like giving out financial advice to the average person, saying they should have like put their money into like stock options in all of these companies, right? Because Trump was in office, and that's the reason why they should have supported Trump. And
I'm
I was
not
saying
suggesting anybody else do anything. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm saying what I did, and it has paid dividends for me.
But you were
I
trying to
paid
make a
3
claim.
years' salary in 6 months.
You're trying to make a claim that the average American should have supported Trump because of the fact
like
that they could have just done
makes in a
this.
day.
Wait, your point was that they could have just done this, therefore they should have supported Trump.
I'm not. No, I guess I don't understand your question. Repeat it.
I don't care to make the point anymore. It's okay.
My other argument.
My friend, I think that we're gonna
have to fight this one with
Christopher,
you to the
Christopher, my friend.
Deathbed because
my friend,
it looks like
I'm
y'all don't have any way to beat me on this one.
Yes,
so I'll
the
go
way
ahead and take the
no, Christopher, I'm gonna hop in here. I'm gonna speak, okay?
All right.
Yeah, it's a bad thing to support presidents to start war so you can make money. It is because it is immoral to profit off of war. Okay, because you're essentially like exchanging, right, like some innocent kid's life in Iran for like an extra $100 in your bank account. Like enjoy hell, bro.
No, fair enough. And I'll tell you, I'm not making an argument for a moral victory. I don't
morality
think there
necessarily
is
has
a
to be
moral
considered
victory
here.
on my side here.
Because ultimately, the purpose of like engaging in like
an
the
argument
American
for a personal reason why I can answer your question. Why do I personally support
you'd be
Donald
pro-slavery.
Trump?
No, listen. Then you'd be like, oh, Donald Trump is bringing slavery back. He's re-enslaving all black Americans, and he's going to give a free slave to every white American.
Yeah, but he's not doing that.
All right, but if he were to do that, you'd personally make money off of it. So would you support that?
Well, no, I can't afford a slave.
No, I said that he's going to give. He's going to get. He's going to give one.
I'm sorry, that was awful, and I hope I don't get everybody banned. No, that's a silly proposition. No, that's.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'm fucking dying over here. It's just cracking me up. I can't help it. Oh my god.
Yeah. I know that you find idiocracy and brutalistic bigotry fascinating.
You can get upset over it, but I know I'm not the only one laughing at that shit. That was freaking.
Oh my god, he's just stressing me out. You motherfuckers are so stupid, dude. It's just oh my god, sending me for a loop. Listen. All right, back to you, Mr. Let's see, Brainless Baldy. You gave us a bunch of reasons why you support Trump, restructuring Obamacare, reversing the Biden-Harris policy, mass deportation, America First. Okay. One of the points that you made was that Trump is good for the economy. So what's one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
You lost me at brainless balding. I think you meant to say beautiful balding. What'd you say?
Turn that camera on. Let's see.
You want me to turn on my camera?
Yeah, let's see if you're beautiful balding. Why not? Why not? Like, might as well, right?
I sent him the invite.
I'm like, okay. Well, I mean, you just kind of look like the average, like, bald white dad. Okay, yeah, I won't call you like ugly baldy. Won't call you a beautiful baldy. You just kind of look like the average bald white dad. I feel like I see like about 5 trillion carbon copy dupes of you, right, every time I like walk outside. Nothing particularly grotesque about you. If that, I mean, that kind of serves as a compliment. Nothing particularly grotesque about you, baldy.
Other than my party affiliation.
Yes, good point. Okay, all right. So I want to ask you a question. Is there literally anything that Trump could do to make you stop supporting him as president?
I mean, there's a lot that Trump can do to stop me from supporting him. He could become the tyrant and king that you guys claim he is, but he's not.
Okay, so if he wanted to become this tyrannical king, then you'd stop supporting him. Well, he does. Okay, this is exuberated through many of his actions, like his call for the execution of his political dissenters in Congress. He called for them to be hung. Like his attacks on the dead, Rob Mueller, saying that he's happy that they're dead because they're anti-Trump. Okay, his attack on rhinos, okay, pushing anybody and everybody out of the party and making them lose their elections because, you know, they're not okay with pedophilia. His attack on law and order, okay, his creation of a new system of justice where if you were to have committed the same crime as him, tax fraud and evasion, you could go to jail for it. He can't even be investigated for it. His attack on the Constitution is either threatened or infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment. Sorry, 23rd Amendment, along with both of the 2 of the 7 articles. And his ultimate attack on elections, okay, that are free and fair, like J6, like with the riots, like with the insurrection, like with his statements about the midterms, saying that he maybe wants to federalize them. That's a right that the states have. Or like him telling the New York Times that he regrets not having the National Guard take the electoral machines after the 2020 election. So I say all these things in like combination of one another definitely prove that Donald Trump wants to be this tyrannical king that just wants to usurp any and all like levers of control that are held over him, such as elections, such as democracy, such as the law, such as the systems of justice that exist, or even the Constitution.
So which one of those makes him a dictator?
So I'd say all of those things make it clear that he wants to be a dictator.
That's not, well, you can say you can interpret it in a way to where you can say, you interpret it as he wants to be a dictator but there is no actual dictatorship going on there. There is, you guys call him a king, you call him, he's trying to just take over, authoritarian and all this other crap. The thing is, if anything, he's given power back to the states. He's allowed the states, so kings wouldn't do that. Dictators wouldn't allow the states to make their own decisions based upon their own state.
He thinks it's going to lead to more outcomes that he would desire, then yeah, he would. But let me just clarify. Him wanting to be a dictator or to be a king isn't the same as him being one of it itself.
Based on what?
There are plenty of people that want authoritarianism and want dictatorships, but we currently don't exist in one right now. Is not an argument against the fact that they want that.
Right,
but that's
right,
just
and like
your opinion.
Well, it's a fact as demonstrated by all the evidence I provided, and I want to clarify here. Like, I think that a lot of people on the right,
your opinion based upon interpretation of what he said.
Well, can you tell us how like your opinion differs based on the facts? Could you like explain to us why our opinion is wrong? Like, I don't think you could. But like, the thing that I want to say here, this is really important. Let me just give me 30 seconds on the mic here to say this one really important thing. Okay, I swear it's super important. Is like you and a lot of people on the right like to say, well, because he is not actually a dictator, but rather he's just trying to become a dictator, wants to be a dictator, that it doesn't really matter, or that it's just all subjective, trivial nonsense. And I completely disagree. Like, the reason why he's not a full-fledged king or dictator is because we have systems in place that admittedly he has been stress testing, admittedly he has been breaking in part, but admittedly he hasn't been able to break all the way. Okay, but like, this is still a really bad thing. Like, think about this. Okay, you have a 10-year-old daughter, and there's this crazy dude that really wants to rape her. Okay, and because of that, you keep her inside all day. So in that sense, you have a lot of systems to prevent her from being raped. You have a lock on your front door. You have a lock on your back door. You have cameras in front of your front door. You have cameras in front of your back door. When the camera detects this man on them, okay, it just automatically calls the cops, and they show up to arrest him. Okay, then even if he gets in through those doors, well, then there's like a secondary door into a room that's always locked. locked. And then if she gets through that door, well, then you're standing there with a shotgun. Okay, perfect. So this man for the last like 10 years has been trying to get through the front door and the back door. For the first 4 years, he couldn't. Okay, well, then 4 years in, he's able to barge through the front door, but then, the cops get called. They go and they arrest him. Well, then for whatever reason, they let him roam free. Then he comes back again, tries to get through the front door again, maybe gets it unlocked again, makes his way up the stairs, gets to your daughter's room, tries to unlock that door. It can't work. Okay, then, gets caught by the cops again, kicked back out, then spends like another couple years trying to get back in there to rape your daughter. Okay, so to this point in time, he hasn't successfully been able to rape your daughter for sure, but he's been trying his hardest to and breaking down a lot of the processes that exist in an attempt to prevent him from raping your daughter. And the analogy being made here is, okay, you're, like the daughter that this hypothetical man wants to rape would be the democracy that Donald Trump wants to end, and all the locks, the doors, the police, you with your shotgun. Okay, well, that would be Congress, that would be the DOJ, that would be the Constitution, that would be the American people, that would be the American electorate, and all these things in which he has been stress testing, in which he has been breaking apart, but have ultimately prevented him from inevitably becoming a dictator. And of course, we're going to care about the fact that he wants to achieve that goal of destroying the American democracy, and we're going to care about that fact that he's been trying to tear down all of these supporting systems that protect against the destruction of the democracy. And that is absolutely enough reason to say that we never support this maniac as president ever again, and get out there like twice a year and shout no kings, because that's what he's trying to become.
All I heard was a whole lot of long-winded analogies. I mean, you didn't tell me anything that he was trying to do that makes him a dictator.
So I actually
gave an analogy based upon some kind of fantasy that you have of him trying to sexually assault a little girl. I mean, what the fuck?
So I actually have already gone over all of the very. I've actually gone over all
why
of.
couldn't you use a different analogy? Why that?
Because it's the best analogy in my mind.
That's bullshit.
I've actually
There's
gone
so
over
many
all the things that like prove that he wants to be a dictator. Like if you heard me less than 10 minutes ago, you would have heard them all. I could briefly repeat them. Okay, well, he's been like attacking our systems of justice. He was able to bar the federal government from investigating him for tax fraud. If you committed crime, you could be investigated, thrown in jail for it. He can't even be investigated for the same crime if you were to commit it. He's been attacking the Constitution. He's either threatened or violated the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 23rd Amendment, First Article, Second Article. He's been attacking our elections. You got J6 in 2020. You have his statements about how he like wishes he would have engaged the National Guard to like take away the voting machines in the 2020 election, or him saying that he wants to federalize the midterms, or him saying that maybe he's still going to be president 10 years from now. Okay, well, then you have his attacks on like the DOJ in of itself, controlling the DOJ, installing his loyalists to lead it, and then preventing them from like releasing the Epstein files, disobeying Congress, disobeying the will and the oath of the American people. You have his attacks on the rights of our citizens, defending the people of murder like Renee Good, Keith Porter, Alex Petty. You have his attacks on undocumented immigrants, deporting them with no due process, then arguing that that's okay, even though that violates the Constitution. You have his attacks on citizens, okay, his violation of the 14th Amendment, trying to legally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to then be deported, right? And I could just go on and on and on all day fucking long about other things he said, like calling for the termination of the Constitution and related actions. But ultimately, all of these actions absolutely amount to proving that he wants to be a dictator, because he doesn't want any system to be able to check or limit his power, such as democracy, such as elections, or such as law, the DOJ, or Congress and the Constitution.
So, based on your logic, if you say that the things that he said, based on what you just told me, that is your proof that he wants to be a dictator. So let's reverse and let's just say Pelosi, Biden, and all the other Democrats within the system, and plus the ones like Al Sharpton, Maxine Waters, and all the other talking heads calling Trump fascist, calling him this. They even had pretty much riots out in the streets calling for the death of Trump. So now could we say that they're trying to commit a coup? We're trying to say that they're trying to overthrow government? Are we going to use your logic based upon words that makes them what we say?
Okay, well, it seems like you're like just grossly misinterpreting the argument that I gave you, because the long list of things that I gave you.
Trump and his supporters, Nazis, fascists. They've been out there trying to kill anybody that they oppose politically.
Okay, can you show me one Democrat in power who's like trying to kill people that they politically oppose, please?
The supporters, your supporters.
Oh, but like not the people in power.
Supporters. Because of the gross.
So Baldy, I have a question for you. Do you hold TikTok comments to the same level of standard as you hold the president of the United States?
TikTok comments are just nobodies.
Exactly my point. So we're saying the
president that Maxine Waters,
hey, Baldy,
you're gonna tell me that all these other people that hold political office or public figures, you're gonna tell me they're nobody?
Okay, wait. Who are these public figures that you're referencing?
Are you really gonna pretend that you didn't hear any of this stuff?
Yeah.
Wait, who are you?
Yeah,
who
because
are you
I'm not
referencing?
familiar with any like duly elected Democratic official who's like called for the execution of Republicans.
You don't
Can you show me that?
remember the Biden getting up there with the red background with the Marines in the background calling ultra MAGA a threat to democracy? You don't remember that?
Well, what's true?
Based
Yeah,
on
that's
what?
I'd be like, dude,
calling
like
for his
literally,
execution.
like, holy shit, like I want to, like, dude, listen, I just gave you like the like billion and one reasons insofar as like how MAGA and Trump is a threat to democracy, and then your response is to say,
Well,
okay,
for one,
well,
that would be
because
based
duly
on
elected
us
Democratic
being a
officials like
fucking
Joe Biden
democracy,
call
we're
out
not
this threat to
a
democracy,
republic.
that the real fascists are the people calling out the threat to democracy compared to those that
Not the
are the
ones
threat to
actually
democracy.
threatening it.
Also, there's another point that I think has to be made here. So, Baldy, you just tried to insinuate that people on the left are the true fascists trying to coup the government that want to be dictators because you have accused them of calling for the execution of their political dissenters inside of the Republican Party. Okay, but then when we ask you for an example, you weren't able to provide one. But it's funny because that's actually something Donald Trump has done. Here's Donald Trump calling for the execution of 6 of his Democratic political dissenters in Congress. Take a look at his tweets.
Of the United States of America
Dangerous to
justified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
So this one's really funny. Listen to me closely, Baldy. I gave you 3 trillion reasons why Donald Trump wants to be a dictator, and then he responded by saying, oh, well, actually, the people who want to be the dictators are all the crazy Democrats calling for the executions of Republicans. I then asked you to name one Democrat in any position of power that's done that. You went, I can't. But then we showed you that Donald Trump has done that. So in other words, not only does Donald Trump meet my arbitrary threshold of wanting to be a dictator based on all the evidence I gave you, but he also meets your threshold of wanting to be a dictator because he did the thing you said would make somebody want to be a dictator, i.e. calling for the execution of their political dissenters. So according to you, your own logic,
what
and
is
your
the
own
punishment for-
preferences, you think that Donald Trump wants to be a dictator because Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents. Now, this is funny because I'm going to pass you the mic now, and you are now going to start debating yourself. You're now going to explain your way out of this pretzel that you've gotten yourself in. You're going to like take back when you argue that, well, if people in power are calling for the execution of their political dissenters, they want to be dictators, they're fascists, they're crazy lunatics, and then you're going to like completely do 180 and now start defending the fact that Donald Trump did that. Maybe after you argue that that's not something Donald Trump did, then you give some like terrible argument, twisting the words off the tweets that I just showed you, and then I sit you down on that topic, and then once you concede that it is something Donald Trump did, then you're going to twist yourself into another pretzel to defend it. So go ahead, make the argument that Donald Trump didn't call for the execution of Democrats in Congress, so I could prove you wrong, get you to concede, and then have you twist yourself into defending it.
Well, what is seditious behavior, and what is the punish for treason?
Sure, the punishment for treason is death. Just like we could agree that the punishment for raping children should be death. So if I were to go on Instagram and I were to tell you that you, Baldy, are a child rapist, then I were to say that all child rapists should die, and that I'd share something in my story that said Baldy should die, could we agree that I'd be calling for your execution, even though it is true that child rapists should die? And the reason why I'd be calling for your execution, and the reason why this would be wrong, is because you're not actually a child rapist. The same way, even though the punishment for treason is death, the Democrats who he accused of treason and advocated for to be hung didn't actually commit treason.
Who are you claiming is a child rapist?
So the claim would in this hypothetical be that you're a child rapist, even though you're not. If I went on my Instagram and I said, you're a child rapist, and then I said child rapists deserve to die, and then I reposted a follower's comment on my story saying that you deserve to die because you're a child rapist, would I be basically calling for your execution?
What does that have to do with seditious behavior? I don't understand your argument.
Because it's the same argument. You started to argue, well, Dean, Donald Trump is telling you the truth. The punishment for treason is death. So when he says that these Democrats are treasonous, then says that the punishment for that is death, and then says they should be hung. Okay, well, he's not telling a lie because that is the punishment for treason. Well, the critique of that argument, the critique of that argument is that they're not actually guilty of treason.
Look at the fucking guy that banged Fang Fang. I mean, is he dead? He's not dead. He's alive. So I don't think we're just offing treasonous people. If that was the case, half Democrat Party would be fucking dead. But it's not. But they're not. So
Wait. So explain to me, what
Oh.
Democrats do you think engaged in treason now?
Oh, okay. Yeah, just answer Parker's question real quick, and we'll get back on. Go ahead.
What Democrats do you think engaged in treason?
I think all of them did. I think a lot of them did.
Okay, name any specific ones.
Let's go ahead and start with Pelosi with all of her. Well, actually, let's not go with Pelosi because I can't really back a lot of that up. But let's go all the way back to Clinton. Clinton with the Steele dossier, which ended up being proven hoax, which was backed by Obama, which was backed by the entire DOJ and FBI. Which had a lot of other Democrats in bed with it too. I mean, look at all the people that were backing that thing. They were.
How is this treason?
How is that?
Was she convicted of committing treason? Was she determined to have committed treason?
Do you call trying to put false accusations and trying to stick a manufactured story such as a Russia hoax on a sitting president? You're going to tell me that that's not treason?
It's telling like we should look into an investigation. I mean, you don't have an issue with that. You didn't have an issue with Trump calling for an investigation into the election, which, by the way, he was determined wrong on. You don't have an issue with calling for investigations. You guys are calling for investigations for fraud right now.
Yeah, and y'all said that there was no fraud happening in Minneapolis,
No, we
which
didn't.
now
We agree that there's fraud, and we want to go after the fraud. And you know who the fraud is? Donald Trump. He's pardoned fraudsters. He's literally promoted fraud on a literal international stage. He engages in it himself.
Words and tell me who.
Okay.
Who? Y'all make a lot of like
president.
claims, but then you like to throw your opinion and a lot of analogies into what you say, and then you want to sit there and just talk real fast, and then you want to do some gotchas.
Wait. Are you asking who did he pardon that was committed a fraud?
Who? Yeah. Who?
Oh, well, we can reference Todd and Julie Chrisley specifically, who were committed tax fraud, and they were convicted of that, and Donald Trump pardoned them. There are countless others as well, but that's one example.
So are these the people that were politically persecuted because of affiliation with Trump?
What? No, they were convicted of tax fraud, and
They were politically persecuted.
Donald Trump just pardoned them.
In IRS.
I can give other examples. This is just one example.
And the thing is, the dictator that you guys claim Trump is actually Biden. Biden is the dictator.
Okay. So now, can we get back to? Actually, Parker, do you want to? Parker, if you want to,
he's now pivoting away from.
if you want to finish this point out, Parker, that's fine. But like, I wouldn't be able to finish the point that I was making earlier because, according to his own standard, Donald Trump wants to be a dictator, and I wanted to finish that point out. But if you want to quickly finish this point out with him, feel free.
Go ahead. He already pivoted. You're fine.
Okay, perfect. Because earlier I was in the middle of making this point. I want to try to be able to finish it now. You said that the Democrats are the true wannabe dictators because they're calling for the execution of Republicans. Then I gave you the example of Donald Trump calling for the execution of the 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. Your response was to say, well,
about reactionary discipline, not just, hey, you're a Democrat, so you must be hung. No, it's called reactionary discipline for a crime, not you must be hung. There's a difference. So if they
didn't commit any crime.
Yeah,
all
so
they did was say that if you're given an unlawful order, that you shouldn't follow it.
Or treason, yes.
That's not treason.
Or treason is death.
Okay, so what treason?
What is treason, Baldy?
I can't hear you when you're fucking talking.
What is treason?
You don't know what treason is?
No, I'm asking you what you think it is because I think you're using it incorrectly.
When you have people within the government that is undermining the president and telling other factions to go against the federal, like they were telling the military to not listen to orders, to not follow
unlawful orders. If you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it. That's the same thing Mike Pence said after January 6th.
Ignore the orders of the commander in chief. That is treason.
No, it's not. If it's an unlawful order, then it's not treason.
They're the fucking military. They listen to whoever.
Okay, so Baldy, let me ask you this question. All of the fucking service members that said no to taking the vaccine, do you think that they were committing treason?
No, I don't think
It was a lawful order from the president. Baldy, it was a lawful order from the president. It's lawful for them to have to take the vaccine. They're mandated to take a whole bunch of other vaccines. They were given a lawful order. If they didn't follow it, that's treasonous under your worldview, but you didn't consider it treasonous. Now, could Biden have called for the execution of all of the members in the military that literally did not follow that lawful order?
You're going to use the vaccine as an example based upon that.
Yes, I am.
We're
Yes, I
talking
am.
about telling the military to ignore orders from a president to overthrow governments.
Is that not what you just did? You just said you think it's okay for them to have not followed the lawful order. You said it wasn't treason.
Vaccine is going to overthrow the government.
Okay, listen, can I hop in here?
Go for it. I'll go back onto that point. I'll write it down.
No, you could respond to it real quick, Baldy. Respond to Parker's point, please.
We respond to a vaccine overthrowing the government. I mean, it's the stupidest thing ever here.
Well, dude, it was a vaccine mandate in the context of the military. It's a lawful order that the president is giving to the military. You're saying it's okay and not treasonous for them to not follow that lawful order, by the way. When literally the Democratic veterans, listen, when the Democratic veterans in Congress, all they said was to not follow unlawful orders. You just said it was okay for them to not follow a lawful one.
Soldiers. These were not people in office holding public office telling soldiers, do not take the vaccine. These were soldiers under their own free will that refused the vaccine. They were dishonorably discharged without fucking pay. So yeah, they lost all benefits. They were kicked out of the military because they didn't take the vaccine. Donald Trump did not tell them, military, do not take the vaccine. There was not.
Wait, Baldy. You said if they don't follow a lawful order, that it's treason. That's what you said, correct?
No, the people that told
Nice
me
conception.
that were orders to the military, telling them to ignore the orders. So it was a faction of the government telling these soldiers to ignore the orders of the supreme of the federal branch.
And they should have. They did a good thing.
No.
Do you know what the UCMJ is?
That is called treason. That is called a coup. That is called.
Don't worry. I can tell that you're very ignorant. I know that you're very ignorant and very uneducated on the subject matter, so I'll teach you a thing or two. Now answer my question. Do you know what the UCMJ is?
You're agreeing with Parker on the whole vaccine
You're not
thing.
answering my question. Do you know what the UCMJ is?
Senators and congressmen telling soldiers to ignore the orders of the commander in chief.
Do you know what the UCMJ is?
No, I don't know what the UCMJ is.
This is why you think it's treasonous for anybody, including congressmen and women, to tell members of our military to not follow unlawful orders, because you don't know what the UCMJ is. The UCMJ is the Uniform Code of Military Justice, okay? It is essentially military laws, the laws for members of our military, okay? It was codified by the Constitution, Article 1, and then expanded on and set in stone by a bunch of federal laws. So in the same way that you and me have laws that we have to follow, the military has to follow them too, of course. The military just has more laws because now we are introducing complexities of a duty of service. We're introducing complexities of, like, you can't just flee the battlefield, and we're introducing complexities of following orders. Okay, so the UCMJ.
What laws were unlawful that Trump gave? What were the unlawful orders?
We'll get to that question once we're done talking about the UCMJ.
That's kind of the whole basis upon the entire argument.
It's not, because all that they said was if he gives you an unlawful order, don't follow it, which is not the same as saying he has given you an unlawful order, don't follow this one specific order. But we'll get there. Okay. So you don't know what the UCMJ is. That's fine.
What was the point in them even making these speeches in the first place if they didn't?
For the same point that the
just
UCMJ.
A PSA, just be like, hey, military, you don't have to follow those.
The same point that the UCMJ exists to begin with, which is to ensure that our country is governing as it's supposed to, and that all constituents of our nation are following the law. So I told you about the UCMJ, okay? That's law specifically for members of the military. The reason why we have law specifically for members of the military is because there's many more legal complexities that are introduced when you're in the military. You have an oath to serve, an obligation to be on the battlefield, and you can't run from the battlefield. That's breaking the law. You could be charged and sent to jail for it. So all of these special laws specifically for members of the military that don't apply to private civilians are described in the UCMJ and the manuals for court-martial. Okay. But when we look at the UCMJ, particularly Article 90 and 92, that's 10 USC, Section 890 and 892, it says specifically that it is a punishable offense, okay, to willfully follow an unlawful order from the president. So not only is it that the UCMJ, okay, encourages members of the military to not follow unlawful orders given to them by the president, like the congressmen and women did, but they actually take it one step further by saying, well, if you do follow an unlawful order from the president, we're going to send you to military jail. So when I hear you, or really any conservative for that matter, saying that these congressmen and women were treasonous and they deserve to die, because they told members of our military to not follow unlawful orders, and you're saying it's treasonous to suggest not to follow any orders, well, you're just telling me that you haven't done an ounce of research on law, an ounce of research on military law, an ounce of research on Article 1 of the Constitution, an ounce of research of the UCMJ, and you were just completely ignorant to the facts. But now that I've given you the facts, particularly that the UCMJ, okay, not only encourages members of the military to not follow unlawful orders, but specifically will send them to jail if they do follow an unlawful order, can we agree that anybody, including a congressman, saying, guys, don't follow unlawful orders, is certainly not treasonous?
What possessed them to just get on there and was it three? I think it was three of them, right? I don't remember who they were, but it was three of them that came out and they just felt the need.
Six.
To make six, even more than that. So what was the reason? What was the point?
Okay,
PSA.
so point number one,
Just you're relevant within the media. I mean, what was the point?
So the first point I'll make here is that you're shifting the goalposts. The way that you're shifting the goalposts is
we're on the basis of it. So what was the reason behind it? If Trump did not
I'll need to be able to say. I'll need to be able to. I'll need to be able to.
No inside information.
I'll need to be able to say. I'll need to be able to say more than 3 words. You bald piece of shit.
Well, you need to be able to let me fucking talk because
I did. I let you finish.
You're gonna have guests on here. You gotta let them talk too.
I did. I let you finish. You finished your question, then I started to respond to the question that you asked me. Then you interrupted me.
Dean, I've been on your show a couple times, bro, and you do the same thing.
I let you finish asking your questions, and I try to respond to them. Then you interrupt me midway through to ask it again. Okay, let's get back to the substance. You asked me a question. You said, Dean, what was the basis for them reminding the military of the UCMJ? Okay, saying not to follow unlawful orders. Well, you're shifting the goalposts. The way that you're shifting the goalposts here is very clear, because your argument that they're guilty of treason is that they told members of the military to disobey an order. If you ever tell a member of the military to disobey any order from the president, you're guilty of treason. I completely debunked that argument. I brought up the UCMJ, I brought up Article 1, and I even cited you the specific sections and subsections of the UCMJ that will send people to jail if they're a part of the military and they follow an unlawful order. So clearly what they said was not treasonous. And you were like unwilling to concede. Okay, all that you had to say in that scenario is, Dean, okay, I understand I was wrong with my argument. But no, instead you shifted the goalpost to now saying, well, what were the motivating reasons why they reminded members of our military to abide by their oath? Okay, well, that is a completely irrelevant question, because when an action is constitutionally protected for you to engage in it, i.e. reminding our military to abide by their oath and not follow any unlawful orders, okay, the reasons why you engage in a constitutionally protected action, like, do not infringe or negate those protections. Like, for instance, you have a constitutional protection to go and film anything within public view. You do. So if you were to go to, a police department and stand out front of that police department on public land where you're allowed to be, and you were to start filming the license plates and the insides of all the cop vehicles while being on public land and everything's in public view, it doesn't matter if your reasons are to ensure that their cars are in good shape and they're not going to like pop a tire the next time they hop in their car, or if they're for like really bad reasons, right? Like you want to like just provoke the cops to get a lawsuit. which I don't know is subjectively maybe not too bad, well, then guess what? That action is just as constitutionally protected in the first scenario as it is in the second. So when you ask this question about the congressmen and women, okay, Dean, I understand that their actions were constitutionally protected under free speech. I understand that they were not guilty of treason because the UCMJ absolutely enforces the standard that members of our military are not to follow unlawful orders. But I think that maybe they had bad reasons to do so, i.e., maybe they thought that he was going to give them an unlawful order at some point in the future, or maybe they wanted to suggest to Democrats that he was already in violation of the law and giving them unlawful orders. Well, none of those suggestions matter because ultimately their action was protected by the Constitution and it was not treasonous because the UCMJ enforces what they said.
I'm just giving you a couple seconds, just in case you feel like I gotta jump back in there. I don't want you to talk around me again. Go ahead. Done. You talk a lot, Dean. You just said free speech. So if that's the case, then what Trump said was free speech too, right?
Yes. What he said was constitutionally protected. It doesn't fall under any federal statute of an imminent threat. So yeah, it was constitutionally protected. The question here is not, was Donald Trump calling for the execution of these Democrats illegal? But rather the question is, well, is calling for the execution of your political dissenters, regardless of its legality, position you as a wannabe dictator? And according to you, you're interrupting me, so I'm going to mute you. And according to you, it does. Because remember, I gave you about 10 trillion reasons to prove that Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. You said, okay, Dean, well, I think that the Democrats wants to be dictators. And then you proved that all Dems want to be dictators by pointing out that you think that some Dems in power are calling for the execution of Republicans. You failed to mention one name. So then I demonstrated to you how Donald Trump is actually the one that's calling for the execution of his political dissenters. So now can you agree that in accordance with your own standard, you're a dictator if you call for the execution of your political dissenters, that Donald Trump wants to be a dictator because he called for the execution of his political dissenters?
Did he? Did he call for the political execution of them, or did he say that treason has a punishment which is the maximum punishment is death?
So
did he just point out the fact, just like the Democrats pointed out the fact they just kind of throw a PSA out there? Hey, military, you don't have to follow illegal orders. So Trump was throwing out a PSA. Hey, seditious behavior in treason has a maximum punishment of death. Or did he just say, did he name them all by name and just say, hey, we're going to hang in the tree?
So if all he said, okay, was the punishment for treason is death, he clearly wouldn't have been calling for anybody's execution. But because on top of saying that the punishment for treason is death, he personally charged them with treason and then reposted a comment that said hang them, he was absolutely calling for their execution. Here's an analogy. If all I said on social media was child rapists should die, I wouldn't be calling for your execution.
Analogies are crazy. What's your fixation with children, bro?
Just follow what I'm saying here.
Stop using children as your analogy. It's fucking disgusting.
Okay, what's the issue with the analogy? You don't even know what the analogy is.
It's disgusting. I mean,
stop.
Analogy is all about child rape. What is wrong with you?
You will see the reason why it's relevant. You just have to calm down, start acting your age. You're going crazy. No.
No, I don't want you to be.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute and I'm gonna start from the top. So if all Donald Trump said is that the punishment for treason is death, okay, guess what? He wouldn't be specifically calling for anybody's execution, right? He's stating a fact. All right, the same way if I said child rapists should die, I wouldn't be calling for any specific person's execution. I'm just stating a fact. But because on top of saying that the punishment for treason is death, he personally charged those 6 Democrats with treason, okay, and then he went on to say, well, guess what? They should hang. He was specifically calling for their execution. They weren't guilty of treason. The same way, if I were to say that child rapists should die, and then say you're a child rapist, even though hopefully you're not, and then say you should be hung, I would go from stating the general fact, child rapists should die, to now applying that general fact to you in bad faith, amounting to me calling for your execution. The same way Donald Trump applied the general fact, treason is punishable by death, in a bad faith false manner to these 6 Democrats, that then amounted to him calling for their execution by adding on top of that they should die, by adding on top of that they should be hung, by adding on top of that they're guilty of treason. you get the point?
Let me unmute. You're just gonna mute me again. No, your analogies don't make sense.
So what about the analogy doesn't make sense?
They're analogies, and they're not representative of the situation and what we're talking about.
So what's the difference?
You want me to tell you the difference?
Yeah, how about this? Can you actually repeat the analogy that I made?
See, you're working with analogies, but the thing is, you just said free speech. So what was said on both sides?
Actually, frankly, can you repeat the analogy that I gave you?
No, I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't
Okay, so that's fine. I'll repeat it. So once again, I'm saying that Donald Trump called for the execution of these Democrats because he said they were guilty of treason. Then he said that the punishment for treason is death. And then he said that they should be hung for their treason. Then your response to my argument that he's calling for their execution is just to hyperfixate on the second of his three statements where he said treason is punishable by death. And then you're saying, well, no, all he said was treason is punishable by death. Well, that's not true because he also said those two other things. They need to die. They're guilty of treason. All right. And my analogy is if I just said that child rapists deserve to die, I wouldn't be calling for your execution. I'm just stating a fact. But then if I were to add on top of that one statement, child rapists should die, to then go on to say that you're a child rapist and you should die, well, then I go from stating that general fact, child rapists should die, to now stating the exclusive fact that you should die. The same way Donald Trump didn't just state this general fact that the punishment for treason is death, but by also saying that they were guilty of treason, like in the analogy, you're a child rapist, even though you're not, and they needed to be hung for that treason, just like in the analogy, I repost something saying that because you're a child rapist, you should die, even though you're not. He went from stating that general fact, treason is punishable by death, to stating the exclusive fact that they should be executed.
So who called for the execution of who? Who are we talking about?
Donald Trump called for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress. Do you think that you could repeat the analogy now?
But did he call for the execution? Well, the thing is, I'm going back to this because you started.
Well, I just want to clarify. Can you please repeat the analogy that I gave you?
Yeah. No, we're not going back. We're going to go back to what you started with.
The reason why the analogy that I gave you here is really important is because you're mischaracterizing, because you're arguing. Listen. The reason why the analogy, the reason why the analogy that I gave you is important is because it explains how your counter argument against the notion that Donald Trump called for the execution of these 6 Democrats in Congress is in bad faith. Because yes, he did.
Trump specifically called for the death of political opposition.
Yes.
Yes. What do you think we've been talking about this whole time, bro? He explicitly reposted someone.
Words come out of your mouth. Listen,
dude. He explicitly reposted someone saying H-A-N-G them. George Washington would.
Listen, we're just going to use the analogy now. Would I be calling for your execution if I went on Instagram, I said you're a child rapists deserve to die, and then I repost one of my followers' posts that says you deserve to die because you're a child rapist?
Why are you putting me in on this? I don't want to be part of your analogy.
I want to know if I did those 3 things, would I be calling for your execution?
Dean, honestly, use murderer instead, and it might make him be more likely to respond.
Well, don't make me part of your analogy.
I don't know. The reason why I use child rape is because that's like one thing that I think everybody could agree is something that would cause an individual to deserve to die if they're actually guilty of it. That's the reason why I use child. Listen. I could try to use murder, but I just don't think the same thing could be said. I don't think that all murderers deserve to die. I think that plenty of murderers just deserve to go to jail for life.
Yeah.
Right?
No. The point is more or less that given that you think that, would it entail this? Is really what you're trying to explain to him.
Okay.
The idea you might be able to explain.
I don't want to be I don't want to be connected to your analogies. Use Parker.
Okay. Fine. I'll use Parker. So Parker's not a murderer. But if I went on Instagram and I said that Parker is a murderer, and then I said murderers deserve to die, and then I reposted a follower's post that says Parker deserves to die because he's a murderer, would I be calling for Parker's death?
If you posted that Parker is a murderer, and then you reposted something about saying he should die,
if I said
that all murderers should die.
I'll repeat the analogy because you still can't track, even though I just said it so clearly, so slowly, so patiently.
Well, I'm trying to understand where you're going with it.
So it's a question. I'm going to a question. So if I went on Instagram, I said that Parker's a murderer, even though he's not. There's no evidence of that. And then I said, murderers deserve to die. And then I reposted one of my followers' responses to my first 2 posts on my story that said Parker deserves to die. Would I, in consideration of these 3 facts, be calling for Parker's death?
Wouldn't it be the person that posted, whoever posted that Parker should die?
It would be both of us, right?
Not necessarily. I don't think so.
Okay,
So
how about
it-
this? Let me
so
ask you
I
this question.
just, before you ask him that question, Parker, in that analogy, I just want you to answer the question. Would I be calling for Parker's death?
I mean, I guess you can see it that way, so maybe, but not
I
necessarily.
don't want to maybe. I don't want to maybe. I want to, yes, Dean, in my opinion, in that analogy, you would be calling for Parker's death. Baldy, I don't want you to interrupt me. I don't want you to interrupt me. So I don't want to maybe. I want to, yes, Dean, in that analogy, in accordance with my opinion, you would be calling for Parker's death. Or I want to, no, Dean, in that analogy, you would not be calling for Parker's death.
If you reposted someone else's post that said murderer should die, but you called Parker a murderer.
Oh, that's not what I reposted. You're already wrong. I'll repeat the analogy. Step number 1. I go on social media. I say that Parker is a murderer. That's what I say. Those words come out of my mouth.
So are you basing this off?
Step number 2. Step number 2. Stop interrupting me. Now I'm going to start from the top. Step number 1. I go on social media. I say that Parker is a murderer. Those words leave my mouth. Okay? Even though Parker's not actually a murderer. I'm just saying that with no evidence. There's step number 1. Are you tracking so far?
Yeah, I understood what you said.
Okay, perfect. Then let's move on to step number 2. Step number 2. Okay, I then say, once again with words out of my own mouth, that every single murderer deserves to die. And I say this the minute after I falsely accuse Parker of being a murderer. Okay? And then in response to these 2 posts of mine, I have a bunch of people in the comment section saying that, oh, fuck, Parker needs to die. We need to hang him. So then I take one of those comments of one of my followers saying, hang Parker, and then I throw it as a 3rd post on my feed. Am I calling for Parker's death?
No. Did you say hang Parker, or did someone else say?
I'm sorry, Baldy. This just means that you're not a rational human. Like, actually, like, the result of you not being able to answer this question is just the result of you being an irrational human being.
No, it's because it is rational, because it's not you actually saying it. So really, it's not you saying he needs to die.
Okay, watch this. If I reposted someone calling for the execution of Charlie Kirk, would you say that I am responsible for saying that or posting that, or that I think that?
If you said you're calling for the execution of Charlie Kirk, so
Yeah,
would that be based upon Charlie Kirk dying at that time, or are we talking about?
Yeah, if I
Charlie Kirk
reposted someone else saying that in reference to Charlie Kirk.
I don't think so.
How about this?
You don't
think I would be responsible?
What? Doesn't mean that you're calling for the death.
How about this? I'm going to give you a really good analogy here. Okay? Some really like far left, some crazy radical communist black person, okay, goes on their Instagram account. And this radically left black person says every single white person is a child rape and pedophile. Okay? Because they hate white people. They're super racist against white people, right? And then they make a second post and they say every child rape and pedophile needs to die. All right? And then they make a 3rd repost from some other radical leftist black individual's account. That's just like a 10-minute monologue about specifically and explicitly every white person alive needs to die. All right? Every single one. Verbatim, word for word, bar for bar. Would this crazy radical black person be calling for the death of white people?
I mean, it happens every day, but people are so alive,
Would they be calling for the death of white people?
If they said that all pedophiles need to die?
Oh my God, you can't even track. We'll repeat it for the second time. We have a radically left black communist. All right. They go on their social media account and they say verbatim, all white people are child rape and pedophiles. Every last one of them. And then they make a second post.
Which one? Just
They
the
say,
one with hair? Not the bald ones. Right.
okay, so you're making a joke out of it. So I'm going to finish. I'm going to restart from the top. We have a radically left communist black person. They go on social media. They make a post. Their post says, every single white person is a child. Can you please stop interrupting me? Can you stop interrupting me so I could finish? Because I'm trying to ask you a really important question here.
Yeah, but make sure when you say every white person, make sure you say that every white person with hair.
So the hair that white people do or do not have is completely irrelevant to the question.
No, it's not.
Can you stop fooling around while I try to ask the question to you, please? By the way, I just want to make it clear, the reason why I'm being so patient with you is calculated. It's because you're exposing the idiocracy of MAGA. You're making a fool out of yourself and your political movement, and I love that. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat the question from the start. So we have some radically far left communist black person. They go on social media and they make a post. The first post says, every single white person, literally every single one, is a child rape and pedophile. And then this radically left black person makes a second post that says, all child raping pedophiles need to die. And then they repost the Communist Black Manifesto, all right, from somebody else's account. And it's just like a 10-minute rant and monologue, explicitly, deliberately, and intentionally calling for the execution and hanging of every white person alive. All right? Is this black person calling for the death of white people?
Yeah, but it's not the same as what you're trying to correlate here. It's not the same.
So what's the difference?
Well, you've got sitting congressmen. I think they're congressmen, right? Were they congressmen and senators, or just congressmen?
There were congressmen. But
they
this
were
would be an irrelevant difference.
But they were actually branches of the government, which
yeah, but that's
why.
But being a congressman, but being a congressman doesn't protect you from this call of your death. In fact, it just amplifies it further, right? Like in the example, right, of this analogy of a black person calling for the death of white people, would we say that they're only calling for the death of white people that aren't in Congress? No, like surely the white people in Congress would be included within that call for their deaths,
just
right?
the ones that would be charged with treason, charged and tried for treason.
Well, the analogy here is that in this analogy of like this black person calling all white people child rape and pedophiles, okay, it's not true that all white people are child rape and pedophiles. Just like it's not true that those 6 congressmen and women were guilty of being traitors. And we went through the reasons why they're not actually traitors. And that was when we brought up Section 890 and then Section 892 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and how the UCMJ actually prohibits members of our military from following unlawful orders. So when you or a congressman or woman says, don't follow illegal orders if you're in the military, they're actually engaging in an action that isn't just constitutionally protected under free speech, but also amplified and legislated on by the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So they're not actually guilty of treason, the same way not all white people are actually guilty of child rape.
So who's not all? So you're trying to now put all of Congress into this bubble? Or are you just talking about the analogy
is just that this black person is calling for the death of all white people. And the reason why I made it so is because I think you'd be more willing to see my point if I frame it as black person calling for the death of white people, because that's already like, you know, MAGA porn 101, shit on minorities. So if I like frame the analogy in a sense that you're already dispositioned to believe, because y'all demonize the hell out of minorities, right? That you'll see the point that, yeah, when you go on social media and you tell a lie about somebody or a group of people, and then you say that thing that you lied about them on them deserves the punishment of death, and then you like repost a bunch of shit explicitly calling for their death from followers in response to that. All right, well, yeah, you're calling for their death. Okay, this would be true in the analogy of a black person calling all white people pedos, saying that pedos deserve to die, then saying that all white people deserve to die. This would be true in the real world with Donald Trump falsely charging these congressmen and women to be guilty of treason, saying that the punishment for treason is death, and they're reposting comments about how they need to explicitly die.
I don't remember there being any explicitly comments of dying. So you said that somebody explicitly said they must die.
Yeah, hang them. That means kill them.
Or did they say, or
Dude,
was the
when you listen,
punishment for
when
treason
you
is death?
when you hang somebody, do they die?
Was they talking about treason?
Can you answer the question? When you hang
Or were they
somebody,
talking
do they?
about just stringing
Can you
up-
answer the question? When you hang somebody, listen. When you hang somebody, do they die?
I would say for the most part, yeah, they probably do.
Right. So the
There's
explicit
probably-
call for the
there's
death
probably a
was
position that they
reposting the
didn't.
comment that said hang them.
Are we still talking about treason, or are we talking about something else, man? What are we talking about?
We're talking about the third post out of the three. The first one was they're guilty of treason. The second one is treason is punishable by death. And then the third one is hang them. So we're talking about the third post. So the explicit call for the death would be hang them. Amplified by him saying that the punishment for treason is death, charging them with treason. Right? Like in the analogy, the black person says all white people are raping pedophiles. And then the second post is raping pedophiles deserve to die.
Was one
Well,
of the
of course you agree.
hanging?
The punishment for treason is death. The same way, hopefully, you could agree that raping pedophiles deserve to die.
Did they put him in front of a firing squad, or did they hang him? Which one was it?
Well, George Washington would hang him.
So, I mean, historically, that was one of the punishments.
Okay. The same way, can you agree that all raping pedophiles deserve to die?
Did they commit treason, or were they charged for
We're just.
for being
Can we just agree that all raping pedophiles deserve to die? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
they
okay,
should.
okay. So in that analogy of that black person calling for the execution of white people, when they're like, all white people are raping pedophiles deserve to die, kill all white people. Okay, well, like, you'd be insane to like turn around and say, listen to what I'm saying here. Just listen to what I'm saying here. Just listen to what I'm saying. Like, listen to what I'm saying here. You'd be insane to like then turn around and no, listen to what I'm saying here. You'd be insane to then turn around and like defend that by saying, well, it's technically true that all white people deserve to die. Oh, sorry, it's technically, yeesh. It's technically true that all raping pedophiles deserve to die.
Were they charged? Are we talking about charge, or are we just going to sit there and throw out that we're just making accusations at this point?
Well, we're talking about all raping pedophiles, regardless if they've been like
we
charged or
talking
not.
about
If
charge? Are we
they're
talking about
actually a
one that
pedophile that's
charged?
actually raped somebody, well, of course they deserve to die, right?
Or are we just making accusations? See, the thing is, you're over here. You're trying.
This guy doesn't just understand logic in the slightest. So when I say the statement, all raping pedophiles deserve to die, I'm saying everybody who actually is a raping pedophile deserves to die. Like, is that not understood? Do you not get that?
So you can just throw out accusations based upon your feelings. And then
I don't think
just
that you
call-
understand the way that language works. When I'm saying that all raping pedophiles deserve to die, there's no one specific person that I'm accusing of being a child rapist. Okay, what I'm saying here is clear. Everybody who actually is a child rapist deserves to die. Like when I say all raping pedophiles deserve to die, I'm saying the container of people, regardless of who those people are, who are child rapists, they deserve to die. Like, don't you get that? Right? Like in the same way we'd say all murderers deserve to go to jail. There's no specific person here that we're accusing of being a murderer. We're just simply generally saying, okay, if you are a murderer, regardless of who you are, you deserve to go to jail.
Okay.
Okay, so you understand, right? Once again, can we agree that raping pedophiles deserve to die regardless of who the raping pedophiles are?
Of course. So what is the thing is, we can't say that they die. It's not our decision to say they die. Whether
What?
we want to do or not, it's not our decision to call somebody culprit or death. So,
I don't even understand what this guy's saying at this point. Like, it's not your decision. No,
you're trying to get me to
as long listen, I'm just simply asking you. I'm just simply asking you if you could agree. No. Listen, I'm just simply asking you if you could agree to the limited statement that they should die. Right? We're not saying that. Like, listen. No, I'm asking you if you could agree to the very limited statement that they should die.
what does that have to do with the people, with Trump saying that the punishment for treason is death?
Yes.
And then
because in the same way it's true, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. You're asking me, what is a statement that raping pedophiles should die have to do with the punishment for treason is death? Well, the relationship between these two facts is that both of them are true. It is true that the punishment for treason is death, just like it is true that all rapist pedophiles should die, right? Now you're saying that the punishment for the charge of being a
Don't ask me
pedophile is not
questions
death.
and fucking
Okay,
do me.
well, we're not talking about the law. We're not talking about the legal punishment. We're talking about the fact that generally people could agree that if you're a child rapist, you should die. Like it's clear because that's all this statement is saying, is that child rapists should die. So once again, just like it's true.
What does that have to do with these 6 congressmen?
Yes, here's the relationship. Because when I tell you that Donald Trump baselessly accused these people of being treasonous, said the fact that the punishment for treason is death, and then said hang them, all right, you are saying that's not Trump calling for their death because it's a fact that the punishment for treason is death, even though they're not
Trump say
actually
hang them,
treasonous.
or did he repost that somebody else posted that wall?
The same way in the analogy, okay, if I baselessly accuse you of child rape, and then I say the fact that child rapists should die, then I repost a follower's comment that says "hang you."
It's not the same thing, Dean. I'm over here.
Well, it
I'm
is.
trying to
It is.
let
It
you
is
talk.
the.
I'm
It
trying
is
to
the
let
exact
you do
same
your
thing.
thing, but it's not
It
the
is the
same
exact same thing.
Not the same
We'll
thing.
just go one step at a time because remember, there's 3 steps to this equation. First step, baselessly accusing people of being treasonous. I baselessly accuse you of being a pedophile.
So saying it was
Second step,
seditious
pointing out the
behavior,
fact. No, listen to me. You're
baselessly-
going back on mute. First
So
step.
was it baseless?
No, you're
Was it
going back on
baseless?
mute. Yes, it was absolutely baseless. First step, Donald Trump baselessly accuses these congressmen and women of being traitors. Okay, first step in the analogy. I baselessly accuse you of being a pedophile. Second step, Donald Trump points out the fact that the punishment for treason is death. Second step in the analogy, Dean points out the fact that pedophiles should die. Third step, Donald Trump then reposts a follower's comment saying to hang these congressmen and women because they're traitors. Third step in the analogy, I then repost a follower's comment saying to hang you because you're a pedophile. In the analogy, you've agreed that I'd be calling for your death. Therefore, in the real world, we should be able to agree that Donald Trump was calling for their execution.
Not the same thing, Dean.
What's the
Not the same.
difference?
What's the punishment for treason, Dean?
Death. The same way it's true pedophiles should die.
So how do you get punished for treason, Dean?
By going to court.
So did George Washington? Did he do his what they said that he hung people for treason? So
Right.
did he just grab people out of Congress and just say, "You're being hung today, boy," or did they go to court? And
In many scenarios, there was no court, especially during and after the Revolutionary War. Listen, Baldy, I've tried to work my magic on you. I think that you're just simply too dumb, and I think that I gave you way too long. We're going to move on to the next guest. Honestly, guys, I liked it in my stream here.
Excruciating.
We're only 2 hours into the 4-hour stream, guys, and I'm done for the day. I really want to end my stream here, okay? If it wasn't for the fact that I know that you guys enjoy the stream, and you would probably like to see some more conversations, I would end the live stream right now. All right, I'm ready to check out. I'm ready to end the live. I'm ready to go get some dinner with my girlfriend and go to the gym, because I have nothing left in me. But I'm going to continue to try to push through and give y'all close to around another 2 hours worth of debates. But that is genuinely the most insufferable conversation that I've ever had. I am flabbergasted beyond belief at the level of utter incompetence that humans can exuberate. Our species is supposed to be rational. I felt like I was talking to a dog. I felt like I was having a conversation to a farm cow. As if I was attempting to debate with a wild horse frolicking in the mountains. Because the level of intelligence and rationale that person had was genuinely so low, I don't understand how they have a house, because how are they able to use their cognitive faculties to read the contract and sign their name on the dotted line? Don't understand how they have a job, because how are their cognitive faculties able to get them to the DMV to get a driver's license and pass that test? Don't understand how they have clothes on their back,
Dude,
because
this
how are
was
their
me
cognitive faculties
yesterday, bro.
able to get them to the store, spend money in exchange for clothing, understand on a conceptual level that if you give the cashier this $20 bill, you'll be able to walk out of that store with a shirt. It's just incredible, Parker.
Dude, I'm serious. Yesterday that happened to me. I talked to like the same, like over and over again. That had to make the same point. I think it's just that. It's just when someone like really purposefully won't engage with the point, and it feels like they're weaponizing incompetence. Right. That's honestly what the last guest was doing. There's no possible way they didn't understand it at that point. Like I can't fathom that.
I genuinely can't fathom it either. It is unfathomable to believe that humans can be that stupid. I know that I'm not showing it right now, but
Dude, trust me, I know
done.
I know that feeling, bro. The pain is brutal. It's really hard to keep it in, bro. I know that feeling, bro.
We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the live stream. If you want to support me, help pay for my therapy. Wish me well. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place. That's right there. Dean Withers without the Dean Withers. Very best way to support me in this stream. We're going to ban that guy. So, only up instead of the cue of your MAGA, please and thank you. We are just looking for some debates at that point in time, please. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. We got Matthew Yaps connecting. Hey, thank you so much for the $25 over on Super Chat. Key, let's get 250 Key W's. Thank you. Key with the 25 says, go take care of yourself and your mental health. We'll be here tomorrow. I have no idea how you do this every day. Key, thank you so much for the $25. I don't know, man. I'm really in a slump after that. Like, that was brutal. Thank you for the $25. Same thing to you, Ma Witch. Thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars on Super Chat. Ma Witch, you are awesome. That is MAHWICH. Please show some love to Ma Witch down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love and support. Genuinely, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so very much. You are awesome. Ma Witch with 100 Canadian dollars says, woke up today without polio, tetanus, measles, mumps, hepatitis B, and shingles. God, I love vaccines. Gotta love them. And you gotta hate those anti-science freaks. Thank you for the 100 Canadian dollars. I really appreciate you, and thank you so much for that love and support. Simply the best. Thank you for the €5 who said it simply would have been more productive to actually debate a cow. Probably. Welcome in, Matthew. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, how old are you?
19.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and read off a couple more donos, and then I'll pass the mic to you. Rose, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, for you and Parker, since he doesn't have a PayPal, you both have incredible patience. Don't forget the Howard Stern show when he says you're like a doctor when he said he inspected them. Weren't they naked? Yeah, that absolutely indicates that they were naked. And Parker does have a PayPal. You can find it in his link tree in his bio. Thank you for the $10, Rose. And then Kai, that is Kai. Sorry. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Kai. Let's get 250 Kai W's. Who says, ask the guest I got to test something. If John has 10 apples and Allie has 2 apples from John, how many apples does Allie have? Dude, oh my God, he probably would have not been able to answer that question. Thank you for the $25. Christian, thank you so much for the $35 donation. Who says, growing up in a Republican MAGA household, I realize that it's practically impossible for them to understand what a hypothetical or what an analogy is. It's really embarrassing for them. Dude was the least intelligent motherfucker I've ever met in my life. Thank you for the $35, Christian. You were awesome. Please show some love to Christian down below. Same thing to you, Amanda. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Lucas, thank you for the 3. And Spice of Life, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Spice of Life, thank you so much. You are awesome. Show some love to Spice down below. Let's get 500 Spice W's. Thank you for the $50. Who says it's so gratifying and therapeutic whenever you tell MAGA, quote unquote, you've been lied to when they regurgitate Trump and Fox News lies. Could you please do that every time anybody got a quote unquote you've got lied to hat, right? Thank you so much for the $50, Spice. I'm so happy that you take something positive away from the streams. You're awesome. Show some love to Spice down below. We are all caught up on Super Chat. We are all caught up over on PayPal. Let's quickly get caught up on Venmo. Over on Venmo, thank you so much for the love. Marcus with the $5 who says, add into the therapy fund. Thank you. Abby with the $20. Let's get 200 Abby W's. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Abby. Why? Thank you so much for the $1. Carla with the $10 who says, from Camellia, so shout out to Camellia. That person was so stupid he couldn't list it at all. Also say hi to Parker for me. Bro, he was so fucking stupid. Camila says hi, Parker. Emily, thank you for the $15 who says, in the time Baldy's stupidity has been on your life, I've been able to now mow the yard, load a bunch of dishes, and fold a load of towels. Oh my God. Yeah. Meanwhile, I was stuck here talking to some grade A moron. Thank you for the $15. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5 who has to say, I'm a Republican, and I have to say, holy shit, your patience with this guy is 100 out of 10. Dude, got Republicans donating to me, saying that he's a moron. That's how bad he is. Damn, that's actually crazy. Amanda with the $10 says, I think all of Baldy's brain cells escaped through the empty pores in his head. Thank you for the $9 as well, Fassi. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Lewis with the $10, who says profiting off of a war that killed kids is bad. So true. And then Colin, thank you so much for the $10. And Z, thank you for the $10. We're all caught up over there. Guys, once again, if you want to support me, support the stream, allow us to continue to be able to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and the ads right there. Dean Withers without the E in that last name, Withers. Go ahead, Parker.
And then Laura, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you.
All right, Matthew, how old are you?
19.
Oh, God, and you support this maniac?
Yes.
Yeah, the first question that I have to ask is going to be an obvious one. How did that last guest do in the debate?
Okay, I gotta say, that guy was an idiot in my opinion. My God.
Okay,
I've never
good. Just
seen
wanted to
him
make
rap that
sure that you
much.
weren't on that same level. Just wanted to
No,
make sure
no,
you weren't on
no.
that same level.
No.
So
I
why do you
would-
support Trump? The worst president of your life.
All right. Before I begin, I just like to say, I hope that we can have like a good debate, some insightful and knowledgeable. I support Trump specifically because of the economic policies he's taken against Iran in the current war.
Oh, okay. Well, his economic policies are legitimately some of his worst ones. Quickly, just got one over on Venmo from Holly. Thank you for the $10. She says, watching your lives. Please debate my brother one day. Well, feel free to get him in the queue whenever you can debate. Thank you for the $10, Holly. And then A, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, A. Show some love to A and Holly down below. I appreciate you guys for the $20 and the $10 donations. Thank you so much, A and Holly. So yeah, what quote-unquote economic policies of Trump's after the war in Iran do you support?
Jesus.
Seems like what economic policies and war? I don't know. What economic policies of Trump's do you support?
So currently, I support the closing on the Strait of Hormuz and the sanctions they've placed on Iran, which have placed economic pressure on the Iranian government.
Well, we've always had sanctions on Iran after Donald Trump pulled us out of the agreement that prevented them from building nukes by releasing the sanctions, which was a good thing. Tank, appreciate you so much for that, Future City. Thank you.
Well, oh my God.
But you said that you support the Strait of Hormuz getting shut down. Why? It's caused the largest monthly increase in the price of gas in America since the Vietnam War in 1967.
Dang, someone's in a whole whale. Well, this is a bit weirder than I guess you would get from most people, but I support it because I believe it helps the people in Iran gaining their freedom.
Okay, well, that's also false. Maybe you could try to make an argument that he's going to help the Iranian people get their freedom if, like, his stated goal was to terminate and get rid of the IRGC. But in fact, his stated goal is the opposite. His stated goal is to negotiate with the IRGC to prevent them from ever having nuclear ambitions again, which would first necessitate that the IRGC maintains and withholds power over the Iranian people. So there's a presupposition in Donald Trump's effort that the Iranian people will continue to be oppressed by the IRGC.
And yet, has he not called for the Iranian people to rise up against the regime multiple times? I feel like that's like two different conflicting.
Well, then he sits down and tells them to stay inside while they handle business. But ultimately, he doesn't want the Iranian people to rise up against the IRGC because he's negotiating with the IRGC, not getting rid of the IRGC.
Yeah, but as of right now, I believe it's around, according to NBC, like 61% increased inflation over there. They're more in economic free fall, I believe, at the moment.
And the CIA says that they have 4 months left.
No, I said NBC.
I said that the CIA has reported that Iran could fiscally hold out for another 4 months. But Donald Trump is saying that a deal is imminent. So in other words, he is going to achieve a deal to reopen the strait, take the blockade off their ports, economically benefit the country. In fact, the U.S. has already stated that verbatim. They understand that's going to be a consequence of the engagement, and they're going to prevent Iran from having nukes. Once again, this will mean that the IRGC will be an economic benefit. The economic stressors of the Strait of Hormuz being closed will cease. Their constituents will continue to be oppressed, but apparently they won't be able to build nukes. So your ambitions of what you want Trump to get out of this war are not Trump's ambitions of what he is going to get out of this war.
They've been saying the Strait of Hormuz would be reopened multiple times. I feel like placing a marker on it would be like disingenuous at this point because, I mean, the goalpost has been moved so many times. It's like the boy who cried wolf at this point.
Okay, so then you're just saying that we can't trust anything that Trump says. And if we can't trust anything that Trump says, then we can't trust that he's going to liberate the Iranian people.
I feel like that's a bit broad. I would say more in this specific department. But if I have to be more personal, the main reason why I support the economic pressure, even if it affects Americans, is because my family lives in Iran at the moment, and I want them, and they support Trump, and I want them
Well,
to
they're
gain their
delusional. Holy
freedom.
fuck. I mean, I feel bad for them, and I understand where that delusion is born from, but it's still delusion nonetheless. The Iranian people are getting hurt by Trump. Those economic sanctions hurt the people. Us bombing their country hurts the people. Okay. Us killing their schoolgirls hurts the people. Us lighting their streets ablaze hurts the people. It's terrible.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Militarily, it does help.
Also, could you please
Like
tell me what language your family members that live in Iran speak?
Farsi.
Okay, go ahead.
They speak to me in WhatsApp. They use Starlink and a VPN to communicate with me. I've gotten that a lot. They do live there, and they are more economically prosperous than most. However, they still are subject to the tyranny of the IRGC. My father was in the 1979 revolution. I've been
Yeah,
there
but they're
twice.
not getting rid of the IRGC. Oh my god, dude, honestly, I'm fucking fed up with this stream today. No one is listening to anything that I'm saying. I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm just screaming into a fucking pit. Donald Trump is not going to get rid of the IRGC. Donald Trump is attempting to negotiate with IRGC to get agreement, which mean IRGC will continue to exist.
Can you provide a specific evidence of that, please?
He provided the evidence when he said that there's literally negotiations between Trump and the IRGC. Because if there are negotiations, that means the negotiation will establish the IRGC will still exist, and it will just exist in terms of a ceasefire between them.
So, if there was a negotiation for it, would they be lifting all economic pressures on it? And
Yes.
would that possibly affect how so?
I'll give you a source. It's from Axios.
Yeah.
It's called Exclusive.
Okay.
What's inside the Iran deal Trump is close to signing. It goes over how this would include a 60-day MOU, a memorandum of understanding, in which the Strait of Hormuz would reopen. The U.S. is going to lift the naval blockade on Iran, and that the fact that in this tertiary fact that the U.S. has officially acknowledged that this would be a boom to Iran's economy, and that the goal here is to prevent them from pursuing their nuclear ambitions.
And why wouldn't the United States want the IRGC's collapse, though?
Maybe one of the reasons why we don't want the IRGC to collapse is because every single time a government, even if tyrannical, in the Middle East collapses, it just leads to bloody civil war, death, and even more authoritarian regimes. Like what happened when our installed regime in Iran collapsed after Operation Ajax in 1953. Well, it led to the overthrow of the IRGC. Okay? But the question, why don't they want them to collapse, is different from the fact that they aren't going to collapse. Because the IRGC, in a sense, is being propped up by the U.S. government for ongoing negotiations to end their nuclear ambitions.
Propped up, I feel, is a bit of a skeptical word.
I just don't latch on to my fucking semantics. Latch on to the meat on the bone, which is the fact that the IRGC is not going anywhere. They're here to stay.
Okay. My apologies. I was just merely mentioning that. So IRGC here to stay, and there is nothing that...
It's not hearsay. I just gave you a source from Axios. It is literally Iran's deal with Donald Trump that was leaked to the media that goes over the key components of the Strait of Hormuz reopening, the U.S. lifting its blockade on Iranian ports, and an official acknowledgement from our government that would impact their economy success in a positive direction. And all of this has been officially announced by Trump too, like saying that, they're going to give up their nuclear ambitions. We're working on a deal where the deal's imminent. We're right by a deal. We're right there. It's right around the corner. Okay. He said here to stay. And I want you to know that I would really appreciate either a legitimate counter argument, okay, to somehow combat the position that I'm providing you, that the IRGC is not going anywhere, or a concession that the IRGC is not going anywhere.
I think I would have to go more towards concession that the IRGC isn't going anywhere, most unfortunately. Seems that your sources provided do solidify that. in the manner of economically relieving them through the Trump administration. And I do believe you are right there. I do believe you are correct, like genuinely. And I'm sorry that you were.
Sorry for being an asshole. I've just had a difficult day with these people. My patience is so fucking thin.
No, I totally understand.
Okay, so now that you understand that the IRGC is not going anywhere, clearly this would be a concession to the position that you support Trump because he's going to dismantle the IRGC. Do you have any other reasons to support the rapist in the Oval Office?
No, and I'd like to thank you for your time today, and I hope that you have a great day, sir.
Yeah, you as well, Matthew. Take care. Well, once again, my apologies for being rough.
You too.
All right, let's go to get that next guy. Oh, honestly, sometimes I feel bad for people like Matthew that come in off the tail end of like a hour-and-a-half conversation that I have with like the most insufferable idiots ever, right? Because there is just like no way for me to reposition my mental aptitudes and attitudes from speaking to somebody who will be willfully ignorant and reduce themselves down to the intelligence level of a cow to somebody a little bit more good faith like Matthew on the turn of a quarter. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream, only up inside of the queue of your MAGA.
Honestly, when I got off yesterday, I felt a lot better. Like way later, it honestly took a while. Like it was residual for a while.
Exactly, it is residual. Like my main goal here, off live, of course, I don't really talk about this on live too much, is to be able to reduce the amount of time that residual impact of having like such a terrible conversation like sticks around almost. And I've been able to do so pretty successfully. But it's still there, and I don't think it could ever go away because that's just simply a byproduct of human nature. Like I legitimately have to be like a fucking robot in order to go from total and utter like annoyance from some idiot that I'm talking to for an hour and a half to then 3 seconds later having a really good faith productive dialogue with someone. Zach, welcome into Sport Trump.
I actually do not. I kind of have a different...
No worries, Zach. Today we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. Folks, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place, and it's at the top of the phone screen. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Please only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Please hop in the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. For everybody else, please don't hop in the queue. I'd really appreciate it if you do your very best to follow the rules.
This is the why are you so obsessed with me
You're
guy.
such a fucking propagandist.
He thinks that we're socialists, Dean, and that we advocate for violent revolution.
Do you?
He thinks we're grifters, and yeah.
Loki, I'm kind of scared of that guy because it's kind of like turned in from like random internet hate to like legit obsession. Like he watches our lives every day, all day, sits in the queue just to get like 2 seconds to hate. All right. And I haven't had him up in like 2 months, but he's still been sitting in my queue every day for 4 hours for 2 months just to get those 2 seconds, just to call. Like it gives really strong stalker vibes, really strong stalker vibes. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please. I'd really appreciate it if y'all could do your very best to follow the rules of the live. Hey Chloe, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. She says there's a huge difference between ignorance is bliss and ignorance is piss, and Baldy is a prime example. Oh my god, yeah, for sure. Thank you for the $5. David, thank you so much for the $5 as well over on PayPal, and shout out to William P. Shout out to you, William. Welcome in. What's going on, Alyssa? Do you support Trump? Alyssa is not here. That's fine. That's fine. Savannah, thank you for the $1 on PayPal that just came through. Shout out to you, Savannah. Then on Venmo, thank you, Aaliyah, for the $5 who says, Dean, take the night off. You've earned it. I'm close, but I'm not there yet. And then Melody, thank you for the $5 as well, who says, donating because debating MAGA should be legally classified as psychological warfare. Dude, sometimes it definitely should. What can I say? And Andre, thank you for the $5 in Venmo saying, Dean, I could never do what you do. Well, I appreciate you, Andre. And then Dude Mama on Super Chat with the $10 says, so sorry that you're dealing with nonsense like this today. What a mess. You and Parker take care of yourselves after these ridiculous couple of days. Well, thank you, Dude Mama. It's good to see you, by the way. I know that you're always hanging out with us. Hey, Katie, do you support Trump?
No, not so much anymore, but now I don't support you.
You said that you don't support me? Okay. I'm willing to hear you out, Katie. I kicked you because you said no to your support about Trump, but if you want to give an argument that people shouldn't support me, I'll hear you out. Let's get the argument, Katie. Feel free to hop back inside of that queue.
You're Dean. I have the argument. You're a grifter. You're a DNC chill. You say everything the DNC texts you to do. Okay. Every single time you go live, all you do is spew propaganda.
So true. So true. All right, Katie. What's the argument?
I didn't say they shouldn't support you. I said I don't support either side.
Oh, you were gonna say either. I thought I heard a you.
Yeah, no. People can support you all they want to. I don't care.
Remember the PayPal donations that you sent me calling me a grifter?
I mean...
Oh, fuck.
I said that last summer.
Do you take it back?
Well, I mean, I can't be held responsible for anything I say if I have adult beverages.
Okay,
Get all mine.
It's not actually something that you believe? Okay. Right.
No, I don't. People can donate to you all they want to.
Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Only opposite side of the queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Where's the next guest at? We got Alicia connected to the live stream. Holy fuck. All right, everybody, give us a moment. We got Alicia connecting to the stream. Hello, welcome into Sport Trump. Alicia? Going once? Alicia? Okay, banned. That's fine. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Please make sure that you're following the rules of the live stream, guys. Right now we have 12.4 thousand viewers, but we can't find a Trump supporter for the life of us to have a debate with. My God. We're going to try our best here. We got Hick Life Iowa connecting to the stream. We're going to put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen, guys. Welcome in Iowa. Do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry, but I don't know why I got...
No worries, dude. Still looking for that guest, guys. Go ahead and take a look. If you're in that queue accidentally, do leave now. I'm going to go ahead and start authorizing my moderators to ban people in that queue who aren't Trump supporters. Welcome in someone. Do you support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Age?
The most insufferable Trump supporter still in the box.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting there all day. And that's fine.
Yeah, please.
We could get that. We're going to get that next guest. Hummer connected to the stream and Adam connected to the stream. Trying to find anybody to give us a debate, folks. Trying to find anybody to give us debates. Adam, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what about you, Hummer? Are you MAGA?
No, but I just wanted to spread awareness about Tashika.
Oh, wonder what he was going to say. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? You already said yes. How old are you? Sorry.
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
June 24th.
Okay, and yeah, why do you support the worst president of your 18 years of life? This absolute idiot?
Because he aligns with my, sorry, voice crack. But he aligns with my political beliefs, which is neo-libertarian phalangism.
I knew it immediately when he started speaking. I just had the feeling. Whenever they say political ideology, it always ends up being neo-libertarian phalangism.
Yeah, the most sound political ideology in modern day discourse, by the way. Yo, Katrina! Thank you so much for the $36 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, Katrina.
Oh, shit.
Katrina with the $36 drops a comment. I think that Katrina's actually watching another VOD of ours, and she's not watching us live. So I guess, Katrina, if you ever see this and you're wondering why you never got a shout out for your $36 dono, well, now you do. Now you do. Thank you for the $36. I appreciate you. As well as Kelly, thank you for the $5. Taryn, thank you for the $5. Savannah, thank you for the $1. And then over on Venmo, thank you so much, Bianca, for the $5. Thank you. Katie with the $10 says, Dean, we love you. I'm sorry that you're having a rough day. It's hard listening to these brain dead arguments. Well, I really appreciate you for the $10. It's been pretty rough out here today, but it's all right. And then Chris, thank you for the $1 as well. Whoa. Also, hey, Greg, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Greg literally just sent that through, like right now. I was going to swipe out of the notifications from Venmo, but then that came in. Thank you so much for the love and support, Greg. You are an absolute Chad. That is so much money. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do. I am so very grateful, and I don't deserve a penny of that. Please show some love to Greg down below in that comment section. While we're hopping into this next debate, I want to see 500 Greg dubs down below. Huge shout out to Greg, man. Trap, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, God, dude. Out of you?
You can hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
Okay. I'm 20.
And why do you support Trump?
All right, let me tell you why I support Trump, right? Bro, we are Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna just put that out right now. Second, bro, I support the border laws. I
Are you
support
Charlie
everything
Kirk?
actually, cause yes, we are Charlie Kirk. But
Oh,
I'm not on that right now. I'm gonna tell you why I support Trump. That doesn't even matter right now, bro.
wait,
I ain't
wait,
gonna
but
cap to you.
before you do, like,
Okay.
you consider yourself Charlie Kirk?
Yes, we are Charlie Kirk.
Okay. Wait, we are or you are?
No, we are Charlie Kirk.
So you think I am Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, we are Charlie Kirk, bro. Like, come on, can we get to the Trump? Let's talk about Trump, bro.
We are Negan.
We're Charlie Kirk.
We're all
But
Negan.
all right,
We are all
say
Negan.
that word again.
We are all Negan. Like specifically from the. I just realized that probably like if that could sound out of context. That's The Walking Dead. If you know the reference.
I'm sorry, y'all. This bitch keep calling me. But all right.
Don't refer to
So-
women that way.
Yeah, and you know what? For that, go pick up the fucking call.
Bro.
Go pick up the call. Go pick up the call and show her some respect. All right. Listen, if you're gonna disrespect a woman by calling her a bitch, and you're gonna disrespect that woman by not picking up her call, all right, you owe it to her. You owe it to her. Go bang her line, dude. It is the least you could do, and repenting for your grave sin. I think that dude was a troll. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream right now. On the opposite side of the queue if you're MAGA. Brent, appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you, man. Let's get 200 Brent W's. Thank you. Same thing to you, Omega. Thank you for the $10 who says, I am not Charlie Kirk. No, we are Charlie Kirk, okay? Get it right, buddy. Welcome into eSport Trump. John.
No.
Okay, nice. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, Dirk. I hope this isn't the Dirk or he's just gonna get kicked. I've had too long of a day for the Dirk. Welcome into eSport Trump.
Yes, sir. I'm 20.
Okay. Before you continue, I want to read out a donation here from Kari. That is Kari. Thank you so much for the $59 over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Kari. Who says the constant use of grape analogies is excessive and upsetting. For a lot of us, those aren't abstract debate tools. They're traumatic realities. Repeating them over and over for rhetorical emphasis feels irresponsible and alienating. Please stop. Well, the reason why I use rape analogies, like in that example of calling for somebody's death, is because I genuinely think that rape specifically and also child rape are like two of like the only options that somebody could engage in that would then deserve to die regardless of the context. Like, I think that you can murder somebody and regardless of the context, you're going to be a really bad person for doing it. But there are going to be some circumstances where, like, I don't think that you should be executed by this state, and you should just be thrown in jail for life. You know what I mean? And like, I just can't think of like anything else, right? Where anybody and everybody deserves to lose their life. I don't think that there's like any other action where you legitimately forfeit your right to life. So, I mean, if you guys can name any other actions where if somebody were to engage in them, regardless of the context, you legitimately forfeit your right to life, feel free to throw them out there and I'll replace it for the analogy. But as it stands, I mean, that's like one of the only things somebody could engage in that would lead to that outcome. Dirk, do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I don't think you've been able to effectively dismantle any point you've been given today.
Okay, that's cute. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. Well,
How old
I
are
mean,
you?
my reason for that is I'm 20. My reason for
What year
that
you born
is
in?
because 05.
Okay, go ahead. Why did you support Trump?
Well, because you haven't been able to defeat a single point you've been given the entire day.
Yeah, that's some dumbass shit. You know, I see like
Well,
a
no,
couple
well,
people. I see a
listen,
couple people on TikTok that like to say that. You know, like whenever like a video of me gets in the MAGA algorithm, one of the top comments is always, "Dean has never won a single debate." And
can explain why
honestly,
if you'd like.
I've always wanted to
Back it
talk
up.
to one of those people that think I've literally never been able to effectively dismantle a single point that has been thrown my way because it is like legitimately the most stupid shit I've ever heard.
I can explain if you want.
Yeah, please.
See, you haven't been given a single point because all these dummies, they can't make a single point, so you can't defeat a point if they don't make a point.
Okay. 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 So you're not Mr. I Hate Dean. You're
I'm
Mr.
fucking with you.
You're Mr. MAGA
fucking with you.
Hotshot. All right. Let's hear the argument, Mr. MAGA Hotshot. Why do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I'm just
Okay.
fucking on.
Okay, good one. Appreciate that. You know what? Maybe that's right. Maybe you've changed my mind. Maybe you've made me reconsider my position. Maybe I haven't made a single successful point all day.
All right, well, I got to get going, Dean. Thanks for having me on, bro.
Yeah, thanks
I
for coming up,
appreciate you, bro.
Parker.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
So surprised you wanted to join up. Just because of the Sorry, Parker. Hey, man, just appreciate you for
Where the
coming.
Darth Vader get his elevators? The Darth Vader.
Does he know he's on the live? PP
Where
Demon
the Darth
named...
Vader get his elevators?
I appreciate you for coming up, Parker.
Appreciate you having me up, bro. I'll see you tomorrow, bro.
Yeah, you take care. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Welcome into Sport Trump. Let's see here. Mason, are you MAGA? Mason, hello? Okay, I guess Mason isn't here. I don't know. Maybe he did support Trump if he supports Stalin. Stalin's a pretty bad guy, folks. Sabrina, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. Who says slave owner, human traffickers? I could think of a few. Okay, true. Like, yeah, I think if you're like a human trafficker, you forfeit your right to life. But then, like, couldn't the same thing be said about human trafficking? You know, like trivializing human trafficking by using it in analogies. Like, I ultimately think that like anything that if you were to do it would make you forfeit your right to life is like so extremely bad on that same level of like rape that like one could say, oh, like don't use that in an analogy because it's just too bad to like debate about or whatever, even though I'm not debating about it. Welcome in, Joey. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you're a fucking Jew. Everyone check out my TikTok. All right. Dean, you're...
Moving on to the next guest, we got David connecting to the live stream. Please only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. I'd appreciate it if you guys could please do your best to follow the rules of the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA, guys. We got Andre connecting to the live stream right now. Hopefully they're a Trump supporter that'll be down to debate. Over on PayPal, Jayana, thank you for the $10 who says, keep on doing what you do. Love your debates and what you do. Thank you, Jayana. I hope that you're enjoying the stream today, but it's maybe a little bit difficult to enjoy the stream today because these people are nuts, but, you know. Try my best to give you guys some good conversation. Hey, Andre, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Andre!
Fuck you.
Okay. Is this where you tuck your tail in between the legs and leave? Just want to come up here and say, oh, fuck you, Dean. Wow, yeah, apparently it is. So predictable. So predictable. Very predictable. Very, very, very predictable. Welcome in, Damien. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
Okay. What the... What the hell? One moment. Okay. Sorry, man. Sorry, man. Whoa, that's strange. Can't even tell you guys what it is. That one has to say it close to the chest. Okay. Listen, so, yeah, you're a Trump supporter. Sounds good. You know, honestly, I was about to ask you how you, support Trump as president in consideration to the fact that he's a rapist, but then I read your bio, saw that you're a Mormon, and, well, yikes. I mean, Joseph Smith married a 15-year-old girl, and, you think he's a prophet of God, so I don't know if that'd be a good place to start. So I guess where do you want to start? Why are you MAGA?
Well, you read my bio. That was just demonstrating that I live in Utah, because that's like a nickname for it. But anyway.
Well, it says Utah, Mormon, Beehive. Oh, I see it. Utah, the Mormon Beehive fry sauce state. Okay, all right. Go ahead, take it away. Why are you MAGA?
Oh, man, I'm a Trump guy because Kamala Harris was a DEI candidate.
Oh, okay. So she was, only in that position because of her race and gender, I'd assume, right?
No, there's many other reasons, but...
Well, I mean, if she's a DI candidate, she's underqualified, and she's only there because of her race and gender. That's like what the right means when they say DI candidate. Well, I mean, listen, if we were to assume that that's true, what does that tell us about Trump? Because Donald Trump was less qualified than Harris in every single way. We evaluate their respective policy. Kamala Harris would have been beneficial for this nation. She would have been beneficial for you, beneficial for me, beneficial for the average American. She would have reduced the debt, reduced the deficit, expanded access to health care, ensured that women and girls have adequate access to abortion. And Donald Trump, on the other hand, says, well, guess what? We're going to completely fucking destroy the country. We're going to just root out just destroy the economy, destroy our systems of justice, attack the Constitution, start a war of choice overseas, kill people, yada, 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 so on and so forth. So if the quote-unquote DI candidate with no real qualifications had better policy and a significantly more solid platform than the president today, Mr. Trump, what does that tell us about Trump?
I don't believe that she never actually really had a plan.
So just because you didn't read the plan doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Like the same way, just because you didn't pass like third grade doesn't mean that fourth grade doesn't exist.
No, I graduated high school, but anyway. The reason as to why I wanted to say that she is a DEI candidate is because Joe Biden had specifically said that, hey, I would prefer a black female as president. And then when he won the nomination, coincidentally, she's the pick. And it kind of just makes too much sense. And that's why I say what she is, because she is. There's no argument to that. She is, because her boss said it himself. And it would make sense from Joe Biden's perspective in 2020 to get more votes. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but to expand his base, it just makes too much sense. No, Dean?
Okay. Well, I mean, the first point that I'll make here is that he actually never said he was going to pick a black woman. That's a very common misconception. I actually believed in the same misconception as well. I don't know where that came from, but he did say that he was going to pick a woman to be his VP. And here's the thing. How do we know that that wasn't him kind of giving a hint to the public about who he had already chosen as a prospective VP, i.e. Kamala Harris, to the public? Saying, I'm going to pick a woman as VP. You know, he had already picked Kamala Harris. He was dropping a little bit of lore, hyping up the VP pick, right? It's possible that he picked her first and then just dropped a little bit of a public hint saying, I'm going to pick a woman. You know what I mean? Now, the second thing that I'll say here is, once again, back to the whole DEI thing. Even if she was picked because she's a woman, even if she was picked because she's black, she has a better policy and agenda than Trump. So I think that really speaks testaments to how terrible of a president Donald Trump is. If you're telling me that if we were just to randomly select a person because of their race and because of their gender, irrespective of their background, irrespective of their intelligence, irrespective of their aspirations, and irrespective of their agenda, they're still better than Trump? Damn, that speaks miles to how terrible of a president Trump truly is. And frankly, my dead dog would make a better president than Trump, because Donald Trump has destroyed this nation. You could say DEI candidate, this and that, all you want, but the fact of the matter is the average American is suffering right now because of the Trump administration. Our economy is in free fall right now because of the Trump administration, and the social and moral fabric of this great nation hangs on the line with him deporting people illegally to be tortured in another country, defending the murder of American citizens like Alex, Freddie, Renee, Good, Keith Porter, and normalizing rape culture because we elected an adjudicated rapist to be president.
He's legally not defined as that. You may interpret that as such, but that is not the case.
You do
from a
too.
Legal standpoint.
You do too. Can we agree?
Well, what do the papers say that he was guilty of? Because there was New York City, which I know that was a completely separate case, and that's a whole nother story. I think the charges that he got, they were just made up to be felonies because it's New York. It kind of makes sense.
We're not talking about criminal court. We're talking about.
And how do you think that he could have got a free representation in New York, especially the city?
Okay, let me explain this jury verdict form to you, because it's your argument that, well, he's not actually a rapist because legally it wasn't rape. Okay. So you're right. When we look at the jury verdict form, it says no to rape, yes to sexual abuse. So why do I call him a rapist? Well, because the legal definition of rape in the state of New York at the time was the penile penetration of the vagina. Okay, nothing outside of that. So in all reality, question number one there, they're just saying that he didn't rape her with his penis. That's all. And he didn't. Okay, E. Jean Carroll testified and proved to the jury that he raped her with his fingers. And that was just legally considered as sexual abuse at the time. And, Donald Trump tried to sue E. Jean Carroll for calling him a rapist on live TV after this court case concluded. And that lawsuit was thrown out because the judge ruled that her claim that he raped her is true.
Well, two things to that. It would be more convincing as if, for one, it was checked yes, and two, that E. Jean Carroll, it didn't come out when she did. It would have made, I think it would have made more sense if she would have came out in 2016. You wouldn't think that would make more logical sense to supposedly this guy had done the things that he had done to her, but doesn't come out for nearly how long?
So you're attempting to...
And that's...
Go ahead.
Huh?
No, go
No,
ahead.
go ahead. You're good.
Well, I was just going to say that you're attempting to shift the goalposts of the topic of conversation. I don't mind talking to you about the gravity behind the case and the evidence in which you have to prove it to be the case, and to dismiss all of your victim blaming rhetoric, like why did she wait so long, after you can see that it's totally okay for me to call him a rapist. All right? Like, listen, do you accept that the jury ruled that he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers, and that's something that we colloquially understand to be rape?
Yeah, that's what the jurors think. I don't think that.
I know, we're just talking about what the jurors think. Okay.
I didn't.
All right.
Overwhelmingly said that there was such evidence after such a long time that he had done this.
We're not talking about the evidence yet. We're talking about your claim that it's wrong for me to call him a rapist. These are two distinct conversations.
Well, you would have to base that off the evidence then.
Okay.
So I don't
But your argument
understand
was,
the point.
I can't call him a rapist because the court didn't find him to be a rapist. Well, they did. They found him to have virtually penetrated a woman's vagina. That means to penetrate a woman's vagina consensually with his fingers. Can we agree that a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers is something we both consider to be rape, because it is the forceful penetration of a sexual organ?
I don't understand. This varies from opinion here.
I know.
What did I say
agree
from the beginning? I told you.
I want you to understand. I want you to respond to my question. My question is: can we agree, based on both of our opinions, that rape would include the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers forcefully, because that is the forced penetration of a sexual organ? Like, can we agree, right, in both of our opinions, that something we think is rape?
I wouldn't define rape as such. No, it would have to be, as you said. You said because you marked the two differences between penile penetration and finger penetration. I don't understand.
Okay, so
this
define.
You're just trying to catch me on. This
so what is your definition of the word
to
rape?
Everybody else, homie.
Yeah, because other assholes make the same shitty point as you, bro. You're the one that chose your own reality. You didn't have to say that it's not rape to penetrate a woman's vagina with a man's fingers. You didn't have to be a dumbass and suggest such deplorable, evil, heinous shit. And you don't have to take all your anger out on me by saying, "Oh, Dean, it's your fault for putting me in a corner and running a line of dialogue that I forced upon myself by denying that rape is rape." So here's a question. What is your definition of the word rape?
I think rape would have to be, as I said, because you even listed the differences, it would have to be penile penetration.
Okay, question. Why?
Because I think that would just, what are you asking? Wouldn't that just make more logical sense?
Okay.
What are you asking? Why?
So the question that I'm asking is, why do you think that only penile penetration without consent would amount to rape, when penetration with a non-penis of a woman's vagina without consent would have the same impact and outcomes?
I'm reading it off the court documents, homie.
So remember, the question that I asked you wasn't what was New York State's legal definition of rape in 2022, but rather my question was, what is your definition of rape today?
I told you what that was.
And then you said penile penetration. I asked you why just penile penetration. You said because it makes more logical sense. Then I said, this is the question I want you to address and respond to. Why would it make more logical sense to exclude non-penile forms of penetration of a vagina without consent from the definition of what constitutes rape? Because regardless of a woman's vagina is being forcefully penetrated with a penis, a man's fingers, or literally anything else, it has the same impact and the same outcome of having one of your sexual organs violated and forcefully penetrated with a foreign body against your will. Right, that's why I think that the definition of rape should include all forms of penetration, not just with a penis, because they all lead to the same exact outcome. Like, imagine you're a woman,
then go get in Congress,
and your vagina is forcefully penetrated.
That's your opinion.
It doesn't matter what it's penetrated with. It has the same outcome.
Hold on, you draw the line of totally separating using your fingers apparently for sexual harassment and penile penetration for rape. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, well, you
And
just
that's
told me
what
that
I'm
I need to go, like,
saying.
protest the courts. Okay, well, A, I don't need to protest the courts because the courts in New York have already
No, I
changed
said
this.
I
And
said
then
go
B,
to Congress, homie, get elected,
yeah,
and you can
go
go
to
change
Congress.
that ruling and whatever you want in terms of your own definition.
Well,
It
remember,
doesn't matter.
I didn't ask you what any legal body's definition of the word rape was. So, no, I wouldn't need to go to Congress because the question that I asked you is what is your definition of the word rape?
You know what I meant, homie.
No, I don't know what you meant. Because why would I have to petition Congress for you to change your definition of the word rape? It makes no fucking sense.
Because we're stuck on a topic that's totally separated based off of opinion.
I'm investigating your opinion. Even though it's opinionated, we still need good reason to hold our opinions. Obviously, right? It's my opinion that the earth is round. Okay, if your opinion is that the earth is flat, I'm not going to not call you a dumbass. I'm going to point you towards the evidence that proves you wrong. Similarly, I'm going to point you towards the reason in which proves your opinion that rape is only the penetration of a penis to be incoherent, because why would you not consider non-penile penetration of a woman's vagina rape when it leads to the same outcomes and the same impacts as penile penetration? Like, ultimately here, when we use the word rape, what we want to refer to is some very drastic and serious violation of one's bodily autonomy through the forceful penetration of their sexual organs. Okay? And sure, this would obviously apply to penises, but there's no difference in the impact of this very serious infringement of one's bodily autonomy through the forceful penetration of their sexual organs when you don't use a penis and rather use fingers. So, like, this right here, right, would be, right, the motivating reason why you shouldn't just constitute penile penetration of a woman's vagina to be rape, but rather you should include the penetration of a woman's vagina with, like, literally anything, okay? Other parts of a man's body, objects to be rape.
Yeah, two things. Because I think the difference between rape, it has to be sexual organ and sexual organ.
Why?
That's just... Huh?
Why do you hold that opinion? For what motivating reason do you find that to be the case?
Because I feel like, I don't know, Dean, growing up, I feel like they have always just been defined that way. They've just been defined that way. If you're going to compare... Well,
so there's no motivating reason
that
you could give me for your view. You can't give me an explanation.
How like deep are we trying to go on this one thing?
I'm trying to go deep enough to understand why it is rape when you do it with a penis, but it's not rape when you do it with a dildo, for instance. Something with the exact same parameters as a penis. Something the exact same size as a penis, the exact same length as a penis, the exact same girth as a penis, right? Like if we just essentially have, right, like a fake penis, okay, with all of the same properties of a real penis, you're saying that if you were to, if a man were to force that upon a woman, it wouldn't be rape, even though it leads to like all of the same things. It leads to the same violation of bodily integrity. It leads to the same violation of bodily autonomy. It leads to the same violation of consent. It leads to the same pain. It leads to the same trauma. It leads to the same stressors. It leads to the same long-term negative outcomes. It leads to the same suicidality. It leads to the same victim blaming. It leads to the same negative mental states. It leads to the same physical mental states. It leads to the same everything. There's no difference, okay, of any of the real-world impacts or outcomes immediately or long-term between a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his penis or a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with anything other than his penis. So, because it leads to all of the same things. Everything is the same.
Dude, you seem so
Obviously
educated on the... You seem so educated on this one singular topic, dude. You should have got this voice out to the 77 million people that still voted for him because of I bet clearly you have. But if you're gonna call, here's at the end of the day, Dean, you're gonna call Trump this, and that. You know, if he was all this, then I don't think he would have won the election, but he did.
Okay.
Whether
So
because you guys
to the argument
whether
of
it
what
was
rape is?
because you guys didn't give you guys didn't get your message across, or two, she was just that bad.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. Are you conceding to the argument about what rape is so we can move on?
In New York and being apparently found guilty somehow of these so-called felony charges, you'd think that it would have done something, right?
So are you conceding to the point about what rape is so we can move on to the other
I'm not
points?
conceding to the point.
How about
No,
this?
I'm not
Do you disagree with the
conceding to the
current
point.
legal definition of rape in New York? Because the current legal definition of rape in New York would include the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's finger. Same thing with 36 other states. So do you agree with the general status quo of how our states legally define rape?
Well, if that was the status quo, wouldn't you think that they would have been on that paper? Or did they just had barely just changed the law
this legal
coincidentally
definition
after his court case?
So this legal definition in New York was updated in 2023. However, this legal definition has existed in 35 other states for the last 25 years. So once again, that's going to be a majority of states. So do you disagree with the current legal status quo in America of the legal definition of rape? Could I just get a yes or could I get a no, please?
Repeat the question one more time. Good Lord.
Okay. Yeah, do you disagree with the current general status quo of the legal definition of what rape is, not just in New York, but across the country? Because like I said, 36 of our 50 states say that the legal definition of rape does include the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers or anything other than a penis, right? So are you saying that the current legal definition, status quo of the word rape is wrong?
Mm-hmm. If it's stated in such a sense that it's like this, they define the word rape between, for example, using your fingers and both penile penetration.
My question.
If that is in that same definition, then no, I would not.
Okay, so you don't disagree with the current legal status quo?
I said if the status quo is such in which I just described. If it's described in that factor, then no.
So
that's
the description is that rape can occur by penetrating a woman's vagina with a penis or by penetrating a woman's vagina with anything else unconsensually. So that's the current legal status quo. Do you disagree with that status quo? Do you disagree with that definition?
Yeah, two things. If it's like that, then yes, I do. And two, if it was currently defined as such, then whether it was the judge, whether it was the prosecutor of the case, I don't know what it could have been.
Okay, so perfect.
Man, those papers were not right.
So you think
these papers are not right?
So you think that men who are in jail for raping a woman because they got her drunk, they chained her up, and then they penetrated her with their fingers, okay, they should not be in jail for rape. Is that your position?
No, that's a completely whole different context than what you just gave me.
That's not a different context at all. We're talking about
and try to get her drunk. That's a completely different scenario. So I don't understand. I don't understand the point that you're making.
The one relevance of the two scenarios is that in both of the two scenarios, a man is forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers without consent. Which is what matters to define rape? Forceful penetration?
If you bring
regardless
that example,
if you forcefully penetrate a woman by giving her drugs first, forcefully penetrate a woman by getting her drunk first, forcefully penetrate a woman by killing her first, or forcefully penetrate a woman by holding her against a wall first. Okay, regardless of what's leading to the unconsensual action. Okay, it's a fact that it's unconsensual that makes it wrong. It makes it rape, right?
The specific example that you gave me, I would say if a man had did that and had got a woman drunk and then had used his fingers to penetrate, I would say that was sexual assault.
Okay. So why do you disagree with the current status quo of the law?
I've stood by that, Dean. I've stood by my
So why
my
do you
opinion.
disagree with the current status quo of the law?
I told you before, we've had the same conversation for 15 minutes.
I'm just asking you what the reasons are. What are the reasons why you disagree with the current status quo of the law?
Because I feel like there's a clear difference between sexual penetration.
Perfect.
Sexual
What's
penetration
the
from
clear
two different people.
Difference. That's what I've been trying to get out of you this whole time.
The clear difference.
Because remember, my position this whole time has been that there's literally no difference between forced penile penetration and forced non-penile penetration, and that it leads to all of the same outcomes. But you're finally telling me the reason why you don't think that non-penile penetration is rape is because of a quote-unquote clear difference between non-penile penetration and penile penetration. I'm so happy you said that because we're finally getting something to latch yourselves onto here to go after in your argument. So please tell us what the clear difference is between penile penetration without consent and non-penile penetration without consent. What is the clear difference?
What is this trick question, Dean? What do you mean? What is the clear difference? You compare the difference.
You said there was
finger and
a
the
clear
penile
difference.
penetration.
Now I want you to articulate the clear difference.
When have you? Dude, this is so insane.
I'm sorry.
I wish we
you're
could just
the
move
one.
on to a different topic.
You're the
dude.
one
Seriously.
that cannot
I've stood-
corroborate your statements. You're the one that made the statement
specific
that there is a
example that
clear
you had
difference.
given me
And now I'm
earlier,
asking you
I have
to
stood by that same
to
opinion.
articulate the clear difference,
The
and you
whole
can't do
time.
it. So are you saying that you are incapable of articulating the clear difference that you claim is present between penile penetration and non-penile penetration unconsensually? Are you claiming that you're unable to articulate that clear difference?
Yeah, I guess yes. I'm incapable of.
Okay, so what are your
saying
thoughts
the
on
difference.
what are your thoughts on my belief here, on my opinion here, that if you're unable to articulate the clear difference, then there's probably not a clear difference.
The specific example you had given me. You had
how do you feel? How do you feel about that? If you can't say
would
the
you
difference,
that it was
then there's
rape, or would you
probably
say that
not
it was
one.
Sexual assault.
No, listen. Can
And
you
if he had
agree with
used
me
his
here?
fingers
Can you agree with me here
in that
that if you
sense,
can't
then it would
say
be
the difference?
sexual
No.
assault.
Listen. Can you agree with me here that if you
So-
can't say the difference, then there's probably not one?
No, I'm not gonna say that. No.
Yeah, because you're a fucking droid. Oh my god, I just
Yeah,
have morons
droid,
up
for
in my
sure,
box
bud, for
every
sure.
day.
Next
okay.
topic. Hey,
yeah, sure,
hey.
whatever. I rest
Hey,
my
man,
case on
so
that one.
when
You got
this-
fucking
when this
owned.
Iran
Next
war
topic.
ends-
You said that all the felonies were felonious. So what were the felonies for specifically?
Yeah. It was falsifying business records.
In
Fuck, I don't know. I think it was
in the first
degree.
degree, a Class C felony in the state of New York. Okay.
Sure.
And why were those 34 felonies felonious?
Heard something, credible news source. I'm just going to keep you guessing because I think it's funny. But I saw this and it was saying something about how this Attorney General's office, they had essentially, made up the case. Well, not essentially made up the case, but they made up the charges. So they specifically gave him felonies instead of a misdemeanor, in which if somebody else had done that same thing, they wouldn't have faced those felonies.
Okay, so this is really fun.
Sure.
This is great. So if you go on Google, you type in New York falsification of business records in the first degree, and then you click on the first link from the New York State Senate.gov website that's titled Legislation-Consolidated Laws of New York. Okay, it will tell you about the falsification of business records in the first degree, which once again is the claim that Donald Trump was found guilty of. And the last revision to falsification of business records in the first degree, section 175.10 of New York penal law, was in 2014, a year before Donald Trump even committed the crime, not had charges pressed against him for the crime, not found guilty of the crime, not arrested for the crime, but literally committed the crime. So when you tell me that all of these charges were fake, bullshit, and felonious because the DA made them up in response to Donald Trump's actions, that's not true, because this law existed
if
a
that is
year
the
before
case-
he did it. And it's no, it's
Here,
not
I'm
if that was the case. Let me show you.
I am
Let me
going to
let me
give
go ahead
you
and
an
show
answer
you.
that you
Let
like.
me
Hey,
show
no,
everybody
just
for that
pull
matter.
down.
So if we
Pull
go
that
to
down
the
for
New
2
York State
seconds.
Senate website,
I'm
we
gonna
look
give
at
you an
section
answer that you're gonna like.
175.10,
Okay, he doesn't
falsifying
wanna hear the
business records
answer
in the
then.
first degree. You could view the historical revision as of 2014, September 22nd.
Okay, fine.
You click on that,
Sure,
you will
I'm
see that as
looking
of
at it, I'm reading it.
2014, the crime that
Mhm.
Donald Trump was found guilty of existed on the books. Alvin Bragg didn't make shit up.
What did I say? I'm going to give you an answer that you're going to like. Okay. Number one, if those are truly felonies, then Trump's a felon. I'm gonna Jesus Christ. I'm gonna categorize it in a way that yes, he's a felon, but for falsifying business records, yeah, man, he's I guess he's a felon for that sense. It's like saying that somebody gets pulled over on a traffic stop and they conduct a search on the vehicle, and they have, I don't know, 5 pounds of
Don't say the name
weed
of any
in it.
drug. Okay. Well, you cooked yourself. You may inevitably have to get kicked for that.
Okay, they apparently have all these in the back of their car, and if they classify that as a felony charge, I don't think that they're a felon. I don't think if they were to get pulled over for that specific circumstance and get charged for that, it's my opinion, I don't think they should be viewed as a felon.
No, I expect this as your response, that you just don't really care too much about the crimes in which Donald Trump was found guilty of, is essentially what you're saying.
Yeah, something
here.
to do with a porn star for
Right, but what
Stormy
makes
Daniels.
this, what makes this very hypocritical is that you and the rest of MAGA say, we need to get every undocumented immigrant out of the country because every undocumented immigrant in the country is a criminal because every undocumented immigrant in the country is guilty of a federal victimless misdemeanor. That is not only in reality, but also legally significantly less meaningful than the 34 felony counts that Donald Trump was found guilty of. So when it's a president and they're a 34 count felon, you don't care at all because the crimes are victimless. But when it's an undocumented immigrant with a lower level offense and with less counts, 1 compared to 34, all of a sudden it's the biggest issue ever. And we need to destroy this country's economy, kill humans, and send others to be tortured because of that misdemeanor. It is so hypocritical.
He's not torturing the economy, but in response.
Name one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago.
Man, I don't know, dude. I personally, I look at the stock market, man.
Yeah, stock market's not a macroeconomic indicator. It could be influenced by macroeconomic indicators, but in of itself is not a macroeconomic indicator. So try again. What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago?
Once this Iran war is over, you're not going to have anything to criticize him over.
Oh, really? So I had stuff to criticize him before the war started. Last year, before the war, we had the worst jobs report since 2003, the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010. GDP growth went down by 1%, and we added less jobs to the economy than Biden added per month in 2024.
I don't give a shit what Biden did.
Okay, well, you should, because it's things to criticize Donald Trump over in retrospect to the economy, irrelevant of the war in Iran. Before the war in Iran started, we had the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. That is not something to criticize Trump over?
No.
Yeah, because you're a fucking droid. Hey, listen, is this something to criticize Trump over? This is a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Oh my God, the
and everyone's
2016
getting dressed
clip.
and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere.
I heard this before
and I'm
the
allowed to go in
2016
because I'm
election.
the owner of the
This shit's
pageant,
old.
and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to.
He just got a ban for harassment and bullying. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. The people I'm debating today are legitimately so fucking insufferable. How am I even doing it still, dude? We're 3 hours and 10 minutes into the live stream. I'm trying my best to provide y'all some high quality debates, but it's hard today, guys. Because, dude, that guy's argument against rape was literally nuh-uh. It was nuh-uh, okay? It took me 30 minutes to get out of him that he just thinks that there's some meaningful difference between penile penetration and non-penile penetration. 30 minutes to get the fact that he thinks there's a meaningful difference. But then even when I asked him what that meaningful difference was, he said, nuh-uh. What a dude. What a moron. John, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, so by his logic, if somebody stuck their finger up his bum without consent, that's not grape. Apparently. Caitlin, thank you for the $3. Maggie, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, if he was violated with a broom handle, would he consider that grape if it isn't with a male member? Thank you for the $5. According to him, he wouldn't. Marissa, thank you for the $5, calling that last guest a gross idiot. Kiki with a $1. Ashley with a $1 as well. Kiki with a $1 says, I downloaded Venmo just so I could donate and also say that a Damon is literally a literal disgusting dumb fuck. W Kiki, let's get it. Madeline, thank you for the $5. Haley, thank you for the $5. And Miss Taylor, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Taylor W's down below in that comment section. Taylor, you are the GOAT. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Let's get 1,000. Let's get 1,000 Taylor W's. That is genuinely so fucking kind of you. I'm so very, very, very grateful for your love and support. That is a huge, huge, huge donation, which I absolutely do not deserve to the highest degree. Taylor with $100 says, I just wanted to send love and prayers your way. You are truly a kind person. I cannot thank you enough for standing up for people. As someone who's been raped, your support means so much for me. Say hi to Momo for me, Taylor. Thank you for the kind words. And I'm so sorry that you and every other victim have to hear this bullshit from these terrible, terrible guests. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Jonah. Thank you for the $7. And on Venmo, this just came in literally right now. Thank you for the $50 donation, Katie, who says, always sending good vibes. Thank you so much. Katie, I know that you've been watching for a while. Thank you for the $50. Let's make sure we also show some love to Katie in that chat. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do. And Kirsten with a $4 says that today's live is literally traumatic. Bro, it's been bad. Lord T, thank you for the 5. And then Raven, I appreciate you for the 5 as well. Guys, if you do want to support me, if you want to support the live, if you want to ask a question, get a message across, roast the fuck out of a guest, or just support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and my TikTok account. Pin message on the other place and right there. Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Make sure that you quadruple check that spelling though, because there's a bunch of scam accounts out there. Brock, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you, Brock?
21.
Okay, well, honestly, we're just going to roll off of the end of that last conversation. I had to kick him. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump boasting about sexual violence?
So before we start, though, I'll let you finish talking, and then you can let me finish taling, right?
Yeah, that's fine. So what are your thoughts on Trump boasting about engaging in sexual violence?
You're talking about the clip, right, with the behind the stage?
Yeah. In the dressing rooms, yeah.
So I can see where you're coming from with that. I don't think he's exactly talking about that. I think he just since how popular he is, he's allowed to go back in the stage. Is there more context to that clip you can give me? Because
yeah. The context is that Donald Trump owned multiple beauty pageants: Miss Teen USA for girls, Miss USA for women, and Miss Universe for women. Okay? And he sat down on Howard Stern's radio show. Howard Stern asked him about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants. The first 2 minutes of the clip were spent them going back and forth. Oh, what if one of these Scandinavian women approached you with their pussy? Would you have sex with them? Oh, I think that'd be a conflict of interest. Literally quoting them. Okay. And then Donald Trump is like, well, I'll tell you what I do is I go into their dressing rooms and I look at them while they're naked because they have no clothes on, and I'm like a doctor. Okay. That's sexual violence, because the definition of sexual violence is any sexual act that's unconsensual. That's a sexual act lauding over the naked bodies of women, seeking them out to then tell Howard Stern about how great their boobs looked. It was unconsensual because it was in a woman's dressing room where women have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, which is why they feel comfortable enough to get naked in there in the first place.
Does that clip ever talk about a dressing room? He's just saying behind backstage. That
the clip necessarily does talk about it.
Play it again for me, please.
Of course.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
For a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Do the thing, guys. Do the thing.
Okay. All right. So he is talking about watching people change. I mean, I do acknowledge that. But don't you think it's maybe not a full undressing kind of thing? Maybe he's just acknowledging that they're beautiful women. You know what I mean? I could do that the same thing too. He's a really popular guy. He can get away with stuff like that. I don't necessarily think he's actually talking about them completely undressed and then watching that. You kind of get what I'm saying? Because people backstage change really quickly. They don't take off everything always. You know what I mean? He never directly talks about a dressing room. There's no topic about that. He just says backstage.
He does talk about a dressing room. So he does talk about a dressing room. He says that he'd go into his place where men weren't allowed, but he was breaking a rule by entering because he got away with it.
You say men? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, he said that he walked into a space that men weren't allowed because he was breaking a rule by entering because, quote unquote, he'd get away with it, which means to break a rule and face no consequence. And in order to get in, he had to abuse the fact that he was the owner and tell a lie of doing a false inspection.
Yeah, okay, I get you.
And then when he was inside of this space, he then just see a bunch of naked women, naked and changing. Okay? And every single woman and girl who remembers this happening to them have all testified to the fact that it happened in dressing rooms, not the general backstage area, even the women who would defend him. Okay, so you can't say, well, all these women are crazy liars trying to defame my favorite president, because even women like Veronica said that, yeah, it did happen in the dressing rooms, but we had clothes on. Okay, well, in this clip, he says they were naked. So he absolutely barged into their dressing rooms and sexually exploited them while they were naked.
Okay. Do you mind if we talk about... I'm going to agree with you on this because I'm not that informed of what happened there. Can we move on to something else if you don't mind? I don't mean to be that guy, but
yeah, sure. Isn't it fair to say that should be a red line though against the admin, right? He's literally sexually abused women and girls and boasted about it. He was took pride in it. I feel like we should draw the line there. Anybody that falls on the other side of that line is irredeemable scum who probably shouldn't have any position of power, but definitely not the presidency. It's simple. It's a line in the sand.
Yeah. So
Sexual predators and abusers on one side, everybody else on the other. Okay, and everybody on the sexual abusers and predator side, let's keep them out of government. Let's keep them out of the Oval. Let's keep them out of positions of power. Let's keep them out of our schools. Let's keep them out of functioning society, and definitely the Oval.
Okay. See, I don't know like enough context on the situation. Like to me, it doesn't exactly like sound like that's what he's doing. But I'm just gonna go ahead and say you're right on this because I didn't really want to talk about that. I wanted to talk about something else.
So do you agree with like the whole like red line thing?
I think he's definitely not describing. If he did do that, I think he's not describing it in the best way. Like I think there could have been some red line thing going on there. You know what I mean? Like he could have been doing something wrong.
The question that I'm asking you is, if he did barge into the dressing rooms and take advantage of them sexually, could agree that he shouldn't be president?
I would agree with that. Yeah. I don't think he should be. I don't think he should be in office if he was actually doing that. You know what I mean?
Okay. So due to the fact that we heard him admit to it, and we've had 12 women and girls corroborate his admission of guilt, said that it happened to them, what else do you need? What other evidence could I give you to prove to you that this occurred?
So is there like any like other like clips of him like talking about stuff like that? Like, you know what I mean? Like any like other like underlining evidence? Because like
a court held him civilly liable for rape. In 2005, he said that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first. He's mentioned the Epstein files over 1 million times, including a credible accusation from a minor who he knows trafficked by Epstein. He has 40 plus credible accusations. His ex-wife Yvonne indicated in their divorce proceedings years and years before he ever ran for public office that he raped her inside of the marriage. And then we also have the clips of all of the beauty pageant contestants talking about that as well.
Can we go back to your previous conversation on when you were talking about like definition of, grape?
Yeah, as soon as we're done with this conversation about the dressing rooms clip. So now that I provided you corroborating evidence for the fact that he's a sexual predator, do you accept that he did sexually prey on these women and girls?
Well, I wanted to, for the underlining evidence, because it's what I brought up, I was going to try to describe my definition. You know what I mean? Because, like, you were talking about how he
forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers against his will. Clearly, that's right.
So, going back, I think I can describe it better. So, you said that the outcomes would be the exact same if it was penal, right?
Yeah.
So, I disagree with that. If it was penal, right, the outcome could be with like a baby, for example, right, which would be more traumatic, right?
Not if the man has a vasectomy, and if a man with a vasectomy rapes a woman with his penis, you'd still agree that's rape. So.
Well, yeah, but you got to also think like there's.
So you agree that like even if there's no like chance of like a pregnancy resulting as an outcome of unconsensual sex, that is still clearly rape. Same thing with little girls who haven't hit puberty yet, who biologically cannot get pregnant. Okay, of course, we would say if a man raped them, that is rape, even though there was no chance of pregnancy.
I still think
or a woman after menopause, no chance of pregnancy. So basically, under your view here, that it's not rape unless there's a chance of pregnancy. You're arguing that like girls under the age of like 9, or if they haven't hit precocious puberty, can't be raped. That's the craziest shit in the world. Women over the age of around like 55 to 60 can't be raped. That's the craziest shit in the world.
Can I describe it more though?
And men with vasectomies can't rape. That's the craziest shit in the world.
I think it's very borderline because you got to think like, you also got to think like with the issues of like people getting like, how do I put it? Like falsely accused of these kinds of things. Like for example, right? Like if you're going to, let's say, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example here. Right, like how do you like define? So you define it if it's just any form of penetration, right?
Yeah, unconsensual penetration of a sexual organ is rape.
Okay.
Honestly, of any organ.
Well, I think it's more like vile if you do it with, you know what I mean? Because it's more like, I've always been told this, like from what I've been always been taught, like it's not. You got to think like it's significantly worse if it's that. You know what I mean? Whereas if it's not, you kind of get what I'm saying?
Why?
Like,
Why is it worse?
Why would it be worse? Because the outcomes can be significant. Wouldn't the outcome be significantly worse?
Of like pregnancy. Okay, so you think that
Yeah,
it's...
like I'm not saying it would be every time, but
So
it would
I
still,
just want to clarify that you think that child rape is preferable to adult rape because there are many children who can't get pregnant.
Wait, say that again.
You think that child rape is preferable to adult rape because many children can't get pregnant?
I don't think it's preferable. I don't think it should.
Yeah, yeah, that's the opposite of worse. Better. Better is the opposite of worse. Your view is that child rape is better than adult rape.
I don't think any of it's good. Like, I didn't say that. Like, you're just...
Dude,
like,
better is just the opposite of worse. You said that
Right.
rape is worse
would
when there's
be
a chance of
better, like-
pregnancy. One moment. You said that rape is worse when there's a chance of pregnancy. Okay. So therefore, child rape is better than adult rape because many children can't get pregnant.
I mean, if you wanted to put it that way, you could, but I don't believe that personally.
Okay, so then you don't believe that rape is worse because there's a chance that the person could get pregnant.
I mean, I guess, but my
Okay,
personal
good.
definition...
So then back
like,
the fuck off of like this
Okay,
frontline
all right.
defense for fucking rapists. Like, dude, this is so fucking... Oh my god.
I'm not defending
insane.
people that
Yeah,
do
it is.
that.
It's crazy. Like, dude, the sophistry from MAGA's nuts. Like, on one hand, well, it wasn't rape at all because there wasn't any penile penetration. But then, you know, after I spent a fucking hour examining the nuances of why that's just simply untrue and you could rape anybody with anything, well, then, okay, now we move on to the second line of defense. Is, well, at least it's better because although he raped her, he didn't impregnate her. Oh my God. Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes, our
Like-
president raped a woman without impregnating her. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it is exactly what our president did. And because he raped a woman without impregnated her, it is just significantly better and preferable, and he's a redeemed sinner, and we shouldn't care. And that's our D1 man. Like, come on. Do you hear yourself, dude?
I mean, I get
Oh,
I get what you're
crazy.
saying, but what do you
I'm
think
actually
about,
losing
like,
my mind.
just moving on to something else, what do you think about Obama deporting, like, I don't know, it's like 3 times more people than Trump?
Okay, well, that's a lie, but in the first year of Donald Trump's second administration, he's deported 1.2 million people. 8 years of Obama, 3.1 million people. So Donald Trump is on track to deport more than twice as many people as Obama.
Right, but overall, though, Obama's deported
What a pivot.
significant
Wait,
amount of people.
wait.
You
I
support
remember, like,
Obama,
we
right?
talked about the rape case as like corroborating evidence for him barging into the dressing room. So now that like we finished that conversation about the rape case with like a concession from you, do you also concede that he barged into the dressing rooms?
I think that's something Trump would do, personally. The only reason why I support Trump is because I think
Okay,
he would be
so I
significant-
just want a yes or no. Do you accept that he did do it because he admitted to it, and we have the corroboration of his guilt from like
sounds
12
like-
women and girls?
It sounds like something he would do.
Okay. So is that it? You're not telling me that he did do it though. Like based on the evidence, did he do it?
I would say he would, based on
Not if he would. Did he?
I don't know for sure, but I would say yes. to
Okay, so
stand
he
it.
did. So okay,
Yeah, I would
less
say
than
yes.
20 minutes ago, you said that you would stop supporting him if he did do it. So you're no longer a Trump supporter because you
Well, I
just
didn't
said he did
say-
do it.
The only reason why I don't fully support him, but I
No.
somewhat
You
support
said
him
that you
is
would
because
stop supporting him as president if he did it.
Yeah, I'm moving towards more like independent stuff anyway, because the thing
Okay.
is like he's better than, but he's
Okay,
better
so just
than,
to clarify,
like,
that you're not a supporter of Trump.
I'm not fully. I mean, I was, but not.
Happy we could change your mind. Moving on to the next guest. Harold, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you, man. Good to see you today. Thank you, Harold. Jamie, thank you for the 5. Tanya, thank you for the 1. Amanda with the $10. Who says, how does Momo react when she sees you and your girlfriend after coming home from vacay? Oh, she's always so cute and cuddly. Karen, thank you so much for the $10. Katrina, thank you for the $10. And Mariana, thank you so much for the $15. Let's get 150 Marina W's in that comment section. That is Marina. Thank you so much, you guys. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on YT, and the ad's right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Welcome into Sport Trump.
I do.
How old are you?
I got the restriction earlier. I'm 27. I was the first one.
What did you get a restriction for?
I can't say it. I told you about what I Venmo'd you.
Okay, yeah, I remember. Could you stop screen recording? There's just a little bit of feedback. Maybe it's
I'm not
gone.
screen recording.
Okay.
I can turn on my volume.
Sorry, let me just turn down your volume. Let me remember our conversation. Okay, you'd come up, you'd argued that we needed to do mass deportation because undocumented immigrants lower wages for low-skilled employees. And I gave you a source from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis to demonstrate that they actually increase wages by 1 to 2%. And then you said that, well, they actually reduce wages. Then I said, hey, man, remember the source that I gave you? And then you just completely ignored that. Then you repeated that they reduce wages. And then you called me a DIRTY commie bastard. And then you got a ban for harassment and bullying, right?
Correct.
Good. I'm happy I can remember. So let's just go to pick up where we left off. So your claim is that undocumented immigrants reduce wages. Okay. So respond to the study that I gave you to demonstrate that they actually increase wages by around 1 to 2% per year.
They increase wages for who? Themselves or for the general public?
For the general public. For everyone. In general.
Yeah, both. I could see that they could increase wages for themselves because honestly they do work hard. My argument isn't that they're bad people or that they aren't good workers, but the fact that of them being exploited in general for such low wages when they first start out in these low IQ jobs that they directly impact my line of work, which is blue collar industry.
Okay. So the study that I gave you proves that they holistically increase wages for the labor market as a whole.
Within how long?
What does that question mean?
Like, let's say we had a huge influx of, like, say, I don't know, 8 million coming in the course of 4 years. How long would it take for those 8 million individuals to raise wages across the country?
Whenever they enter the labor market?
As soon as they enter the labor market, they're automatically just increasing wages global or national.
Yeah. Their mere existence in the labor market increases wages. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see that. So, like, your source directly states that?
Yes.
The second they start working, boom.
Yes. So it says we calculate that immigration, thanks to, let's see here, had a positive and significant effect between 1.7 to 2.6% on wages of less educated native workers over the period of 2000 to 2019, and no significant wage effect on college-educated natives. We also calculate that a positive employment rate effect for most native workers, meaning that it actually reduces unemployment for U.S.-born citizens. Even simulations for the most recent 2019 through 2022 period suggest small positive effects on wages of non-college natives, and no significant crowding out effects on employment.
And where was this? This wasn't Pew, right? This was something else, right?
So this is called Immigrants' Effect on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux, published by the National Bureau of Economic Research in April of 2024.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely have to look into that. I've heard similar arguments before, but I just don't see how it's possible. You truthfully believe that even without looking at these,
because economics is a lot more complex. Like, okay, do you agree that if everything were intuitive, right, that we probably wouldn't have like 12-year grad and PhD doctorate programs for specifically economics?
I mean, college is a scam, so.
Dude, college is not a scam in all circumstances. What?
Oh, in some. How many? What percentage do you think the college is?
What I could tell you is that college is certainly not a scam for economics.
How many people get
like can we agree that like economics is like so complex, all right? It is one of like the most complex fields of like study and research. And it's certainly just not as intuitive as saying, well, I feel like immigrants reduce wages, therefore they do, right? Like let me just show you this. Let me show you this fucking study like that they use to prove otherwise. Let me show you this fucking study, dude. And listen, I'm not going to lie. A lot of this goes over my head too. So I'm not trying to make you feel dumb because I don't have a degree in economics either. All right. Let's just go ahead and scroll down here to where the graphs start popping up. Where are they at? Where are the graphs at? How about we go down to the last page? Okay, so table 9, calculated effect on native wages and employment population ratio as a response to changing immigrant labor supply. Then they go over the percentage change in native wages of no high school degree. Okay. Oh, then you have like your parameter configuration. 1 over some like Greek shit. 0.5471, dude. 1 over some other Greek shit. 1 other some over. They're like, what the fuck? Okay. Oh wait. Oh, then you have more parameter configurations. 1 over some Greek shit. edu comma space 8, like, dude, what the fuck? Right? Okay. And then we go down to the conclusions. They have like 3 more billion sources. Literally, their bibliography is like a gazillion pages long. What the hell is this? 0.056. Like, dude, what are we doing? Okay, right. More like Greek shit and parameters. Like, what is this? And I'm pretty sure it gets even crazier the further. Whoa. Shea's partial R2, first stage F. Sanderson corrected at, like, dude, what?
Yeah, I can.
Oh my god. Then we have an appendix C formula for like wage effect on all immigrants. So here's the, oh my god. So this right here, folks, for the guest and for everybody watching at home, is the official formula that, as I said, okay, a very reputable institution, the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, uses to determine the change in foreign-born supply between 2 periods in education, K-level experience, to impact the wage effect of all immigrants on native wages. So do you think that you could just intuit this formula? Do you think that you could just intuit the conclusion of this formula? Do you just think that your feelings and your tum-tum...
I could probably read that thing over and over for a year and still not fucking understand it.
Right, because it's really complex.
Is gonna affect that line of work?
Right, like, so like people like you and me that didn't like go to school for like 12 years and get like a PhD in mathematics or economics, okay, like clearly like can't understand that, at least for the most part. Now, the reason why I bring this up is just to show you that the complexity involved, okay, in determining the impact of immigration on the wages of natural U.S.-born citizens is significantly more complexity than what like you could just intuit with your emotions as an uneducated Trump supporter and yield the conclusion that you just feel like immigrants reduce wages, therefore they do.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, you're definitely right. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that shit. I had no idea that all of it was a different language. Do you think the AI is going to definitely come in and definitely affect that market? Those people that spent 12 years, it might be a lot easier for people to run all that shit through AI.
Well, I mean, I think it, in a sense, could kind of like increase like transparency. If like AI was like advanced and accurate enough to be able to like parse through that like paper and then like give you like a summary of it, maybe it could like help increase on-demand transparency of more like complex research for like the average American. But like that's not what we're like talking about. I just want you to concede that you can't just determine that immigrants bring wages down because we feel like it. All right, that's just a concession that I want from you.
Correct. But for my employees, like, it's hard for me to pay my employees a livable wage, like what they deserve, when I'm competing with other companies that are hiring illegal immigrants. That's like my main issue. So like, I want what's best for everybody in this country. Everybody that's on the soil should be paid a livable wage. I truthfully believe that illegal immigrants are being exploited, and I don't like it, and I know that you don't like it, and there's different ways of...
Wait. What you're saying here is like true. To actually make it like... Okay, how about this? Here's what I'll say. Let's just assume that you're right. Let's assume that undocumented immigrants reduce wages. Well, how can we fix that? We could give them a pathway to residency or citizenship. We can make them citizens. We can make them non-undocumented immigrants. Give them amnesty. Now all of a sudden they aren't reducing wages, and everybody wins.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not necessarily opposed to making a pathway to citizenship a little bit easier for people who don't commit any violent crimes. And I know that the majority of them don't. So as I know that you're probably going to say that if I didn't say that. I know that the majority of them don't, but I think that it's really important for us to crack down and at least try to figure out which ones are here that are good, which ones are bad. I know that the Langford bill was good. I know that it shouldn't have been shot down.
Okay, so if you're for amnesty, then you're against deportation.
I'm not necessarily for amnesty, but I'm for a route that figures this whole entire mess out, because it directly affects my line of...
All right, man. Appreciate you. I'm actually done talking to you for the day. I don't know like quite why I'm done talking to you for the day. I think I'm just kind of like done dealing with like the pretzels that people have put themselves in over the course of the stream. And I apologize for that. I hope that you check out that study. I hope that you reconsider your view. RGS, do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, Dean. I don't know how I got in here, man. I'm sitting back watching.
Man, don't worry about it, bro. You're all good. You're all good, dude. Don't trip. Listen, we got a couple people to thank here. Dude, Jay, thank you so much for the $125 donation on Venmo. Wow, Jay, thank you so much for that love and support. I want to see 1,000 JWs, Jay. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jay with $125 says, Dean, if you're involved in a debate and you are speaking, then that is a high-quality debate. Same with Parker. Never not worth my time. Love you always, my friend. Well, Jay, I appreciate you for your kindness. Thank you so fucking much. You are beyond kind, Jay. You've been watching me. You've been watching Parker for so very long now. And you've always been so kind. I hope that you've been doing all right in your private life. Thank you for the $125. That is beyond kind. Genuinely beyond kind. Faye, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, who says, for Mental Health Day, can't believe you have to argue what constitutes rape. Disgusting MAGA cult. They're so fucking gross, Faye. Thank you for the $50, though. I appreciate you for supporting me. I appreciate you for supporting what we do. I appreciate you for supporting the stream. And it wouldn't be possible without you. Let's please get 1,000 J and 500 Faye W's in that comment section. Same thing to you, Ashley. Thank you for the $20, who says, read out loud. I was raped at 6 years old by my female babysitter. If that fucking guest said that to my face, that I wasn't raped, I would have kicked his ass. Thank you for understanding the nuances of why victims don't come forward. You're the best. Thank you so much for the $20, Ashley, and I'm beyond sorry to hear that happened to you. And it is just so disgusting. And their rhetoric, yeah, it doesn't just impact women. It impacts, like, everyone, right? Because even that suggestion means that women can't rape men. You know what I mean? I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. It's so fucking gross. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20 as well in Venmo. 200 Elizabeth W's, who says, for whatever the fuck you want to spin it on, because this shit looks exhausting, I enjoy listening to you, and thank you for all that you do. Well, Elizabeth, I appreciate you for the $20 dono. I will admit I'm much more exhausted today than I usually am. It's been rough out here, for sure. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Thomas, for the $20, who says Trump is a PDF file protector president and a puppet to his pal Poo. No, abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you for the $20, Thomas. And Anthony, thank you for the $10 as well. KJ, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for supporting me, KJ. Alpha, thank you for the $10. Boyles, thank you for the $10, who says, I'm sorry that you have to talk to disgusting people like this. Well, I try my best. Darksided, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says that one of those last guys makes me as a man want to pick the bear. Disgusting human being. So fucking gross. Grace with the $20, who says that last guy should be ashamed of himself for invalidating the survivor as a rape. This is seriously disturbing. Get a drink on me. Well, I appreciate you so much for that love, Grace. Ficey, thank you for the $10. And with all that being said, we are all cut up. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live, if you want to support the streams, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on that other place. And right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Make sure to quadruple check your spelling. Let's just go ahead and start off with the basics, Jared. I need to make sure that you are competent enough to even withstand trial. Can we agree that rape would include a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers?
Yeah, if proven in court.
Good to hear that you disagree with all those other shitheads. So why do you support the worst president of your life?
I would say he's the best president in my life.
Okay, and is it because he's destroying the economy, burying the job market?
Mass deportation, that's why.
Inflating the price of your groceries? Okay. And how's that helping you?
Well, I mean, there's less migrants around, then I can...
Less migrants around. So it seems like that's just like serving to some form of like bigotry and prejudice of like xenophobia and racism.
I'm racist. That's what it is, Dean.
So are you making a joke or are you just being honest?
Yes, I'm making a joke. It's not racist to want to have jobs go to Americans.
Okay. All right. So you think that if we do mass deportation, you'll be more likely to get a job? Like there'll just be more jobs?
No, I mean, I have a job.
Okay, but I asked you how it helps you.
Well, it helps Americans in general. American citizens in general.
Yeah, I'll debunk that, but before I debunk that, I want to know how it helps you.
Well, if my neighbor's doing better, then I'm doing better.
Okay,
the community's
so
doing better.
It frees up more jobs for Americans. Well, so the study that I was actually going over that last guess, that's from
I saw that.
U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Not only does it conclude that they increase wages, but it also concludes that they actually create more jobs by reducing the level of unemployment for natural U.S.-born citizens. Maybe this is because of their annual $100 billion contributions to taxable revenue, or the $1.1 through $1.7 trillion that they pay into the GDP annually. They pay a bunch of taxes.
$1
they
trillion.
prevent recessions.
They pay trillions of dollars annually
into the GDP growth. Yeah.
For illegals?
Yeah, undocumented immigrants specifically input $1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year, according to the American Immigration Institute. That's going to be in consideration of their direct and indirect contributions.
Okay, well, let's let the whole world in. How about that? Let's let the entire world into America. That would really raise our GDP, right?
Yeah, it'd explode it. Explode the GDP. But it'd probably be really bad for other things, right? Like, there'd be like no housing whatsoever. There would be exorbitant inflation. It's all about a balance. That's what it's about.
There's
and
room
the balance
for
that the economists say is that around 2 to 3% population growth per year is sustainable. And today we're at a point where there's balance with the amount of immigrants that we have in the country, the amount of immigrants that came in under Biden, and mass deportation would only hurt us.
So is there a peak? Like, how many illegal immigrants should we let in America? What's the maximum?
Well, I mean, I just told you that around 2 to 3% population growth per year from immigration is sustainable. And I mean, that's what the data says. That's definitely what all of the economic research into immigration, both legal and undocumented in modern American history says. And that's why we yield the economic conclusion that if we do mass deportation, it's actually going to hurt your neighbors. There's going to be less jobs. Price of goods are actually going to go up, believe it or not.
How is there less jobs if
For
illegal
sure.
leave the country?
Because then we lose a bunch of economic productivity. We lose a bunch of
How many
demanders for goods
illegals-
from American companies. We lose a bunch of workers for American companies to then produce goods to fulfill that increased demand. We lose taxable revenue to then reinvest back into our industries to then grow them more, $100 billion per year. And we lose the additional GDP contributions.
How many illegals do you think are in America right now?
This isn't an interview, Jared. I hope at one point or another you could actually respond to the claims in which you're making
do
here
you
about
think
why.
because there is no way to track them.
So there is. I hope at some point you'll
Tell me
actually
about it.
respond to why mass deportation is a bad thing for the economy. And Pew Research Center estimates that there's around 14 million undocumented immigrants in America.
So what should be the max? How many illegal immigrants should
Okay,
we
well
let
now
in
you're
America?
asking another question. This is actually the same question that you asked already. I told you that around 2 to 3% population growth of immigration, legal or not, is sustainable annually.
Percentage? What percentage of America should be people that aren't contributing to society?
So now we're no longer talking about undocumented immigrants or immigrants in general, since undocumented immigrants and immigrants in general greatly contribute to American society. In fact, they're the largest per capita contributors. They pay more taxes on average than the average American citizen. They take less benefits from the government on average. They make more money on average. They're more likely to actively participate in the labor force on average. They
Let me
increase
ask you a
real living
question,
wages
Dean.
according to the Cato Institute.
Do you live in a majority white neighborhood?
I haven't tracked the racial demographics of my neighborhood. I live in
So
a
yes, you do.
I live in a neighborhood with a very mixed racial demographic. I live by black people.
Okay,
I
what
live by white
percentage of the people in your
I
neighborhood?
live by Hispanic individuals. But like, what the fuck is the relevance of this question? No, I went.
Well, because,
it's
like-
time for me to interview you. What's the relevance of this question?
The relevance is like, if you live around, if you live in a majority, I don't know, wealthy population.
Also, notice just how,
you're
by the
white.
way, this guy hasn't been able to respond to literally anything that I've said so far to refute his
Because
views.
you're just throwing stats and studies. And
Yeah, I'm throwing facts out there to prove you wrong, you idiot. So
Facts,
true.
yeah. Studies
So
are
true,
facts.
dude.
So you do live in a majority white neighborhood. Obviously, you make a
No,
decent amount of money.
I don't think I do. Like I said, my neighborhood has
Oh,
a
so what's the
very
majority of your
mixed racial demographic.
So what's the majority? Would you say? Is it
I haven't
black,
gone door to.
Hispanic,
I haven't gone door to door to do a
Okay, what would
census
you
of the
say,
races
just
of the
by
people in my
using your
neighborhood
eyes
because
and
I'm not a
common
fucking weirdo racist like you, and I don't care about the race of the people that I live by. What the hell?
Just using your eyes and your common sense.
Okay, yeah. When I go
Just like
outside,
everybody else
I see
has.
white people, I see black people, I see brown
What's the majority,
people.
dude?
I don't think that my eyes could realistically determine the majority because of once
Really?
again
'Cause I live
the
in a
significantly
neighborhood
the fact that it's very racially diverse. I happen to live in a very racially diverse neighborhood.
I'm sure.
But
it's
what's
super
the relevance
diverse.
of any of this? I want you to tell me the point
relevance
for your
is-
question.
The relevance is you don't need a study to tell you that a bunch of people that don't share your culture moving in next door to you is a bad thing.
Oh, okay. So you meant white culture, right?
American
white culture. So
culture,
we need
not white
no,
culture,
not American culture. White culture. You made a point specifically about if my neighborhood is majority white, and then you said
Is
the
America
point is
majority
about
white?
shared culture.
Is America majority white?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, then that's the same thing.
Do you want to be a
American culture, white
minority?
culture?
Would you be okay with white people being a minority?
No.
Wait, why? Is that because minorities are oppressed?
No, because a white.
Oh, fuck! You know, I've always had that question. I've always had that question, folks. All of these white replacement theorists and supremacists,
It's not a theory,
they'll
It's
always say
happening right now.
that they don't want white people to be a majority. Why?
White people
Why
want
don't you
white
want
people-
white people to be a majority?
want to
Is
talk
it
or not?
because minority communities in America are oppressed? Is it because minority communities in America are treated unfairly? Is it because minority communities in America are harmed, treated differently than the majority, hurt more than the majority? Right?
Yeah, I would
Is
say
that
that
why
there's
you don't want
been
white
way
people to
more
be a minority?
leniency. I would say that people of color are given way more leniency than white people in America.
Okay, well, they're a minority, right? So then maybe white people should be a minority so that we'll get, quote unquote, more leniency. This means that you would want white people to be a minority, right?
What's the bond of?
No. Can you answer the question there? You just said, oh, no, Dean, the minorities have it better than we do. So why don't you want white people to then be a minority? Then we'll have it good. We'll have the high life. We'll get all this leniency, all this stuff. Let's be a minority. What do you say? Well, I want as many black and brown people to come into America as possible because, well, you know, we're scheming racists, white supremacists. We're going to hurt them by allowing them to be the majority. And then we're going to be the minority. So then we could get the leniency. So then we could get the breaks. So then we could get the easy path out. How do you feel about
You're
that?
right. Whenever brown people and black people are the majority, they'll be as gracious as white people are. And they'll give us the benefits that we're giving them.
Oh, okay. So you think like if we have like more like black and brown people coming into the country, like white people are fucked, basically.
Yeah, America's done.
Okay, America's done. So you think that a core defining factor of America is a white majority?
All the people that want more brown people to come into America are people that live in the suburbs that don't have to deal with the immigrants and the criminals that are in the inner
okay.
city.
So like brown people are violent, dangerous criminals.
No, but they have a higher rate of committing crime than white people do.
Okay, well, actually, no, that's not true because undocumented immigrants,
That's not true,
the
yeah,
black and
black
brown
people
people that you were just
commit 50% of
referring
the
to.
crime.
One moment. Oh, that's also not true, but we'll get onto that in a moment.
Oh,
well,
okay,
the
tell me.
undocumented immigrants that you were just referring to, the black and brown people that you don't want here, they're actually 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in American soil and 4 times less likely to commit a non-violent crime in American soil compared to the average U.S.-born citizen.
How many are in America?
I told you 14 million.
14 million. So you're firm on that. 14 million illegal immigrants.
That is the most precise estimate that we have. 14 million.
Okay, exactly how many illegal immigrants? Because I can tell you.
We don't know. We don't exactly.
White people.
No, you can't. You
in
can't tell me
America.
exactly how many white people we have in America. It's all an estimate. We do a census every 10
yeah, the
years. So like all the babies
The
that have been
census.
born since
But-
2020.
but- no,
okay,
no,
wait,
but the
1
illegal
second.
immigrants
Oh, do we know
don't-
exactly how many white children have been born since 2020? No, we don't.
No, but
Okay,
we
so
do
it's just
census
a
every 10 years
generalized
to determine
estimate
that.
based upon a bunch of different factors. So like we cannot pinpoint the overall population of the country down to a precise number. We can't pinpoint the amount of babies born in the last 6 years to a precise number. It's all an estimate. It's just a reliable estimate.
Okay, but the census is what determines, that's where they get all the stats
What
from.
determines an estimate,
Yes.
a really reliable
Okay,
estimate.
a
Because even the
good estimate,
census
yeah.
isn't correct down to the exact number.
Well, then how can whatever study proves that 14 million illegal immigrants are here be
Once again,
accurate
it's an
if
estimate.
the census can?
Because it's an accurate estimate. So what we'd say is that both
Inaccurate?
the
What makes it accurate, Dean?
because it operates within a feasible margin of error.
What's the feasible margin of error?
I think specifically for the study done
Give me
and
a study.
conducted by the
Tell
Pew
me.
Research
Number
Center,
to my number.
it's around the margin of error is like 300,000
20
people on either
billion.
side. So it's from 13.7 million to 14.3 million,
According to who?
according to the Pew Research Center.
The Pew Research Center. Okay. What does the census say?
Well, they actually say the same thing. So the Pew Research Center, in part, bases their conclusion off of the data pulled from the census. So they actually cite the census in their study. But of course, you wouldn't know that because you don't know how to read.
No, okay, because of course illegal immigrants are saying.
Oh,
of course
I'm a
illegal
dumb
immigrants are
white
saying
man.
that they're
I hate black
in
people and
America
brown
illegal
people because
on the
I want a
census.
reason to feel important. I can't. Where the fuck is my MAGA hat? Where did
You're
it go?
a poser, Dean.
Where did it go? There it is. I can't feel important because of my IQ. I'm dumb as shit. I can't feel important in my family tree because it's not a tree at all, it's a reef. But maybe that is unique. I can't feel important because I have a good job, so I'm going to blame my bad job on the immigrant, not my GED.
No, my job.
You know what I mean?
Fine.
Like
I'm
it's
very
that
happy with my
shit
job.
that pisses. It's so insidious. It's so
insidious about
hateful. It's so
What's
it's so
hateful about
targeted
it?
and villainous, right? Like
Okay,
if you were born in a different place in the world, to a different family, to a different race, okay, you'd understand what I'm saying. But because you are a privileged, dumb white man, you can't understand a
dumb.
word that's leaving my mouth. And
You're
for
sounding
the
racist,
audience,
dude.
I want y'all to pay attention to the person who's quoting
Please pay
statistics,
attention.
facts, and studies,
To the
and the
racist
person
staring into the
that is
camera right
talking
now.
out of their ass.
How about this? What if 14 million people showed up in, I don't know, Japan or Afghanistan? Would that affect the GDP? Would that affect the work of the people there?
I don't know. I haven't studied the Japanese economy. I haven't studied the
Of course it
Afghanistani
would.
economy.
Of course it would, dude.
Oh, yeah, because now we're just going to yield conclusions on the basis of no research whatsoever. We're supposed to
It's
research
common
our
sense.
beliefs.
I know common sense isn't that common for people. on the
Okay,
left,
okay,
but
okay.
that's
So
common
tell me,
sense.
give me the common sense argument that immigrants hurt America. Give it to me. Let's hear it.
Okay. They don't pay taxes. They take jobs.
Oh,
from
you're
Americans.
already wrong. According to the Cato Institute, they paid $24 trillion in taxes over the last 30 years, more than U.S.-born citizens per capita. You're already wrong. You're
Cato
already wrong.
Institute-
Your first point was incorrect. Where's that loud buzzer sound? Let's go to YouTube.com. Let's go
contributes to the Cato
to
Institute.
loud red buzzer. Let's go ahead and then click on the first thing.
What are the politics of everybody that's in the Cato Institute?
Oh, wrong! Wrong!
Mark.
Wrong! They do pay taxes. Thank you so much. And then you said, well, what are the...
What are the politics of the people that work at the Cato Institute?
Oh, really good question.
Are
The
more
right.
people Republican or more people
Yes.
Democrat?
Republican.
More people are Republican that work at the Cato
Yes.
Institute.
Yes. Because they're a libertarian institution. Libertarians are right-leaning.
Did you look that up, Dean?
I don't need to look it up. I just know it.
You know it.
You want to go look it up?
intuitively.
Listen,
Like, I
go on
know
Google,
intuitively
type in,
that
is
illegal
Cato
immigrants are ruining
Institute
America.
Libertarian?
Dude,
All right.
keep
Yes.
giving him
The
the
Cato
same,
Institute is a
talking
prominent
points that you've been giving for the
libertarian
last
think
2
tank.
years.
So, yeah, go ahead. Look it up. Okay, yes, they are a libertarian think tank. That is exactly what Google will tell you.
Keep giving them the same talking points you've been giving for the last, 4 years.
Dude, you're a
America
droid.
will
The
be
Cato
done
Institute
in
study
20
concluded.
years.
Listen, the Cato Institute study concluded like 2 months ago. Keep talking about the talking points for 4 years. This study's 2 months old. Like I said, I'm just talking to some dumbass white dude. Keep on talking about that study that you've already been talking about for 4 years, bro. Just because you say it don't make it true, dude. Oh, yeah, the study's been out for 2 fucking
you're
months,
insulting me.
numbnuts.
You think
What do you have
you're
to say
insulting me
about
by,
that,
like,
you
I'm gonna throw on a
donut?
MAGA
The
hat,
study
talk with a
has
Southern
been out
accent.
for
'Cause
2
all people in the
months.
South are
No, wait, hey,
racist.
listen. Nazi Moid. Listen while the real man speaks. The study
man?
has been out for 2 months. What do you mean I've been talking about this for 4 years? Dude, I haven't even been streaming for 4 years. You've been saying these same talking points for 4 years since
Hey,
you were
Dean.
16 years old on the right. You were streaming
Dean.
from your high school at
Can I ask you a
16 years
question,
old in math class, dude. Of course you
Dean.
can. I don't know. Can you?
Yeah. This is a question I've been wanting to ask you.
Oh
for a
wait,
while.
actually you can't. Aaron, thank you for the $4 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Aaron. And Alyssa, thank you for the $1 as well. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Gage, for the $5. Thank you, Gage. And Christiane, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Christiane, thank you so much for the love and support. That is CHRISTIANNE with a $50 says news update. Ken Paxton is so far away ahead of Corinne in the Senate race. Trump endorsed Paxton. What are your thoughts? That's only creating a better pathway to victory for Tallarico. Thank you. Thank you for the $50. I appreciate you so much, Christiane. Let's get 500 Christiane W's down below in that comment section. Can you thank Christiane for the $50 like a good little boy, Jared?
Fuck you, Dean.
Oh, no. I want you to thank her like a good little boy. Come on, Nazi Moid.
I'm not a good little boy, Dean.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Like
You're
you.
Nazi Moid.
Yeah, okay. Why did you make a video, I don't know,
Wait,
a few
why
years
haven't you
ago.
given an argument for why
No,
it
no,
is
let
the
me
case
ask-
that
oh,
immigrants
this is
hurt the
the question I was
country?
gonna ask.
No,
You
you're
said,
deflecting.
oh,
I
can
asked
you?
you how immigrants hurt America, and then you said they don't pay taxes. And then I gave you like 5 more billion studies to prove that they
How much
do.
do they pay in taxes,
Not just
Dean?
the Cato ones. $24 trillion over the course of the
$24
last 30
trillion.
years.
Jesus Christ. We should be out of debt then in 2 years.
Well, actually, they've only generated an economic surplus of $14.3 trillion over the course of the last 30 years. The reason why we're in
30
debt,
years?
the reason why we have a deficit is actually not because of immigrants, because once again, a $14.3 trillion surplus, but because of natural U.S.-born citizens.
What's the reason we're in, I don't know, $35 trillion in debt?
Well, Trump, okay, because he is actually
Oh, yeah, it's
the
Trump's
largest
fault.
spender out
It's
of
not
any president in
Obama.
history. Well, I mean, he accounts for 27.7% of the debt.
Clinton.
We've never had Bill Clinton, dude, zeroed out the deficit sheet. You're stupid. You don't know shit
What?
about history. But it is
Yeah,
true
you're a
that Donald
scholar.
Trump
I
accounts
forgot.
for 27.7% of this country's debt. But go ahead. Now that you understand that immigrants do pay taxes, what's the next argument, Nazi Moid? Well, how do they hurt the country?
Why, when you first started out on social media, did you make a video like an Andrew Tate style video about, oh, I'm here with a Birkin bag. Where are you at? I'm on a private jet with fucking Louis Vuitton sneakers.
Yeah, because I got into touch with some immigrants who were just fucking bawling, bringing down the debt and the deficit every day, paying $24 trillion in taxes.
That's
and I was like, "You're
really
fucking
bad-
based." And they're like,
that's a
"Dude,
really
hop
bad
on,
answer, dude.
hop on the jet. Let's go ball out together while we pay our taxes, make our country
Exactly.
better,
Immigrants-
put more
immigrants are
pockets into
making
the
so much-
put more money into the pockets of the average American, and excel our country in a positive direction." Now, come on, get the fuck real, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
Answer the
Immigrants can
question.
they
What
make
is
so much
one
money,
way
they
that
can
immigrants
charter private
positively
jets.
impact the country? Sorry, negatively impact the country. How do immigrants hurt us? You just got to say it's because they're brown, dude. Come on. Because that's the answer.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know
that's
it.
what
You
it
know
is.
that's
I'm
your
racist,
answer.
Dean.
Yes.
You can't like, my arguments are they're my arguments. It's not because I'm
What
racist,
are the
dude.
arguments?
I'm not
What's
trying
the
to
argument?
justify
How
my
do immigrants hurt
racism.
America?
I'd already told you. They take jobs. I don't care what study you cite.
How do you know they take jobs?
Yeah, I've got. Okay, listen. I've
got-
probably
okay,
10
listen, I'm
10
listening. Come on,
10
bro. You're
illegal immigrants
floundering.
that live on my
You're
street.
floundering.
They all have landscaping companies.
Oh, really?
go
Have you
door to
asked
door.
them? Have you asked them for their
Do you-
social
do you
security
think
numbers?
Those people, do you think those
Wait,
people
wait,
file
one second.
taxes?
Wait,
Do you
wait,
think
we
they go
need
to the
to.
federal government and say, "Hey, IRS, here's my tax information." No, they don't.
He's gonna hate this one. According to the IRS, undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion in taxes per year.
How does the IRS know?
Because they pay them through ITINs on work programs.
Okay, so if
There's
they're
designated
undocumented-
work programs
if
for
they're
undocumented
undocumented-
immigrants.
if
There's
they're undocumented
designated
immigrants-
work programs for them. They have to
they're
apply
if they're
specifically
un-
for a work program designed exclusively
undocumented.
for undocumented immigrants to then
I'm
get an
slowing down my
ITIN to
speech,
work
you
as
can hear me,
independent
Dean.
contractors.
You understand? when I speak
That's how the
slowly.
IRS knows.
If they're undocumented, how does the IRS know they're undocumented?
I just told
they
you.
Check a box. Do they check a box on their little paperwork saying, "I'm undocumented"? IRS?
No, it's not checking a box. It is literally applying for a work program for undocumented immigrants. You forget
So
that
how
the
do they- how
IRS
many-
is independent of
Okay.
the DOJ.
Okay,
Do you
how
forget that the IRS is independent of the DOJ? It's not the DOJ's job to like report crimes or prosecute.
Okay, there's
crime.
still
No, it's the,
paperwork and you file your
it's the IRS's job to collect taxes.
There's still paperwork when you file your taxes, dude.
Yes,
They
there
do it
is.
every year. Okay, do they check on there? I'm undocumented.
Yeah, that's literally what they check to get their ITIN to get
Really?
into
Because
the
I
program
file my
for
taxes
designed
every
for
year,
them.
and I never see a box that says I'm undocumented.
Because you haven't filled out the proper forms to get an ITIN
Oh, okay,
for the
yeah, I'm doing my
undocumented work
taxes wrong for
programs.
the last 20 years.
No, you haven't done your
Yeah, I'm
taxes
wrong,
wrong at
you're
all.
not.
You haven't done your taxes wrong at all. Well, maybe you have. I don't know. But it's a specific work program from the IRS for undocumented immigrants. So, of course, you would have filled out the paperwork for an undocumented work program unless you're an undocumented immigrant, you fucking donut.
Okay.
I'm a dumb white man. There's no way that undocumented immigrants haven't paid taxes because I've never seen the undocumented work program, which might or might not make sense because I'm not an undocumented immigrant. Listen, buddy, this is like saying that because you've never been in a woman's restroom, that therefore the woman's restroom doesn't exist. But knowing you, you might have.
Oh, that's real. That's slander, Dean. Thanks for slandering.
Do you
me
get the point,
on
though?
your
Do you get the
TikTok channel.
point? Like, do you get the
No,
point,
you
though,
slandered
Jared?
me. I'm going to sue you, Dean.
Okay, do it. With what fucking
Get
money,
some
you
lawyers.
broke-ass Nazi?
Call your lawyer and say, hey, this
No,
guy's
you
gonna
spend too much
slander
of your time throwing the fucking Roman salute on Omegle to get a job. Sorry, you have to have money to pay for lawyers first, Moid.
I've got a job, Dean.
Yeah. What's your
paying
program?
job.
You wake up. Okay, what's some like white ass shit to eat for breakfast? Because remember, you're scared of black and brown people. You wake up. You eat some bread. Not even butter. Because I'm pretty sure.
Actually, I
I'm
don't
pretty
eat
sure
breakfast.
that black and brown people are responsible for butter. You eat fucking white bread with a little bit of mayonnaise and maybe one plain poached egg on the side of you're in a good mood. Okay, then you load up the laptop. You spend an hour and a half watching Paul. I don't know that G Crusader guy, super crazy Nazi, and then you close the laptop because you remember that a woman invented Wi-Fi and it pisses you off that you're using a woman's invention. And then you like reopen the laptop again 30 minutes later because you haven't moved an inch. And then you go on Omegle and throw the Nazi salute. Then you go to bed and then you start all over again. Then every so often, you'll get on Dean's Live and scream about how like black and brown people suck. We need to protect white culture and immigrants negatively impact this country. And then you make claims like they don't pay taxes. But then I'm like, oh my God, the IRS says that they pay over $100 billion in taxes per year. And then you're like, well, how do they know that? Then I'm like, well, because the IRS has a specific work program for undocumented immigrants. They're like, oh, well, I've never filled it out. No fucking shit, dude. You're not an undocumented immigrant.
Yeah, the IRS did duck, duck, goose and said, hey, how many illegal immigrants are here? And they, duck, 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 goose. No, they don't know how many illegal immigrants are here. The 14 million number is ridiculous.
There's
definitely way more than
Oh my
14
God, this dude's a droid. Yeah, the IRS actually probably doesn't know how many undocumented immigrants are here because it's not their job to know how many undocumented immigrants are here. But what they do know is how many undocumented immigrants pay taxes to them and declare that they're an undocumented immigrant. Right? Like specifically, the $100 billion figure is just from the undocumented immigrants that have declared to the IRS that they're undocumented through the undocumented work program. So think about all of the taxes that undocumented immigrants pay that don't declare themselves through said program. Think about that.
How much do undocumented immigrants?
So do you concede that you're wrong when you said that they don't pay taxes, buddy?
No. How much money do undocumented immigrants take from the system every year?
You tell me.
Just in
man, it's your
California.
claim. You tell me, it's your claim.
Just in California.
$5.6 billion. Shit, I know the answer to his question, so I'm going to tell him. Oh, man, I should have made him do the research. I can't be his all-knowing genie, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I'll help him out. Oh, man. I think he's gone. I think we scared the loser away. That's good.
I'm here. Don't boot me.
Oh, shit. No wonder it's so warm. I'll get that
What
fixed.
are you saying oh shit for?
Not talking to you. I'll get that fixed, all right?
Oh.
I think that the AC is not working in the crib. Rip. Brutal. Oh no. What a bad time for the AC to stop working. Oh no. It's fine.
I'm here.
I'm here. Care of. Okay, Jared. What is your response to the point?
It said $150.7 billion every year is spent on illegal immigrants. So they're a net negative.
Go ahead and quantify that $150 billion spent, please.
What?
Go ahead and quantify that $150 billion spent, please.
Yeah, let me go line by line and how they spend this money.
Good.
You won't quantify shit, Dean.
Okay, well, I could actually quantify that number for you because I know that your source is the Heritage Foundation is reported on and represented by the Republican caucus in Congress. So you're looking at a report from January of 2025, right? On congress.gov, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Shut the fuck up, Jared. You don't think I've had this debate before? Sit down.
Of course you have. I've
All
had
right?
this debate with
but
you.
Anyways, the issue with the study that you're referencing is that it considers citizens as undocumented immigrants, like the expense of the citizen children on public K through 12 education and other benefits for the citizen children of undocumented immigrants. But
So they're
that's
a net-
obviously
a net
bad
negative,
faith
is what you're saying,
because
right?
yeah, children are a net negative in America.
I
but
don't
they're
care
also
if
not
they're
undocumented
children or if
immigrants.
they're adults. If they're a net negative, they're a net negative, Dean.
Okay, so then we need to what? Like kill all American-born children because they're net negatives?
That's a huge reach for what I just said.
Wait, why? They're net negatives, bro.
It doesn't matter.
All right,
American citizens pay for their
would you be
schooling.
would you be
Illegal
like
immigrants
would you be pro child labor so then children aren't net negatives?
No, but what I'm saying is illegal immigrants cost $150
No, because they're not undocumented
per
immigrants. They're
year.
citizens.
What?
They're not undocumented immigrants. They're citizens. The expenses on their citizen children. Yeah, those are not expenses
I'm not
on
talking about
undocumented
citizens.
immigrants.
I don't give a
Yes,
shit
you are.
how much it costs
Yes, you
for
are.
citizens to go to school.
The children are citizens. The children that are born
how
here.
much it costs for citizens to go to school.
Okay.
What I'm saying is,
but then
illegal immigrants.
They
stop talking,
don't.
just
Oh
let me
my
talk,
God!
Let me talk.
They're
let me talk.
they're kids
Let me talk.
that are born
Let me talk,
here
Dean.
are
I don't
citizens.
care. Their parents aren't kids.
Okay,
Their
and then
parents
the
are
benefits,
responsible
but
for
the
them, right?
benefits aren't going to the parents.
I don't
They're
give a
going to the
shit.
kids.
They're going to the kids of illegal immigrants.
But they're
$151
citizens.
billion per year.
And they're citizens.
What?
But they're citizens. Why should you care?
Who's citizens?
They're the kids.
The kids aren't citizens?
Yes, they're born here. Yes. Yes, the vast
no,
majority,
no.
the
No,
vast
just because
majority
no.
of young
No, no,
children
no.
in America,
You're making a
parented by
correlation there.
undocumented immigrants, are children that are
kids-
citizens of the
no,
United
no,
States of
no.
America because they were born here.
They're
Right?
all the
Like you're
children-
talking like that study also includes all the federal food stamp benefits received by the children of undocumented immigrants. Well, you could only receive those benefits if you are a citizen or a legal resident. Now, see the
You
thing
can only
is,
go to school
so
if
it
you're a
tells me
citizen?
that they are citizens. No, food stamp benefits.
So you're saying that all the children of illegal immigrants are citizens of America?
Yeah, I'm saying that the vast,
saying,
vast,
yeah,
vast
that all the children
majority
of illegal
of the
immigrants are
benefits
citizens of
received by
America.
the children of undocumented immigrants are in scenarios where that child is a citizen.
What are you talking about?
I forgot that this guy's a Nazi moid. Yeah, Nazis are pretty dumb.
Just say me. I'm
Hey,
a Nazi.
Anna, thank you so much for the, Julie, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, little fish boy, so fucking stupid. Please go buy yourself a drink. Well, I'll make sure to do that after we get the IC.
Simps, so you don't have to actually argue with me.
Oh, the simps? Like Julie,
Yeah,
who
think
called
you're
you
simps.
a dumb little fish
The
boy?
people that fund your stupid
Thank you so much for the
lifestyle.
$20. Wait, the people that fund my stupid lifestyle?
Yes, that's what I said.
You seem really jealous.
No, I'm not jealous. I'm fine.
Is it because Julie called you a dumb little fish boy?
It's because I can't stand your face.
Oh, yeah, so it is because you get mad. Yeah, this face that you can't stand is $20 richer. Show some love to Julie in that chat. Anna, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal as well. Who says, this guy can't even follow up his points. Embarrassing. Thank you for all that you do for informing people like this idiot. Thank you so much for that love and support, Anna. Show some love to Anna, as well as Madeline. Thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate you guys. Please show some love to Anna and Julie down below. Can you say W, Anna, and W, Julie, please?
Anna.
No,
L,
say
Anna.
W.
L,
Say
Julie.
W. Say W.
No, L.
No, say
L,
thank you.
Anna, L, Julie.
Say thank you.
They're paying us a moron.
Oh, they're paying a moron that's been dunking on you this whole time.
Actually, Dean,
Brandolin,
I wanna
thank you so
rescind
much
that.
for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's go, Brandolin. That is BRADELIN. Thank you so much for the $50. Who says, thank you for attempting to educate idiots as a nurse who serves for over 35 years. We are designed to love everybody. Maybe he could learn a thing or two. I think he has more
Full
than
name,
two
bad
things to
opinion.
learn. Thank you so much for the $50. Tracy with the $20. Thank you so much for supporting a moron. Gage with a $5. Stacy with $1. Thank you guys so much for the love. Hey, if you guys want to support a moron, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on the YouTube stream and the handles right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. If you really want to, help support a moron. Thomas, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat for supporting a moron. Thank you for that love, Thomas.
Wasted
Thomas
50,
with the
Thomas.
50 says, people putting a petulant president purported to purposely protect pedophiles on a pedestal is preposterous. I'm pissed. Whoa, tongue twister. Thank you for the $50, Thomas. Thank you. Ezzy, thank you for the $5. Who says, Dean, it's hot because you're cooking them. Yeah, maybe I need to end the live and the AC will start working again. Lonks, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate you so much for that love and support, Lonks. Go on.
I don't even remember what we're talking
Cadence,
about.
thank you for the $5 Sun Venmo supporting a moron. Go on.
Thanks, Dean. I don't remember what we were talking about.
I know, because you have the memory of a goldfish.
No, because you wanted a 20-minute rant of, oh, thank you, Julie. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Anna.
Are you just mad that you don't have people to thank?
No, I don't give a shit. Like, that's fine.
I think
People
you
can
do, or
spend
you want
money
to be
however
talking
they
about
want.
it.
What?
You just got done telling you that you just got done saying that they're dumb because they're spending their money on a moron, and now you're like saying, "Well, thank you, thank you." Yo, Allison, thank you, Allison, for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Allison W's. Allison with the $20 says, "Take your quote unquote dumb face out on a date with your girlfriend for the grift." Thank you for the $20, Jared. I don't think that
supporters call you dumb.
Even my what?
Even your supporters call you dumb.
Yeah, with a $20 dono. Yeah, they got to support me because I'm just so.
You're right. I'm not getting $20 donations.
Catherine, thank you for the $5. Who says, out of all the dumb panelists you receive on your live, this guy is exceptionally stupid. And Carla, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the simp fund. Appreciate you for the $10.
Give me some evidence of why I'm stupid. Give me evidence and I'll change my mind. Give me evidence of why illegal immigrants are a net benefit to America and I'll change my mind.
Yeah, sure. My evidence that you're stupid is as follows. Go to your bathroom if you have one. Make sure to unclog the toilet first, you fucking gross freak. Then look in the mirror, repeat the argument that you gave me, and then you'd be convinced that you're a moron.
Okay, Dean, you changed my mind. That was clever.
Oh my God. Hey,
I'm joking.
listen,
That was
seriously.
stupid.
Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, Hey, moron, this is to tell the guests that he's why white women are having babies with white men. Deadass Marie. And then over on PayPal, Ashley Sinclair, thank you for the $5. I wonder if that's like Ashley Sinclair, I wonder. Ask him who cheated that made him have to share a Facebook page with his wife. Don't know about that. You guys are doing research. Hey, listen, I'm actually gonna go ahead and kick Jared. Ronnie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. And I think that we are gonna end the stream, folks. It's been good, but I do have to go check on that AC. Here's to say that it's not broken. Really hope so. That would be really shitty if it was broken. Oh my goodness gracious. I love and appreciate you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop us up on YouTube. It's totally free. I'm going to go check that AC. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye, folks.